Chapter 759. The Golden Sand City had a branch of the Swordsman Guild, and Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to leave. He was planning to accept a mid-grade mission and increase his swordsman rank to grade 5. As for Wu Zhuo and Wu Shi, they were very safe in the Autumn Leaf City, and Li Fuchen didn't have to worry about them. At night, in the courtyard of the inn, Li Fuchen took out the broken stone hand. He probed it with his soul sense. Buzz. The horrific willpower prowess instantly acted on Li Fuchen's mind. If Li Fuchen didn't have the saint spirit, he would probably be injured. In the darkness, Li Fuchen could see a giant hand approaching from afar in the pitch-black universe. A single palm strike had shattered a star. The chi presence that could shatter all living things had caused Li Fuchen's mind to tremble and burst out with inspiration. Not good. The courtyard's spatial zone was distorting violently. Li Fuchen was shocked and his figure flashed as he rushed out of the courtyard and flew out of the Golden Sand City. This broken stone hand had actually loosened up Li Fuchen's Hand of God. The next rank was actually the Hand of Moon. Along the way, Li Fuchen's speed was extremely fast. Under the effects of the horrific star's law, there were even some distortions in the void. It made Li Fuchen feel as though he had shrunk the ground into inches and his speed was more than 2 times faster. Every flash felt as though he was shifting. Finally, Li Fuchen arrived outside the city. The star's law on his body finally lost control and burst out violently. In the next moment, the void rippled and distorted like water. The ground split open and countless pieces of soil were sucked towards Li Fuchen. Visible to the naked eye, Li Fuchen turned into a giant ball of earth. The earthen ball grew larger and larger. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, gradually, it rose into the sky. Under the moonlight, the big earthen ball looked like a small moon, its surface reflecting the dim moonlight. Inside the earth sphere, Li Fuchen was seated cross-legged. His body was emitting the star's law and had an intense gravitational force. It was binding the earth sphere and making it even tighter. The surface became smoother and smoother. Under the moonlight, the surface of the earthen ball became brighter and brighter. Look, why are there 2 moons in the sky? Deep into the night, there were still people who were awake. Some people pointed at the sky and exclaimed in surprise. It's true. Could it be an illusion? That's possible. Sometimes, when the void fluctuates, 2 moons will appear. This has happened in the past as well. However, I feel that this moon seems to be very close to us and very real. Everyone discussed spiritedly, each holding their own views. In the Golden Sand City's Castellan mansion, Castellan Jean Kanghua was drinking wine and admiring the moon. Jean Kanghua's pupils shrank. Others might think that it was an illusion, but he didn't think it was. This was clearly the work of an extremely powerful body refinement martial artist. With a wave of his hand, the power of the formation condensed in the air and turned into a mirror. In the mirror there was a large, smooth iron ball. Under the moonlight, the surface of the iron ball was bright and flawless, conveying a flawless state. At the same time, there was a heavy, star-like aura being emitted, causing Jean Kanghua's heart to tremble. He couldn't help but feel a trace of panic. Who is this? To be able to make him feel fear, it meant that the other party was many times stronger than him. It was like an ant seeing a divine dragon. Even if it was fully armed, it would still feel fear. In the sky, the earthen ball had already turned into an iron ball. Its size had shrunk by 10,000 times, but it was still several hundred meters in size. Under the terrifying gravitational force, the iron ball was extremely tight and smooth. A normal warrior would not be able to see the slightest bit of unevenness with their naked eyes. Even a high-level warrior would need to gather their jinchi in their eyes to be able to see the slightest flaw. The Hand of Star, Hand of Moon, and Hand of Sun represented a kind of state, and it wasn't as simple as the surface. After all, the moon and sun were stars. It was already contradictory to say that the moon and sun were superior to the stars. The hand of star represented the initial comprehension of the star's law. The hand of moon represented the star's law. It was like the moonlight, bright and flawless, and had already reached maturity. The hand of sun represented the perfection stage of the great sun. It meant that the maturity had already reached the subperfection stage. Any further and it would exceed the limits of the star's law. Li Fuchen didn't expect for this broken stone hand to contain such powerful power laws and intent. With Li Fuchen's abnormally high perception and saint spirit, his spiritual awareness was able to observe down to the finest details. With all sorts of conditions, Li Fuchen was finally able to make contact with the hand of moon. At this moment, Li Fuchen's star's law was much stronger than before. The gravitational force that was emitted was extremely dense and could bind and compress everything. The metal sphere's density was something that even a great emperor wouldn't be able to break. The iron ball rose higher and had already reached the thunderbolt layer. From below, the iron ball's radiance couldn't be seen anymore. Bang boom! Countless heaven thunders blasted on the iron ball, but they weren't even qualified to leave a mark on the iron ball. At the upper section of the thunderbolt layer, there were more heaven thunders, and it was getting more terrifying. The surface of the iron ball had traces of electric current. Finally, the iron ball arrived at the heat layer. Countless black smoke was emitted. Immediately after, the iron ball was ignited with flames and looked like a blazing fireball. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. In just a short moment, the iron ball was only 10 meters in size. With its toughness, even if Li Fuchen slashed with his sword, he might not be able to split it open immediately. After the compression of gravity and the tempering of the heat layer, the iron ball had been tempered to be indestructible and wasn't inferior to heaven-class mid-tier metals. Inside the iron ball, Li Fuchen felt a horrific heat that was transmitted to his body through the iron ball. Before the law field was broken, Li Fuchen's clothes were all burned into ashes. It was obvious that the heat law here could ignore Li Fuchen's law field. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen had the star immortal body. His entire body was as tough as steel, even his hair was exceptionally tough. With the tempering of the heat and after feeling the prowess of the universe, Li Fuchen's hand of moon was finally slowly stabilized and didn't lose control like before. A moment later, when Li Fuchen's skin was as red as a cooked prawn, Li Fuchen finally couldn't endure the heat of the heat layer and descended to the thunderbolt layer. Crackle! The indestructible iron ball was split open. A pair of delicate and slender hands had forcefully torn the iron ball apart. A naked Li Fuchen walked out from the two halves of the steel ball. His skin was white and flawless and was faintly emitting a bright and fine radiance. His eyes were bright like the stars and were emitting boundless magical power and radiance. His body was very strong, but it was not exaggerated. Instead, it was thick where it should be thick, and thin where it should be thin. His muscles were like marble, no, like gems, giving people a feeling that they had been cut by knives and axes, and were extremely hard. Is this the hand of moon? Li Fuchen extended his hand and sucked in countless heaven thunders, turning them into a small and exquisite thunder ball. The thunder ball was spinning and didn't have any destructive power. If I encounter the brute force overlord again, I will be able to severely injure him in a single palm strike. Li Fuchen's hand of star was much inferior to the brute force overlord. Li Fuchen's mortal hand was slightly superior to the brute force overlord. But for the hand of moon, Li Fuchen was able to suppress the brute force overlord. He might not be able to kill the brute force overlord in a single palm strike, but a single palm strike was enough to severely injure the brute force overlord. Li Fuchen attempted to circulate the mortal calamity and wanted to fuse the mortal calamity power with the hand of moon's chi power. However, Li Fuchen realized that the mortal calamity power was too weak and it was hard to fuse with the hand of moon's chi power. If he forcefully fused it, it would only weaken the power. Li Fuchen shook his head as he knew that the mortal calamity was a part of the 9 calamity divine fist and the 9 calamity divine fist, was definitely inferior to the hand of God. Unless he could push the mortal calamity to a higher rank, it would be hard to fuse it with the hand of Moon. It was rather difficult to push the mortal calamity to a higher rank. Right now, Li Fuchen's mortal calamity had already surpassed the original mortal calamity. Every step he took was opening up a new path. The crucial thing was that he was rather unfamiliar with the calamity power law and wasn't able to comprehend it. Perhaps when a star was destroyed, it would produce calamity power law. But this was the deep blue plane, and it wasn't possible to observe the destruction of a star at such a close distance. Of course, Li Fuchen vaguely understood that the calamity power law didn't have to be so superior. In normal life, there would definitely be calamity power law too. When a martial artist perished, there would also be calamity power. But it would be very weak, and people who didn't cultivate calamity power law wouldn't be able to sense it. When everything was destroyed, there should be calamity power. Calamity power wasn't the power of destruction. It was a more mystical power, and it involved the mysteries of the universe. If Li Fuchen didn't cultivate the mortal calamity, he wouldn't have such an understanding of calamity power. It could be said that the mortal calamity had enlightened his understanding of calamity power. Li Fuchen took out a set of clothes from the storage bag and wore them before flying down. Soon enough, Li Fuchen returned to the Golden Sand City. Standing in the courtyard, Li Fuchen could feel the omnipresent array power. The Golden Sand City was a major city, and its Class 9 low-tier array was much stronger than the Class 9 low-tier array in other cities. But now, Li Fuchen could already feel the array power. He might not have the confidence to fight with a low-level saint, but he was confident that even if he was restrained by this Class 9 low-tier array, he would be able to break free in an instant. After all, his spiritual awareness was at the saint's level, and it should be stronger than a low-level saint. After all, low-level saints didn't have a powerful spirit soul like his. Li Fuchen took out the broken stone hand from the storage bag and permeated it with his spiritual awareness again. This time, Li Fuchen could feel it even more deeply. In the pitch-black universe, that giant hand looked like an eternal existence. It simply pressed forward and smashed a star into pieces. It felt like there was nothing that couldn't be destroyed in front of this giant hand. Could the original body of this intense statue be the owner of the hand of God? Li Fuchen didn't feel the star's law or the calamity power law from the broken stone hand. It was just the power law, but who was the owner of the hand of God? Even if he was only executing the hand of force, he was already able to suppress the universe and was invincible. Chapter 760. For the next few days, Li Fuchen had been consolidating and familiarizing himself with the hand of Moon. A week later, he was able to completely control the stellar rules. Even if he only shot a pebble, under the effect of the stellar rules, the pebble would be like a comet, piercing through the enemy. After arriving at the Swordsman Guild, Li Fuchen was preparing to accept another mid-grade mission to increase his swordsman rank to grade 5. Li Fuchen might still be lacking 2,000 contribution points to become a grade 5 swordsman, but he wasn't planning to accept a regular mid-grade mission. After all, there was still grade 6 swordsman after grade 5 swordsman. Therefore, missions with more contribution points were his first choice. This time, there weren't any missions with 10,000 contribution points waiting for Li Fuchen. After choosing for a while, Li Fuchen accepted a guild mission with a reward of 4,000 contribution points. Outside the city, there was a flash of radiance. The speed was 10 times faster than the peak-grade silver airship. Inside the radiance, Li Fuchen revealed a smile. After reaching the hand of Moon, the star's law that he emitted was enough to distort the void and shorten the distance between 2 points. Originally, his speed wasn't slower than the peak-grade silver airship, but now, he was 10 times faster. If he was willing, he would be able to rush back to the Autumn Leaf City from the Golden Sand City in less than 3 days. Previously, Li Fuchen used the high-grade silver airship to travel from the Autumn Leaf City to the Golden Sand City, and it took more than 3 months. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen arrived at the Thousands Demonic Cave. The Thousands Demonic Cave, as the name suggested, was a place where demonic beasts gathered. There was a plant called the demonic heart fruit inside. This demonic heart fruit couldn't be graded as it was almost useless to martial artists. With a flash, Li Fuchen skimmed into the Thousands Demonic Cave through a giant cave. The Thousands Demonic Cave was massive and was just like an underground world. It was boundless and dark. Unlike the outside world, even if it was daytime, this place would be shrouded in dense darkness law. Any human that entered this place would have a decline in strength. Li Fuchen wasn't an exception. Li Fuchen extended his spiritual awareness and could see everything within a radius of 500 miles. 1 hour later, Li Fuchen discovered a demonic heart fruit. The demonic heart fruit was a kind of vine fruit. There would normally be 3 fruits on the vine and each fruit was fiery red like a glowing ruby. However, beside the demon heart fruit, there was a demon emperor guarding it. It was a darkness emperor python. The darkness ruler python's body contained a powerful darkness bloodline. In the Thousands Demonic Cave or during the night, its strength would increase by several folds. Furthermore, its spiritual awareness would be several times stronger than other demonic beast rulers. Li Fuchen might have executed the invisibility incantation, but it wasn't enough to hide from the darkness ruler python. Of course, if he really wanted to hide his whereabouts, Li Fuchen could still do so, but he felt that it wasn't necessary. After all, this was just a darkness emperor python, not a demon saint. Even if it was a demonic beast overlord, it would depend on the class of the demonic beast overlord. Li Fuchen wasn't afraid of regular low-tier demonic beast overlord. After reaching the Hand of Moon, he just happened to lack a suitable opponent. Hiss hiss hiss, the thick body of the darkness sovereign python coiled up. On its body, the pitch-black scales were as big as a washbasin. The dense darkness demonic chi was like black flames, and also like countless tentacles, extending in all directions. Human, how dare you step into the Thousand Demons Cave? Who gave you the guts? The darkness emperor python was a little excited, but it also felt a little strange. This was the Thousand Demons Cave. It was impossible for humans to not know about it. If they knew and still dared to come, they were simply courting death. The Thousand Demons Cave has demonic heart fruits, so I am here. Don't block the way, otherwise I don't mind killing you. Li Fuchen removed the invisibility incantation and used his hand to draw the 3 demonic heart fruits into his hand. The Darkness Emperor Python was startled and was immediately enraged. Courting death, no human has ever dared to speak to me like this. The Darkness Demonic Chi extended rapidly. As a Darkness Demonic beast, its Darkness Demonic Chi had an intense devouring effect. Any human that was engulfed by the Darkness Demonic Chi would immediately be melted and turned into nutrients for the Darkness Emperor Python. But this time, it encountered a tough opponent. Before its Darkness Demonic Chi extended over, Li Fuchen's Star's Law had already enveloped the Darkness Emperor Python. Subsequently, the Darkness Emperor Python was crushed into a pile of blood, and there wasn't a single intact corpse. The commotion here had attracted plenty of demonic beast rulers' attention. When they noticed that a human had sneaked into the Thousand Demons Cave, they were all enraged. They were usually the ones going out to wipe out the humans. When did a human sneak into their lair? Demonic chi rushed into the sky as dozens of demonic beast rulers rushed over from all directions. There were plenty of demonic beast great rulers among them. Li Fuchen shook his head and released the Star's Law to crush all the demonic beast rulers into a pile of blood. I still lack 7 demonic heart fruit. Li Fuchen continued to venture deeper into the Thousand Demons Cave. In less than half a day, Li Fuchen had already killed more than 1,000 demonic beast rulers. It was a massive number as there were only a few 100,000 demonic beast rulers in the entire Thousand Demons Cave. 12 demonic heart fruits is enough. After keeping the 3 demonic heart fruits, Li Fuchen returned to where he came from. Human, after killing so many of our great rulers, are you going to leave just like that? There was a thunderous voice that echoed. In the depths of the Thousand Demons cave, a bundle of darkness enveloped over. The horrific pressure was enough to make one panic. So what if I leave just like that? Li Fuchen turned around and faced the darkness that was extending over. The Thousands demonic cave had two demonic beast overlords, the Dark Scale Overlord and the Bone Fire Overlord. Both of them were low-tier overlords. If Li Fuchen didn't guess it wrongly, this demonic beast overlord should be the Dark Scale Overlord. Soon enough, a massive being covered in dark red scales walked out from the darkness. The Dark Scale Overlord's body contained the Darkness Chilin's bloodline. The Darkness Chilin was a high-tier overlord beast and one of the overlords of the universe. It might not be a overlord beast, but the Dark Scale Overlord that had the Darkness Chilin's bloodline was much stronger than regular low-tier overlords. Such guts! The Dark Scale Overlord's eyes flickered with ominous light. He couldn't understand where Li Fuchen got his confidence from. Die! After a slight hesitation, the Dark Scale Overlord immediately executed a thunderous attack. He opened his mouth and shot a black flame at Li Fuchen. Just in time, Li Fuchen raised his fist and blasted a fist. Boom! The void distorted and the massive fist was like a dazzling comet that clashed in the pitch-black universe. Everywhere it went, everything was destroyed. Even the Thousand Demons cave's darkness law had to retreat. The Dark Scale Overlord was astonished as the black flame was scattered. The fist was like a hot knife through butter as it blasted on his chest. Crackle! There was a sound of bones shattering. The Dark Scale Overlord's chest caved in and his massive body was sent flying. He only stopped after crashing into dozens of demonic beast rulers. Impossible! The Dark Scale Overlord vomited a mouthful of demonic beast blood and felt that his view of the world had been overturned. A single fist was enough to send him flying. Could Li Fuchen be a saint that concealed his cultivation? Yes, it must be a saint. If he wasn't a saint, it was impossible for a single fist to send him flying. Flee! Without any hesitation, the Dark Scale Overlord turned and fled. The Thousand Demons cave was massive and had a complicated terrain. In the past, saints had chased after them, but they had all escaped. Otherwise, the Dark Scale Overlord and the Bone Fire Overlord wouldn't treat this place as their nest. He fled. Li Fuchen didn't give chase. This was the Dark Scale Overlord's nest and Li Fuchen wasn't confident that he could kill the Dark Scale Overlord. It was better not to waste time. After this battle, Li Fuchen had a rough understanding of his strength. The Dark Scale Overlord was obviously 2 times stronger than the Brute Force Overlord, but he was still sent flying by a single fist. If Li Fuchen was facing the Brute Force Overlord, he would definitely be able to severely injure the Brute Force Overlord in a single fist. Chapter 761. After handing over 10 demonic heart fruits, Li Fuchen's guild points finally reached 32,000. Next, he just needed to pass the Grade 5 Swordsman test to be promoted to a Grade 5 Swordsman. The so-called Swordsman test was to fight with a swordsman puppet. As long as one won, one would pass the test. Without any suspense, Li Fuchen sent the Grade 5 Swordsman puppet flying in a single sword, shocking the examiner. To be able to send the Grade 5 Swordsman puppet flying in a single sword, it meant that Li Fuchen already had the strength of a top-notch Grade 5 swordsman. Of course, the examiner didn't know Li Fuchen's true strength. If he knew, he wouldn't be surprised to see Li Fuchen send the Grade 5 Swordsman puppet flying in a single sword. If Li Fuchen was willing, a single gaze was enough to shatter the Grade 5 Swordsman puppet. There wasn't even a need to draw his sword. The insignia of a Grade 5 swordsman was 2 crossed silver swords and looked rather domineering. After progressing to a Grade 5 swordsman, Li Fuchen could take on even more mid-grade missions. Some of the mid-grade missions had requirements for the swordsman's grade. Only Grade 6 swordsmen could take on all the mid-grade missions. In fact, grade 6 swordsmen could even take on some simple high-grade missions. This mission isn't bad. Inside the mission hall, Li Fuchen saw a newly issued guild mission. The mission required a grade 5 swordsman to explore a newly discovered savage hidden domain. The deeper the exploration, the higher the reward, and there wasn't a limit. The so-called savage hidden domain didn't just refer to a single hidden domain. All the hidden domains from the Savage era could be called Savage hidden domains. The Savage arcane plane retained the style of the Savage era and the laws of heaven and earth. There were countless treasures inside. At the same time, there were also savage demon beasts. It was extremely difficult to explore. Some of the larger Savage arcane planes even had savage demon sages. Although these savage demon sages were extremely powerful, they were unable to leave the Savage arcane plane. Once they left the Savage arcane plane, they would immediately turn to dust. After accepting the mission, Li Fuchen didn't stop and arrived at the Broken Tooth Valley that was over 40 million miles away from the Golden Sand City. In the past, the Broken Tooth Valley was a place with few people. However, ever since the Savage Mystic Realm was discovered in the Broken Tooth Valley, this place became lively. Nearby, restaurants, inns, and tea-houses rose from the ground. It looked like a small town. Take a look, take a look. This is an ancient weapon from the Savage Mystic Realm. It only costs 5,000 upper spiritual stones. Don't miss this opportunity. Selling savage gems, ruby, emerald, sapphire, all kinds of gems. Outside Broken Tooth Valley, there were hundreds of people setting up stalls. Some people were indifferent to these stall owners, but there were also people who deliberately went up to them. In the cultivation of martial arts, apart from talent and potential, opportunities were the most important. There were indeed a lot of fake things here, but it did not eliminate the possibility that there would be real ones. Anyway, there was no harm in looking at it one more time. After arriving at the Broken Tooth Valley, Li Fuchen saw a giant opening. Through the opening, he could see a bit of the scenery inside the Savage hidden domain. It was also a landscape, but the landscape in the Savage Mystic Realm gave off a primitive feeling. The world is vast, and there are so many mysteries in the universe. It's enough to make one crazy. Li Fuchen stepped into the gap. Once Li Fuchen entered the Savage hidden domain, he immediately felt an extremely heavy pressure on his body. This feeling was the same as when he first arrived at the Saint Spirit continent. This was the pressure of the heaven and earth law. Not even a saint could defy it. After looking around, Li Fuchen realized that the mountains in the Savage hidden domain were rough and deep. The water was dark and dangerous. The sky was very bright, but it gave off an indescribable pressure. Li Fuchen closed his eyes and carefully sensed the heaven and earth law of the Savage hidden domain. Firstly, it was the sword Tao of heaven and earth. After a long time, Li Fuchen opened his eyes. This Savage hidden domain's heaven and earth law was obviously incomplete, but it was very clear. It was even clearer than the Saint Spirit continent, as though a layer of outer layer had been peeled off. The sword Tao here was rough and simple. It wasn't as complicated and varied as the outside world. It was profound and profound, but it was the source of the sword Tao. Due to the incomplete heaven and earth law, the sword Tao was broken by several layers. If one wanted to cultivate in this place, it might not be faster than the outside world. The power law in this place was much more profound than the outside world. If it wasn't incomplete, this place would definitely be the cultivation sanctuary for body refinement martial artists. This is rather strange. Could the heaven and earth law have evolved as time elapsed? No one knew how long the deep blue plane had existed for, but it was definitely more than a few 100 million years. No one knew if the deep blue plane from a few 100 million or even a few billion years ago was any different from the current deep blue plane. After all, even the immortal Heaven Lord and the Curse Heaven Lord had only appeared recently. They were at most 1,000,000 years or a few million years old. As compared to the deep blue plane, They weren't even considered infant. Roar. There was a sonorous dragon roar. In the sky, a few winged dragons noticed Li Fuchen and dove over. Li Fuchen raised his hand and swung, turning the winged dragons into blood mist. The winged dragons were the most commonly seen savage demonic beasts in the savage hidden domain. Their strength was much stronger than the same tier demonic beasts in the outside world. But to Li Fuchen, savage demonic beasts and demonic beasts in the outside world were just a simple move of his hand. There wasn't any difference. Picking up a crystal ball, Li Fuchen started to record the surrounding terrain and environment. This crystal ball was called the Heaven Crystal Ball, and it contained a trace of spatial power. It was able to record the surrounding terrain and environment and integrate them together. It wasn't just a simple recording. According to the mission, as long as Li Fuchen recorded the terrain and environment within a radius of 300,000 miles, he would be rewarded with 1,000 contribution points. If Li Fuchen recorded the terrain and environment within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, he would be rewarded with 10,000 contribution points. The bigger the terrain and environment, the better the reward. If this savage hidden domain was big enough, Li Fuchen could rely on this mission to advance to a grade 6 swordsman. The savage hidden domain's gravity was extremely strong, and Li Fuchen's traveling speed was several times slower than the Saint Spirit continent. Along the way, he saw plenty of savage demonic beasts like the Earth Dragon, Titan Python, and Deinosuchus. These savage demonic beasts actually existed in the outside world too. But after so many years of evolution, there was a huge difference between the two. Even their appearances were different. Apart from the savage demonic beasts, Li Fuchen saw most of the humans. There were too many people exploring the savage hidden domain. It was fortunate that everyone restrained themselves and didn't kill each other. Roar. In a mountain range, there was a thunderous roar, and there would be millstone-sized rocks flying everywhere. That is the savage demonic beast, the 8-armed demon ape. Most of the great emperors wouldn't be a match for it. It is a tyrant among the class 8 demonic beasts. It is a pity that he encountered the saber ghost Miao Xianyu. On some of the mountains there were plenty of people standing and discussing. In the center of the mountain range, there was a giant ape with 8 arms fighting with a saber wielder. The 8-armed demon ape's close combat ability was extremely formidable. When the 8 arms worked together, it was like a violent storm that was airtight. If it was any other great emperor, that great emperor would have been smashed to death. Unfortunately, his opponent was the 64th ranked saber ghost Miao Xianyu. Miao Xianyu was known as the saber ghost, and his saber art was unfathomable. After a few moves, he figured out the 8-armed demon ape's attack pattern. With a turn of his saber, one of the 8-armed demon ape's arms was severed. After losing an arm, the 8-armed demon ape's body turned sluggish. In the next moment, the other 7 arms were severed. Finally, the head was severed and there was a rain of blood. Such a terrifying saber wielder. No wonder he is the saber ghost. Everyone felt a chill. Miao Xianyu's saber art was simply despairing, and they couldn't muster up any will to resist. The saber art might look fleeting, but it is actually extremely meticulous. Li Fuchen raised his brows and felt that the saber ghost, Miao Xianyu, was much stronger than Wu Qingjue. If the two were to fight, Wu Qingjue would probably be defeated within 10 moves. After killing the 8-armed demon ape, Miao Xianyu looked around. When he saw Li Fuchen, he couldn't help but pause. This person is the person that Miao Hailong mentioned? Miao Xianyu had seen Li Fuchen's image before, therefore, he was able to recognize Li Fuchen immediately. Raising his saber high, Miao Xianyu suddenly cleaved at the mountain that Li Fuchen was at. Crackle! The saber chi drew across the mountain and left behind a deep saber mark. What is the meaning of this? Li Fuchen said indifferently. Miao Xianyu licked his lips and said, "You are rather courageous. It is a pity that you are going to die after encountering me. According to Miao Hailong, Li Fuchen's strength was around the top 500 of the great emperor rankings. Even if Li Fuchen concealed his strength, he would at most advance 1 or 200 rank. It was impossible for him to be that strong. You want to kill me? Why? Li Fuchen asked. There is no why. It is purely because you are an eyesore. Therefore die. Miao Xinyu flashed and charged at Li Fuchen. This person is truly unlucky. How did he offend the saber ghost? Didn't you hear what the saber ghost said? He is purely an eyesore to this person. It is great to be strong. He can kill anyone he doesn't like. I can only say that this person didn't check the almanac before going out. Everyone sighed and couldn't bear to see Li Fuchen getting killed. Of course, there were even more people who were just watching the show. That is a good reason, but do you think you can kill me? Li Fuchen shook his head and flashed as he also charged at the saber ghost. In the void, the duo instantly crossed each other. PFFF. The saber ghost, Miao Xinyu's glabella, spurted out a stream of blood. After taking a closer look, Miao Xinyu's glabella had already been penetrated. How can you be so strong? Miao Xinyu's eyes were filled with shock and regret. Li Fuchen's strength wasn't just in the top few hundred of the great emperor rankings. He was definitely in the top few dozen or even higher. Not even the saber demon, Miao Qingxin, was a match for him. If he could go back in time, Miao Xinyu would never provoke Li Fuchen. It was a pity that there was no medicine for regret in this world. I am unwilling. Miao Xinyu yelled out and fell down. SS. Everyone took a deep cold breath and felt a cold air rushing from the bottom of their feet to the top of their head. Their entire bodies were ice cold. They felt that they couldn't see through this world. Earlier on, the saber ghost, Miao Xinyu, acted as though he controlled Li Fuchen's life and death. Who would have expected that as compared to Miao Xinyu, Li Fuchen was the truly ruthless person? Most importantly, they didn't see how Li Fuchen killed Miao Xinyu. This world is getting more and more dangerous. There are many ruthless people. Chapter 762. Killing Saber Ghost Miao Xinyu was just a small interlude for Li Fuchen. Up until now, no matter if it was his body refinement strength or sword Dao strength, he only needed a single move to kill Miao Xinyu. It didn't matter how unpredictable the opponent's saber art was or how meticulous it was. In the face of absolute strength, it was just like a piece of tofu that would be shattered in a single strike. What's more, Li Fuchen's sword art was much more unpredictable than his opponent's. If he used his finishing move, even 10 Miao Xinyu wouldn't be able to withstand a single slash from him. Put away the other's knife and storage pouch, Li Fuchen turned and left. There was an image of a piece of land in the heaven crystal ball. The edges of the image were black, which meant that it had not been explored yet. There was also some black in the image, which meant that it had not been fully explored. Following the direction, Li Fuchen flew towards the black region between the images of the land. When the black area gradually disappeared, Li Fuchen then explored the periphery. Using the heaven crystal ball to explore an unknown secret realm was very difficult. One had to explore every single area. However, this was also related to the heaven crystal ball's level. The higher the level of the heaven crystal ball, the more terrain and environment it could record at once, and it could save them a lot of time. The heaven crystal ball in Li Fuchen's hand was only a mid-grade heaven crystal ball. As for high-grade heaven crystal balls, they didn't exist in the outside world and were only in the hands of those major factions. Within a radius of 300,000 li. In a perimeter of 1 million kilometers. I hope this savage mystic realm is bigger. Li Fuchen's eyes had a trace of expectation. The bigger the savage mystic realm, the more contribution points he would get. He did not intend to spend too much time on guild quests. The Zhu family is conducting some business here. Outsiders, please leave immediately. Otherwise, you will be going against the Zhu family. In front of them, a group of people dressed in fiery red robes blocked the way. Many people were stopped there. It's the Zhu family, let's go. The Zhu family is known as a demigod family. We cannot afford to offend them. Upon hearing that the other party was from the Zhu clan, the crowd hurriedly left. Zhu family! From afar, Li Fuchen frowned. He didn't know why, but when he heard about the Zhu clan, he recalled the East Unicorn continent's Zhu clan and Zhu Hongxiu. Back then, the Zhu clan had vanished for no reason and Li Fuchen had always felt strange. His intuition told him that this matter was not simple. Friend, this Zhu clan is a saint clan? Li Fuchen stopped one of them and asked. He only knew that the Saint Spirit continent had over 30 Saint Monarch factions, but he didn't ask around in detail. You don't even know about the Zhu clan? This Zhu clan isn't an ordinary saint clan. It is the #1 clan of the Saint Spirit continent and is known as the Demigod clan. Their demigod ancestor might have vanished for millions of years, but his prestige still remains. Apart from that, the Zhu clan has the most saints among all the saint clans. There are 7 of them. Demigod? This was the first time Li Fuchen heard of this term. Li Fuchen then asked, May I ask if everyone in the Zhu clan has the blazing flame bone frame? The bone frames of the East Unicorn continent's Zhu clan were basically all blazing flame bone frames. To be exact, it is the fire god bone frame. The Zhu clan has a fire god pool. As long as a member of the Zhu clan soaks in the fire god pool, their bone frame will have a significant increase. The increase is mainly dependent on the purity of the bloodline. This is also why the Zhu clan is still able to flourish for millions of years without their demigod ancestor. That's right, I will give you a piece of advice: don't provoke the Zhu clan. Finishing his statement, the saber wielder left in a hurry. Hey, do you not understand human language? Get lost. Seeing that Li Fuchen was still standing in place, one of the Zhu clan great emperors berated. Li Fuchen glared at the opposition, and the horrific willpower made the opposition feel as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. Swish. Li Fuchen left. Right now, he still didn't know if Zhu Hongxiu was a member of the Zhu clan, therefore, it wasn't a good time to form a feud with the Zhu clan. Otherwise, it didn't matter if they were from a demigod clan. The Zhu clan had sealed off a huge region, and it was over a few 100,000 miles. It was unknown what treasures were in this region that were worth the Zhu clan mobilizing so many people. Li Fuchen continued to explore other regions. Others were here to search for treasures, but Li Fuchen was here to record the terrain and environment. Of course, due to Li Fuchen's overwhelming spiritual awareness, he had obtained plenty of treasures along the way. There were all sorts of heaven-class herbs from the Savage era, heaven-class metallic ores with different structures, and all sorts of gems and crystals. These items filled up an entire storage bag and were worth hundreds of millions of spirit stones. Pioneering is much more profitable than plundering. Li Fuchen had finally witnessed what it meant to pioneer. Due to the fact that this savage hidden domain was only recently discovered, no one had touched the treasures inside. Those who entered first might encounter the most dangers, but they would also have the most opportunities. They would be able to earn a huge amount of wealth with ease. Li Fuchen was even more horrific. His spiritual awareness was at the saint's level and could penetrate deep into the ground. Everywhere he went, he would be able to scrape the ground. His speed of earning wealth was at least 100 times faster than others. Buzz. On the right side there was a shocking energy wave. This energy wave wasn't caused by a battle, it was caused by a massive amount of energy. Spirit stone or vein. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up as he flashed and flew over. Soon enough, Li Fuchen arrived at the source of the energy wave. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness could sense that there was a glowing dragon underground. It is a high-grade spirit stone or vein. Li Fuchen revealed a delighted expression. A high-grade spirit stone or vein would definitely contain peak-grade spirit stones, and the peak-grade spirit stones would normally be at the dragon's head. There were plenty of people here and everyone was frenziedly excavating high-grade spirit stones. Each excavation would be dozens or even 100 high-grade spirit stones. The number might be lesser, but it was better to last for a long time. There were only a few people who were indifferent and seemed to be searching for something. Li Fuchen knew that they were searching for peak-grade spirit stones. No one lacked high-grade spirit stones, but peak-grade spirit stones were things that even saints required. With a saint's spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen discovered a peak-grade spirit stone first and was planning to excavate the ground to collect it. Get lost! A gray-haired elder rushed over and waved his hand to blast a mist dragon at Li Fuchen. The mist dragon was flashing with thunderbolts and contained the might of the apocalypse. How could Li Fuchen not see that the gray-haired elder was a half-saint? A half-saint's strength would at least be ranked in the top few dozen on the Great Emperor rankings. You are the one to get lost. Li Fuchen didn't even turn around and shook his hand to blast the mist dragon. The gray-haired elder was sent flying and vomited fresh blood. What? Not even a half-saint is a match for him? The few individuals that were eyeing Li Fuchen stopped breathing and immediately stopped. They didn't dare to act recklessly. After repelling the gray-haired elder, Li Fuchen cleaved with his left hand. The ground split open and a peak-grade spirit stone was revealed. Li Fuchen reached out and pulled the peak-grade spirit stone into his hand. It is a peak-grade spirit stone. Everyone worked together. The appearance of the peak-grade spirit stone had given them courage. If there wasn't a peak-grade spirit stone, they wouldn't have a conflict with Li Fuchen as it wasn't worth it. But since they discovered the peak-grade spirit stone, how could they allow Li Fuchen to monopolize it? World Dominator. Battle Dragon Leg. 9 Firmament Sword Art. A horrific fist force, a leg force that was like a roaming dragon, and a heaven thunder sword chi were all blasting at Li Fuchen. If it was the gray-haired elder, he wouldn't be able to withstand the joint attack and would definitely suffer severe injuries or even perish. Those that were excavating the high-grade spirit stones had also noticed the battle. They didn't recognize the gray-haired elder, but they recognized 3 of the individuals. The one executing the fist art was the Great Emperor rankings, who was ranked 93rd on the Great Emperor rankings. The one executing the leg art was the Battle Dragon Great Emperor, who was ranked 79th on the Great Emperor rankings. The one executing the sword art was the 9 Firmament Sword Sovereign, who was ranked 61st on the Great Emperor rankings. Any one of them was enough to intimidate the world, let alone when all of them were gathered together. Get lost. Li Fuchen sneered and blasted a fist that filled up the entire place. As compared to this fist, the Great Emperor's fist force, the Battle Dragon Great Emperor's leg force, and the 9 Firmament Sword Sovereign's sword chi were like ants encountering an elephant. They were instantly crushed. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. There was a violent spurt of fresh blood. Just like the gray-haired elder, they were all sent flying. Who is this person? Seeing this scene, everyone's jaws were wide open and they were flabbergasted. To be able to defeat these individuals in a single fist, he would at least be ranked top 20 on the Great Emperor rankings. Li Fuchen didn't plan to kill these individuals. With his current strength, he might be able to contest with low-level saints, but there wasn't a need to make enemies everywhere and invite trouble for himself. With his astounding spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen was able to find peak-grade spirit stones with ease. In just a short moment, he found 5 peak-grade spirit stones and everyone was envious. After keeping the peak-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen started to excavate the high-grade spirit stones. A high-grade spirit stone or vein contained hundreds of millions of high-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen might have more than 2 billion or even 3 billion in wealth, but who would complain about having more high-grade spirit stones? It was naturally better to have more. 10 million. 100 million, 200 million, 300 million. Li Fuchen excavated the high-grade spirit stones more than 100 times faster than others. With a single dig, he would be able to excavate a piece of land that was the size of a small hill. After a slight tremble, The excess soil would fall off, and what was left were the glistening high-grade spirit stones. There were too many people excavating the high-grade spirit stones. Half a day later, the entire high-grade spirit stone or vein had been excavated cleanly. Even though there were some high-grade spirit stones, they were hidden deep underground and Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to excavate them. It is about time. After letting out a breath, Li Fuchen left with satisfaction. Days passed by and Li Fuchen finally arrived at the border of the savage hidden domain. The border might seem spacious and boundless, but it was already the end. It was obstructed by a formless spatial barrier, and if one wasn't careful, it would be easy to crash into it. Li Fuchen changed directions and continued to explore other places. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen arrived at the vicinity of the Zhu clan's sealed region. Li Fuchen could vaguely feel a terrifying qi presence awakening. It is a demonic beast overlord. Li Fuchen raised his brows. Chapter 763. The center of the Zhu clan's sealed region was a giant basin. Right now, the basin was collapsing and a pair of sharp claws that could tear the sky was slamming on the ground at the edge of the basin. Roar! There was a horrifying roar that shook the heaven and earth as a giant figure leaped out. It was a terrifying creature that looked like a lizard and had two heads. One of the heads was a lizard head and the other was a dragon head. Two-headed Tyrannosaurus. One of the Zhu clansmen recognized the terrifying creature. The two-headed Tyrannosaurus might not be a overlord beast, but it had the bloodline of the high-tier overlord beast, the three-headed golden dragon. Furthermore, it was born in the Savage Era, therefore, its strength was much stronger than the Dark-Scale Overlord who had the Darkness Qilance bloodline. It was obvious from the Qi presence. Form the Fire God Battle Formation. The Zhu clan had sent over 1,000 members this time. There were over 700 mid-level emperors and over 300 high-level emperors. 980 of them gathered together and burst out with a terrifying flaming battle formation. Within the flames, there was a flaming demon god with two horns on its head. Its body was actually bigger than the two-headed Tyrannosaurus. Its skin was dark red and raging flames were burning on its body. 1,000 men battle formation. 1,000 miles away, Li Fuchen sensed the situation here and his eyes contracted. A battle formation of 100 to 200 men was already shocking enough. A 1,000 men battle formation would definitely increase the combat strength by 1 level. It also meant that this battle formation was enough to allow a Law Phase Realm Emperor to fight with a savage overlord. A half-god clan was indeed a half-god clan as they actually had a 1,000 men battle formation. This wasn't a Class 6 or Class 7 battle formation, it was a Class 8 battle formation. Previously, Li Fuchen didn't think much of the Zhu clan and felt that apart from saints, the Zhu clan didn't have any other methods to deal with him. But now, Li Fuchen didn't think so. The Zhu clan even had a Class 8 1,000 men battle formation. Who knew if they had other more incredible methods? Die! The two-headed Tyrannosaurus sensed the threat from the flaming demon god. It exerted strength in its limbs and pounced over. The two heads were attacking from the left and right. Get lost! The flaming demon god might just be a formation image, but it seemed to have spirit consciousness. It roared and smashed its fists on the two heads of the two-headed Tyrannosaurus like comets. Rumble! Layers upon layers of qi waves erupted, and everything within a radius of several dozen li was turned upside down. The sun and moon lost their light. He's indeed much stronger than Demon's Sage Dark Scale. Li Fuchen thought to himself. Among the low-tier overlords, the brute force overlord was undoubtedly the weakest, followed by the dark scale overlord, and the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus was stronger than both of them. If it was a low-tier saint beast, it would have the combat power of a low-tier saint. For example, if the Thunder Beast grew up, it would be able to fight against a low-tier saint and might even be able to suppress some low-tier saints. The Thunder Beast was just a low-tier saint beast. When a mid-tier saint beast was at the low-tier demonic beast overlord level, it was enough to crush most of the low-tier saints. When a high-tier saint beast was at the low-tier demonic beast overlord level, let alone a low-tier saint, it could even fight with a mid-tier saint. Of course, among the humans, there were also absolute prodigies that could transcend realms to fight. For example, people like the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign. After becoming low-stage saints, if they were given a certain amount of time, they would become the strongest group of low-stage saints. In short, no matter if it was a demonic beast or a human, there was still a huge gap in strength between them. Boom boom boom! The twin-headed Tyrannosaurus and the flaming demon god were in a frenzied battle. The twin-headed Tyrannosaurus had two heads. The lizard head was able to spray magma, and the magma contained Earth Dao Law and Fire Dao Law. Wherever the magma reached, it would turn into raging lava. The dragon head was able to spray golden flames that were even more terrifying than the raging lava. Anything that came into contact with the sparks would immediately be incinerated into ashes. Even the blazing flames on the flaming demon god's body couldn't withstand the golden flames, and its dark red skin would occasionally have large holes burned. However, the flaming demon god wasn't a pushover either. When its giant fist smashed on the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus, it caused the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus to be dizzy and splattered with fresh blood. Li Fuchen didn't leave and had been observing the battle. He was imagining how he should fight if he was the flaming demon god or the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus. The final conclusion was that the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus and the flaming demon god wouldn't be able to deal with him. In fact, he was able to suppress the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus and the flaming demon god. Firstly, after cultivating to the Hand of Moon, his body refinement strength was stronger than the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus and the flaming demon god. Secondly, after cultivating to the Hand of Moon, his star immortal body had reached a higher level. Only the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus golden flames would be able to deal some damage to him. As for the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus magma and the flaming demon god's fists, they wouldn't be able to injure him at all. The Zhu clan should have a backup plan, right? Li Fuchen guessed. This battle lasted for 2 hours and there was still no victor. The Zhu clan finally revealed their trump card. The flaming demon god's hands had an additional shield and a blazing greatsword. Li Fuchen could see that be it the shield or the blazing greatsword, they were both Heaven-class high-tier equipment. Generally speaking, Heaven-class high-tier equipment would only be able to exhibit the greatest power in the hands of a saint. The flaming demon god was actually considered a weaker low-level saint, and it was enough to exhibit most of the power of a Heaven-class high-tier equipment. 2 Heaven-class high-tier equipment, huh? Li Fuchen lamented. Only a saint clan like the Zhu clan could casually take out 2 Heaven-class high-tier equipment. They probably didn't take them out earlier because they wanted to test the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus' strength. With the Heaven-class high-tier equipment, the flaming demon god's strength had increased greatly and it was able to suppress the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus. Once the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus spewed magma and golden flames, the flaming demon god would use the shield to block. After the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus was done spewing magma, the flaming greatsword would flash and the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus body would have a large wound. Incredible! Li Fuchen nodded silently. He might also have the Heaven-class high-tier artifact sword, the Joint Heaven Sword, but he wasn't able to fully utilize the Joint Heaven Sword's power. His cultivation was only at the 7th level of Law Phase Realm. Even if his primary extreme sword energy was very powerful, it wasn't at the saint's level. Of course, because his sword Dao rank was very high, even if he wasn't able to utilize the Joint Heaven Sword's full power, his strength was already at the low-tier demonic beast overlord. The twin-headed Tyrannosaurus roared repeatedly and suppressed the flaming demon god. However, it was only a temporary burst and wasn't able to last for long. Bang! The flaming demon god moved swiftly and arrived at the side of the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus like a spark. It smashed its shield ruthlessly and caused the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus lizard head to be dizzy. PFFF. There was a flash of flaming arc and the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus lizard head fell off. After losing one of its lizard heads, the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus was probably afraid and wanted to escape back into the abyss basin. Where do you think you are going? The flaming demon god leaped high and cleaved with the flaming greatsword to sever the other head of the twin-headed Tyrannosaurus. As such, a savage overlord had been slain by the flaming demon god. The Zhu clan is indeed formidable. Li Fuchen turned and left. Inside the flaming demon god's skull, a few people noticed Li Fuchen. Immediately after, the flaming demon god cleaved at Li Fuchen. Crackle. Chapter 764. After 1 month, Li Fuchen had just finished exploring the savage hidden domain. He had explored a radius of 5 million miles. Swordsman Guild Branch. After obtaining 250,000 guild points, Li Fuchen was ready to take the Grade 6 swordsman test. Once he passed the Grade 6 swordsman test, he would be a Grade 6 swordsman in the Swordsman Guild. Just like the Grade 5 swordsman test, Li Fuchen used a single sword to send the Grade 6 swordsman puppet flying. The Golden Sand City's Swordsman Guild branch had records that Li Fuchen was a Grade 6 swordsman and was suspected to have the strength of a Grade 7 swordsman. In order to send the Grade 6 swordsman puppet flying, Li Fuchen's strength must be at the pinnacle of a Grade 6 swordsman. It wasn't wrong to say that Li Fuchen was suspected to be a Grade 7 swordsman. For the next few days, Li Fuchen started to use peak-grade spirit stones to increase his cultivation. 5 peak-grade spirit stones were priceless to any Law Phase Realm Emperor. It could be said that as long as the Dantian could withstand it and the mental state could keep up, a first-level Emperor would be able to reach the high level of Law Phase Realm in a short period of time. It would save up to 100 years or even a few centuries of hard work. Why were those prodigies from major factions able to increase their cultivation so quickly? Firstly, it was because of their incredible perception. Secondly, they had abundant resources. Especially those factions that had saints in the past, their treasure vaults would definitely have plenty of peak-grade spirit stones. 8th level of Law Phase Realm. 9th level of Law Phase Realm. After consuming 5 peak-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen's cultivation had successfully stepped into the 9th level of Law Phase Realm. As for his Dantian limit, it was already at the 9th level of Law Phase Realm. After increasing his cultivation by 2 levels, Li Fuchen's sword Dao strength had increased by several times. After all, he was cultivating the primary extreme sword technique, and it was close to extremity. Furthermore, with a stronger primary extreme sword energy, Li Fuchen would be able to utilize more of the Joint Heaven Sword's power. It is time to return to the Autumn Leaf City and move. Be it the Golden Sand City or the Autumn Leaf City, the Swordsman Guild branch was only a Class 3 branch. Li Fuchen wanted to go to a city with a Class 2 or a Class 1 branch. After all, he would only be able to progress to a Grade 7 swordsman there. The reason why Li Fuchen was so persistent in increasing his swordsman rank wasn't for himself, it was for the people around him. The higher his rank in the Swordsman Guild, the higher his status would be, and the safer the people around him would be. In just a few days, Li Fuchen returned to the Autumn Leaf City. On the second morning, a peak-grade silver airship soared into the sky and headed towards the depths of the Saint Spirit continent. On the silver airship, Wu Shi said with longing, "I have never been to a high-class city. I heard that it is the most flourishing place in the Saint Spirit continent." The cities of the Saint Spirit continent were divided into low-class cities, mid-class cities, and high-class cities. Cities like Azure River City and Half Mountain City were low-level cities, while Autumn Leaf City and Golden Sand City were mid-level cities. However, the most flourishing place in the Divine Continent was definitely not a high-class city, but a main city. In the entire Saint Spirit continent there were only 9 main cities. It could be said that the main city was the place where one's status was determined. If one wasn't a Saint faction, one wouldn't have the right to speak there. The Saint Spirit continent was too huge. The closest high-class city to the Autumn Leaf City was 500 million miles away. A peak-grade silver airship would take more than half a year to arrive. Let alone law-phase realm emperors, even saints would normally only be active in a certain region of the Saint Spirit continent. To them, the Saint Spirit continent was similarly massive. If they simply relied on flying to travel, even low-level saints would need many days to reach a distant place. Li Fuchen's speed was around 10 times faster than the peak-grade silver airship. If he traveled at full speed, he would be able to arrive in less than a month. However, he wasn't alone and he wasn't in a hurry either. After arriving on the Saint Spirit continent, he was already used to the rapid flow of time. Saints should be able to execute shifting techniques now, right? Inside the silver airship, Li Fuchen said to himself while looking at the scenery that flashed past the transparent cabin wall. Executing shifting techniques required the support of powerful qi. If his primary extreme sword energy was as powerful as the Hand of Moon's qi power, he would be able to barely execute the sword shift. But at the current stage, the sword energy was still inferior to the qi power and wasn't enough to execute the sword shift. When the night descended, the roars of demonic beasts and demons were echoing. The peak-grade silver airship flew at a high altitude and wouldn't be obstructed by demonic beasts and demons. Even if demonic beast great rulers or demon rulers came to obstruct, they would be turned into blood mist by Li Fuchen's casual sword intent. But sometimes the true enemy wasn't from different races, but from the same race. The barbaric peak great emperor didn't know if it was his misperception, but he felt that the night was getting denser. It felt as though he had entered a pool of boundless ink. Even the silver airship's speed seemed to be much slower. Something isn't right. The barbaric peak great emperor frowned. Something isn't right, this is a field. Li Fuchen rarely walked out of the cultivation room and arrived at the bow of the airship. Field. The barbaric peak great emperor was shocked. Whose field was so powerful? Could it be a saint? When the barbaric peak great emperor regained his senses, Li Fuchen had already flown out of the silver airship. With his spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen could sense a figure appearing in front of him. It was a mysterious person wearing a black robe and a black mask. Who are you? Li Fuchen's voice passed through the field and was transmitted into the other party's ears. The Gao clan has underestimated you. If you are able to discover me in advance, it means that your strength is already at the top of the great emperor rankings. The black-robed masked man's voice was illusory and had a chilling intent. Are you sent by the Long Rainbow Merchant Guild and the Gao clan? Li Fuchen asked. The Long Rainbow Merchant Guild was backed by the Gao clan and the Gao clan was backed by a saint. Robbing 1.5 billion high-grade spirit stones from the Long Rainbow Merchant Guild was enough to make the Long Rainbow Merchant Guild feel heartache. It was normal for them to send a top-notch great emperor over. Send me? The Gao clan isn't worthy, but my arrival is indeed related to the Gao clan. The black-robed masked man didn't conceal anything. You are acting so mysterious, you should be a member of a dark organization, right? Li Fuchen recalled about the Emperor Sky Continent's clan of darkness. It just so happened that the Saint Spirit Continent also had the clan of darkness. If he didn't guess it wrongly, the Dark Knight Great Emperor should be from the Saint Spirit Continent's clan of darkness. Remember, the person who killed you is the Night Emperor. You don't need to know anything else. The Night Emperor made a move. In the dense night, a black dragon that looked like it was formed by the night was diving at Li Fuchen. As compared to this invisible black dragon, the peak-grade airship was just like an ant, while Li Fuchen was just like a speck of dust. Darkness Laha? Li Fuchen let out a faint smile and acted as though he couldn't see the black dragon. He allowed the black dragon to charge at him. Clang 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 clang. The black dragon was massive and powerful, but when it was 10 feet away from Li Fuchen, it was blocked by a layer of sword light. Bring out your full strength. Such a small trick isn't enough to deal with me. When facing an unfamiliar and powerful enemy, Li Fuchen acted like the owner and suppressed the Night Emperor in terms of qi presence. The Night Emperor's eyes burst out with cold light. He realized that the Gao clan wasn't the only one who underestimated Li Fuchen. He had also underestimated Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's strength was obviously top 10 of the Great Emperor rankings, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to block this attack. Night 100 Dragon Kill. The Night Emperor formed a seal with both hands and blasted at Li Fuchen. Roar. Countless dragon roars burst out, and even the roars of the demonic beasts and demons had been drowned out. In fact, when the dragon roars echoed, the ground below fell into silence. It wasn't just the humans who were afraid, the demonic beasts and demons were afraid too. They didn't even dare to make any loud noises. Hundreds of invisible black dragons were surging at Li Fuchen. The peak-grade airship kept retreating to avoid getting involved. When facing the serious Night Emperor, Li Fuchen drew his sword. With a swing of the sword, the resplendent sword light was like a cold sun, completely dispersing all the darkness. Not even a speck remained. The hundreds of black dragons were no exception. This wasn't the light dispersing the darkness, it was the pure sword Tao law dispersing the darkness law. What? The Night Emperor was shocked. He had once assassinated the Sword Sovereign, but the Sword Sovereign wasn't able to break his Night 100 Dragon Kill so easily. Even though it was a few dozen years ago, after withdrawing the shock in his eyes, the Night Emperor's hand flashed with black light and a pair of black gloves appeared. The black gloves were emitting powerful darkness law. Heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifact, Darkness Glove. Let's see how you are going to block it this time. It was the same Night 100 Dragon Kill, but the Night 100 Dragon Kill executed with the Darkness Gloves was several times stronger. The night sky within a 100-mile radius felt as though it was dislocated. It felt as though the night sky was formed by countless black dragons. Creak, creak, creak. The peak-grade airship had a series of unpleasant sounds. It was obvious that the Night Emperor's attack had already affected the peak-grade airship. If he didn't do anything, the peak-grade airship would definitely be destroyed. At this moment, the barbaric peak-grade Emperor couldn't make the peak-grade airship retreat anymore. There was an invisible force that restrained the silver airship. Night Emperor, you are very unlucky to only encounter me now. If you encountered me earlier, you might be able to fight with me. Li Fuchen's eyes flickered with sword light. Sword see horizon. With a single slash, a horrific sword field had spread out. Previously, the Night Emperor controlled this spatial zone, but now Li Fuchen was the ruler of this spatial zone. After Li Fuchen executed this move, this spatial zone had turned into a Sword Dao spatial zone. Li Fuchen was the god of the sword that controlled the Sword Dao spatial zone. Life and death were all under his sword. The night sky was shattered. The Night Emperor's body was bursting with fresh blood. Before he could react, his body was penetrated by countless sword lights and he looked like a glowing porcupine. How can he be so powerful? The Night Emperor was appalled. Li Fuchen's strength was actually above the Sword Sovereign from a few dozen years ago. In fact, it was far beyond the Sword Sovereign. When facing Li Fuchen, the Night Emperor felt as though he was facing the Sword Emperor. 10 years ago, the Night Emperor once encountered the Sword Emperor from afar, but a single gaze from the Sword Emperor was enough to make the Night Emperor retreat. Flee. Dragging his broken body, the Night Emperor fled frantically. The night sky and darkness law were protecting the Night Emperor. Do you think you can escape? After activating the bright Saint Ring's power, Li Fuchen brandished his sword. An unparalleled sword qi split heaven and earth, split yin and yang, split the night sky, and ruthlessly slashed at the Night Emperor's body. PFFF. The Night Emperor's body was like a mist that scattered and completely fused into the darkness law. No wonder the Night Emperor would move at night. Li Fuchen had a feeling that he didn't kill the Night Emperor. Even if he circulated his body refinement strength, he wouldn't be able to kill the Night Emperor in a single fist. Chapter 765. After returning to the silver airship continued to fly. The barbaric peak Great Emperor guessed, if I didn't guess it wrongly, this person should be the strongest assassination Great Emperor of the Clan of Darkness, the Night Emperor. It is said that the Night Emperor once assassinated the Sword Sovereign. He might not have succeeded, but he was able to escape unscathed. The barbaric peak Great Emperor was extremely impressed with Li Fuchen. The current Li Fuchen was obviously stronger than the Sword Sovereign from a few dozen years ago. He was already at the pinnacle below the Saint. Following Li Fuchen was much better than working for the Wu clan. Li Fuchen nodded. The Night Emperor was indeed worthy of the title of the strongest assassination Great Emperor. His frontal strength was already comparable with the Devil Sovereign. A few tens of thousands of miles away, a broken figure appeared. This person has already reached the top 5 of the Great Emperor rankings, or even higher. Damn it. The Night Emperor's eyes were filled with anger, fear, and unwillingness. With the darkness shifting technique and the favorable timing of the night, he was confident that even if he encountered the number 1 Heaven Emperor on the Great Emperor rankings, he was confident that he could escape. But when facing Li Fuchen, he nearly couldn't escape. This caused a shadow to appear in his heart. As the strongest assassination Great Emperor of the Clan of Darkness, it wasn't a good thing to have a shadow in his heart. This person must die. Let the Gao clan's saints deal with him. The Night Emperor was planning to tell the Gao clan the truth about Li Fuchen. He believed that the Gao clan wouldn't let Li Fuchen off. Of course, the Clan of Darkness also had saints, but in order to get the Clan of Darkness's saints to make a move, the price was huge. Even if the Gao clan could afford it, they probably wouldn't do it. After all, rather than getting the Clan of Darkness's saints to make a move, they might as well do it themselves. The peak-grade silver airship was too slow for Li Fuchen. Furthermore, Li Fuchen's body refinement Dao and sword Dao were already at a bottleneck. Within a short period of time, there was no way for him to progress further. Since he had nothing to do, Li Fuchen would take turns to circulate his sword energy or chi power to increase the speed of the silver airship. As such, it would originally take more than half a year to reach the nearest high-class city. Right now, it only took less than 2 months to get close. Rosy Cloud City, one of the high-class cities in the Saint Spirit continent. This city spanned close to 10,000 miles from north to south and 7,000 miles from east to west. The flourishing degree was 10 times or dozens of times more than the Autumn Leaf City and the Golden Sand City. Someone had calculated that there were hundreds of thousands of Law Phase Realm Emperors residing in Rosy Cloud City and thousands of Great Emperors. In fact, it was rumored that there was a saint in seclusion in Rosy Cloud City, but no one knew if it was true. It could be said that one Rosy Cloud City was equivalent to 10 or dozens of Golden Sand cities combined. Normally, Law Phase Realm Emperors were considered influential figures in low-class cities or mid-class cities. However, in Rosy Cloud City, they were only considered mid-class figures. Only Great Emperors were considered influential figures. When Li Fuchen's peak-grade silver airship arrived at Rosy Cloud City, it didn't attract much attention. After all, there were plenty of silver airships and there were plenty of peak-grade silver airships. Is this Rosy Cloud City? Wu Shi and Wu Zhua held their breaths. The two of them were considered to have seen a lot of things. The Wu clan was once a saint clan, and as the grandsons of the clan head, what had they not seen before? But after seeing Rosy Cloud City, the two of them realized that as compared to Rosy Cloud City, the Wu clan was nothing. The majestic Rosy Cloud City had city walls that were dozens of miles in height and the city gates were close to 100 miles in height. On the periphery of the city walls there were white clouds and in the sky above the city there were giant rainbow clouds. Above the rainbow clouds there were palaces and pavilions. If one had to describe it, Rosy Cloud City was a perfect combination of grandeur and immortal chi. Arriving here was as though arriving in another world. No wonder it is a high-class city. Li Fuchen couldn't help but nod. He wasn't as absent-minded as Wu Shi and Wu Zhua, neither was he as dazed as the barbaric Peak Great Emperor and the others. Strength determined the situation, and Li Fuchen's vision wasn't something that ordinary people could compare with. Let alone a high-class city, even if a main city was in front of him, his mind wouldn't waver. When one's strength reached a certain level, everything would just be fleeting clouds. Li Fuchen's situation had already entered the universe and planes were just the starting point. "Come, let's enter," Li Fuchen said. After keeping the silver airship, the group landed on the ground obediently and walked towards the city gates. As a high-class city, Rosy Cloud City's City Protection Array was a Class 9 mid-tier array. In the entire Saint Spirit continent, there was only one Class 9 mid-tier array saint. Of course, Rosy Cloud City's array was set up a long time ago and wasn't set up by this Class 9 mid-tier array saint. After entering Rosy Cloud City, the first thing that entered the eyes was a white jade path that was a few hundred meters wide. The path was filled with people and it was very lively. But as the path was wide enough, it didn't feel crowded. Li Fuchen took a glance and noticed over 100 Law Phase Realm Emperors and a few Great Emperors on this path. In the Rosy Cloud City there were plenty of such paths. As for Primary Sea Realm Monarchs, the streets were filled with them. On the Saint Spirit continent, it was too easy to become a Primary Sea Realm Monarch. As long as one's bone frame was 5-star, it was possible to reach the Primary Sea Realm. With the Saint Spirit continent's environment, most of the children would have 4-star or 5-star bone frames. It was very rare to have 4-star bone frames and below. Does the environment determine everything? Li Fuchen pondered. This seems to be too abnormal. Li Fuchen frowned. Perhaps there is reincarnation. Li Fuchen thought about Yan Qingwu. Since Yan Qingwu could use the reincarnation secret technique to reincarnate into the East Unicorn continent, it meant that the Deep Blue Plane had reincarnation. After a person died, they would be reincarnated into another continent. However, during the reincarnation process, their memories would be wiped. Li Fuchen looked up at the sky and faintly felt the existence of the plane's willpower. If the continent had willpower, the plane should have willpower too. However, be it the continent willpower or the plane willpower, they didn't have any subjective consciousness. They were just like the heaven Tao that revolved in an orderly manner. Only when the safety of the continent or the plane was threatened, the willpower would burst out and gather the power of the entire continent or plane to destroy the enemy. The willpower of a high-class continent was already enough to deter any saints. If it was the plane willpower, even if a god descended into the world, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Li Fuchen couldn't help but think about the golden amulet. He had a premonition that this golden amulet probably didn't belong to this universe, because in this universe the highest martial Tao realm was only at the Soul Unity realm. The so-called Heaven Monarchs and Half-Gods were only at the peak level of the Soul Unity realm. The golden amulet was able to transform his spirit soul into the purple color, and it wasn't something that a half-god could do. It was reckoned that a half-god's spirit soul wouldn't be purple either. A saint's spirit soul would be green, a heaven monarch's and a half-god's spirit soul would at most be blue. It is said that above the Soul Unity realm is the God realm. Li Fuchen's eyes revealed a trace of yearning. Chapter 766. After arriving at Rosy Cloud City, Li Fuchen first purchased a manor. Rosy Cloud City was a high-class city, and it was extremely expensive to purchase houses. Regular people would basically stay in commoner houses or small courtyard. Regular Law Phase Realm Emperors would be considered wealthy if they could purchase a large courtyard in Rosy Cloud City. Those that could purchase mansions would at least be high-level emperors, while those that could purchase mansions would at least be great emperors. Li Fuchen purchased this manor, and it was rare in the entire Rosy Cloud City. The original owner was one of the top-ranked great emperors in the Rosy Cloud City. As he was moving out of the Rosy Cloud City, he decided to sell it. As such, Li Fuchen spent 8 million high-grade spirit stones to purchase it. Of course, 8 million high-grade spirit stones was just a drop in the ocean for Li Fuchen, and he didn't need to feel the heartache. It is too beautiful. Wu Shi and Wu Zhuo toured around the manor. This manor occupied a few hundred hectares and was several times bigger than the manor in Autumn Leaf City. There was a fountain array and all sorts of precious plants. There was even a small lake, and there was a pavilion on the lake. Half of the lake was occupied by water lilies. In Rosy Cloud City, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, it was simply a symbol of status to have such a large manor. Li Fuchen didn't care about these superficial things, but it was still great to be able to stay in a larger place. Otherwise, he would be restricted when practicing his sword. There are truly a lot of arrays. Li Fuchen smiled. In this manner, there were dozens of arrays of various sizes. For example, the fountain array formation was just a small array formation. It had the effect of circulating water and pressurizing the water. At the bottom of the lake, there was also a purification and gathering array formation. It had the effect of purifying the water and gathering the heaven and earth yuan qi. On the martial arts field, there was a strengthening array formation that had the effect of reducing the force and strengthening the martial arts field. Just setting up these arrays would require plenty of high-grade spirit stones. After settling down Wu Shi, Wu Zhuo, and the others, Li Fuchen arrived at the Swordsman Guild. The Rosy Cloud City's Swordsman Guild was a Class II branch and was one of the elite factions in Rosy Cloud City. It had a very extraordinary status, and even saints wouldn't be willing to provoke the Swordsman Guild. Otherwise, if the Sword Dao Guild's Sword Dao Saint made a move, it would be a fight to the death. Mission Hall. Li Fuchen arrived at the high-class mission area. Rank 7 swordsmen were extremely rare in any high-rank city. Therefore, many high-rank missions could be taken by rank 6 swordsmen. Kill the blood-sucking Devil Emperor and bring back its head. Reward: 100,000 contribution points. The Swordsman Guild was considered the most righteous faction on the Saint Spirit continent. They would frequently issue assassination missions, and the targets were all people that had committed heinous crimes. The blood-siphoned Devil Emperor was extremely powerful. He might not be listed on the Great Emperor rankings, but his strength was at least top 2,000. After tearing off the mission slip, Li Fuchen received a jade scroll that contained the blood-siphoned Devil Emperor's image and chi presence. After exiting the Rosy Cloud City, Li Fuchen headed straight for the town where the blood-siphoned Devil Emperor appeared recently. The blood-siphoned Devil Emperor was very shrewd and never went to the cities. Instead, he would absorb the essence blood of Law Phase Realm Emperors or people with special physiques in various towns. Moreover, the Saint Spiritual Continent was too huge. It was extremely difficult to find the blood-siphoned Devil Emperor, let alone kill him. With Li Fuchen's strength, if he traveled at full speed, his speed would be 10 times faster than the peak-grade airship. In just a few days, he arrived at his destination. Of course, he wouldn't be able to find the blood-siphoned Devil Emperor here, as he would never stay in a single place for a long time. But as long as the blood-siphoned Devil Emperor stayed here for a while, Li Fuchen would be able to follow the Qi presence, and it was his advantage. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness quickly locked onto the Qi presence left behind by the blood-siphoned Devil Emperor. He found the right direction and gave chase. Half a month later, the Qi presence is getting clearer. It should have been left behind a few days ago. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. On this day, Li Fuchen sensed an energy wave coming from the front from a distance. This Qi presence, it is the blood-siphoned Devil Emperor? Within the energy wave, there were traces of Qi presence. There were 2 types of Qi presence, and one of them actually belonged to the blood-siphoned Devil Emperor. A few tens of thousands of miles away, 2 figures were in combat. One side was a middle-aged man with a face that was as pale as powder and had crafty eyes. The other side was a beautiful woman with a holy Qi presence. Blood-siphoned Devil Emperor, let's see where you can run to this time. The beautiful woman wielded a thin sword and enveloped the blood-siphoned Devil Emperor with countless sword shadows. The blood-siphoned Devil Emperor let out a mischievous laugh, while his body was like a phantom that shuttled through the sword shadows. I didn't expect for your Sacred Heart Park to be pursuing me too. Didn't I just suck the blood of a few of your Sacred Heart Park's disciples? Is there a need to muster such a large force? The beautiful woman was enraged after hearing the response, and her sword art became even sharper. The blood-siphoned Devil Emperor didn't just suck blood, even his junior sister's vital een had been sucked away, causing them to die in extreme pain. However, the beautiful woman soon realized that her sword art wasn't able to deal with the blood-siphoned Devil Emperor. According to the information, the blood-siphoned Devil Emperor's strength was around top 2000 of the Great Emperor rankings. From the looks of it now, it wasn't just top 2000, it was probably top 1000. It seems like you realized it. That's right, my strength has increased again. The blood-siphoned Devil Emperor laughed heartily. 1 month ago, my blood-siphoned devil technique was already at the completion stage. Let alone you, even if the top few hundred Great Emperor rankings came, they wouldn't be able to deal with me. While speaking, the blood-siphoned Devil Emperor's body shook and countless blood-siphoned Devil Emperors lunged at the beautiful woman. PFFF, 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 PFFF. The beautiful woman's sword pierced through the blood-siphoned Devil Emperors one after another, but they were all illusions. Tell me, how should I deal with you? An icy cold hand suddenly grabbed onto the beautiful woman's neck from behind. With a slight force, the beautiful woman felt her body turning stiff, and it felt as though her chi and blood were frozen. She couldn't move anymore. The blood-siphoned Devil Emperor licked his lips and said, "It would be a waste to suck the blood of such a great beauty. I can play with her for at least a month." The beautiful woman was shocked and immediately wanted to forcefully circulate her chi to explode her heart meridians. The blood-siphoned Devil Emperor grinned and poured a stream of blood-siphoned devil chi into the beautiful woman's body. "You wish to die? Not so easily." Sensing that her chi was completely sealed, the beautiful woman was in despair. At the same time, she was filled with regret. If she knew this would happen, she would have moved together with Senior Qinyan. Right now, she wouldn't even be able to die even if she wanted to. Just as the blood-siphoned Devil Emperor was preparing to leave, Li Fuchen arrived. "You are the blood-siphoned Devil Emperor?" Li Fuchen sized up the blood-siphoned Devil Emperor and the beautiful woman in his hand. "Who are you?" The blood-siphoned Devil Emperor's eyes flashed with a strange expression. "You don't have to use such petty tricks on me." After releasing his chi presence, the blood-siphoned Devil Emperor that just appeared behind Li Fuchen was immediately shredded into nothingness. "Don't move, I will kill him if you move again." The blood-siphoned Devil Emperor threatened Li Fuchen. "You can't do it." A voice echoed from behind the blood-siphoned Devil Emperor. Immediately after, an iron-like hand grabbed onto the blood-siphoned Devil Emperor's neck. Once the hand loosened, the beautiful woman was immediately freed. "Who exactly are you?" Chapter 767. After plucking the blood-siphoned Devil Emperor's head, Li Fuchen was preparing to leave. "I am Miao Xueqing from the Sacred Heart Garden. Thank you for saving me just now." Mao Xueqing cupped her fists and said gratefully. "You're a disciple of Sacred Heart Park?" Li Fuchen was astonished. Chu Qinyan was also from Sacred Heart Park. "Not bad." Miao Xueqing nodded. "You should know Chu Qinyan, right?" Li Fuchen asked. Mao Xueqing was also surprised. "Young master knows senior sister Qinyan?" "Yes, I know her." Li Fuchen nodded and felt a little strange at the same time. Chu Qinyan's strength wasn't as strong as Mao Xueqing. How did she become Mao Xueqing's senior sister? But on the other hand, Chu Qinyan had been stranded in the Emperor Sky continent for dozens of years. Perhaps, when she returned to the Saint Spirit continent, her strength might have increased by leaps and bounds. After the duo had a conversation, Li Fuchen was planning to leave. He and Chu Qinyan were just ordinary friends, or it should be said that they weren't even considered friends. They were just acquaintances, and there wasn't a need to have too many interactions in the future. "May I know your name?" Miao Xueqing asked. Li Fuchen didn't even turn his head. Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen huh? Mao Xueqing remembered this name deeply. The Saint Spirit continent had countless heavenly prodigies, but Li Fuchen gave her a feeling like a divine dragon, mysterious, powerful, and charming. In less than a month, Li Fuchen had retrieved the blood-siphoned Devil Emperor's head. Such speed had shocked some of the upper echelons of the Swordsman Guild. When they flipped through Li Fuchen's records, they noticed that it was written that Li Fuchen had sent the grade 6 swordsman puppet flying with a single sword. He was suspected to have the strength of a grade 7 swordsman. No wonder. The upper echelon of the Swordsman Guild suddenly understood. To be able to send the Class 6 swordsman puppet flying with a single sword, the strength must be at least at the Pinnacle Class 6 swordsman. Pinnacle Class 6 swordsmen would be ranked in the top 1,000 of the Great Emperor rankings. There were plenty of missions in the Swordsman Guild's Grade 2 branch. Li Fuchen would take on a high-class mission every few days, and he would never take more than a month to complete the mission. After a few months, Li Fuchen's contribution points had already reached 600,000. He was only half of the required contribution points to be promoted to a grade 7 swordsman. For the rest of the time, Li Fuchen did not continue to go out on missions and has been staying in the manor. "I'm finally at the peak of the 9th level of the Transcendence Realm." In the secret room, Li Fuchen forcefully exhaled a turbid breath. The missions over the past few months had not only brought him hundreds of thousands of contribution points, but also a large amount of wealth and 2 supreme spiritual stones, one of which was contributed by the blood-sucking demon emperor. However, after his cultivation reached the 9th level of the Transcendence Realm, it was very difficult to improve his cultivation. 2 supreme-grade spiritual stones only allowed him to reach the peak of the 9th level of the Transcendence Realm. Moreover, it included his own hard work. Without hard work, he would only be in the late stage of the 9th level of the Transcendence Realm. It's already so difficult to reach the pinnacle of the 9th tier. It would be impossible to reach the level of a quasi-sage without 8 to 10 supreme-grade spirit stones. Different from others, Li Fuchen's true spirit had already evolved into a saint spirit. With enough accumulation, be it a half-saint or a saint, he would be able to break through without any obstructions. However, the amount of peak-grade spirit stones required wouldn't be a small amount. In comparison to his cultivation, Li Fuchen's sword art rank had also improved significantly. He already had a lot of inspiration for the second move of the prime extreme sword art. According to his assumption, the second move of the primary extreme sword technique would be infinitely close to the ultimate state of sword techniques, and the third move would probably be the ultimate state of sword technique. If I am able to create the second move of the primary extreme sword art, it will be all thanks to Su Pingfan. Su Pingfan's ordinary sword Dao was to find the extraordinary within the ordinary and return the extraordinary back to the ordinary. This was definitely a new path, and it had increased Li Fuchen's sword Dao vision. Buzz. Inside the storage bag, the swordsman crest suddenly vibrated. What happened? Li Fuchen was rather surprised. This was the first time the swordsman crest vibrated. The swordsman crest had different levels of communication functions according to the grade. Li Fuchen's grade 6 swordsman crest was already equivalent to a high-grade communication token. After activating the swordsman crest, a voice echoed. Half a year later, the main city, Wind Cloud City, will be hosting the swordsman tournament. All grade 6 and 7 swordsmen can participate. The top 10 will be qualified to enter the sword world. I hope you don't miss it. The voice stopped abruptly. Swordsman tournament? Sword world? Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with radiance. He had heard of this swordsman tournament before. It was hosted once every 20 years and all grade 6 and 7 swordsmen could participate. As for grade 8 swordsmen, they didn't have to participate and could enter the sword world immediately. The so-called sword world was the sacred land of the Swordsman Guild. In the sword world, the sword Dao law was unprecedentedly clear. Cultivating the sword Dao inside was 10 times or dozens of times better than cultivating in the outside world. This is a good opportunity. Li Fuchen didn't just desire to enter the sword world, he also desired to spar with a sword Dao Great Emperor. His current sword Dao strength might be comparable with the sword Sovereign and sword Emperor, but it didn't mean that he could disregard other sword Daos. Every sword Dao had its own essence. In Li Fuchen's opinion, Su Pingfan's ordinary sword Dao was a top-notch sword Dao and might not be inferior to the sword Sovereign and sword Emperor. Apart from that, the emotionless sword Emperor's emotionless sword Dao and the heart sword Sovereign's heart sword Dao were definitely top-notch sword Daos. If Li Fuchen could absorb their sword Dao essence, he might be able to create the second move of the primary extreme sword art. Of course, it didn't matter even if he couldn't create it. As long as he had enough sword Dao foundation, he would also have a high chance to create the second move of the primary extreme sword art after entering the sword world. Half a year was still a long time. As a high-class city, the Rosy Cloud City had a teleportation array that connected directly to the main city. It was possible to head there on the day of the tournament. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry, but the other grade 6 and grade 7 swordsmen that weren't in high-class cities were in a hurry. After receiving the news, they immediately rushed to the nearest high-class city with their fastest speed. The swordsman tournament was only held once every 20 years. If they missed this time, they would have to wait for another 20 years. Furthermore, only the top 10 of the swordsman tournament could enter the sword world, but the top rankers would still be able to obtain rewards. They might even be able to receive pointers from Sword Dao Saint. Normally, they wouldn't even be able to see Sword Dao Saints. During this period of time, the entire Saint Spirit Continent's Sword Dao Circle was in an uproar. Many swordsmen below grade 6 were rushing to high-class cities. They weren't qualified to participate in the tournament, but they still received the news. After all, the news came from the various branches. Unless they were too far away and couldn't receive the news. It was obvious that this tournament was prepared for all swordsmen. Those that weren't qualified to participate could spectate from outside. During the spectating process, their sword Dao might have a breakthrough and reach the next level. Swordsman tournament, huh? I wonder how many experts will appear in this year's swordsman tournament. In a valley that was filled with all sorts of long swords, a swordsman was seated cross-legged. His chi presence might not be obvious, but the long swords in the valley felt as though they had seen an emperor and were trembling slightly. Swordsman tournament, I can go and take a look. On a giant peak that pierced through the sky, there was a person standing with his hands behind his back. One could see that the area he was in was slightly distorted, and there were invisible sword lights intertwining. If a sword Dao Great Emperor was here, he would definitely be shocked. This person obviously didn't use any sword intent or chi, but his body was constantly enveloped by a sword field. It felt as though his body was a sword, an exceptional sword. A casual release of his chi presence would be able to form a sword field. This was obviously the union of man and sword that was extremely close to extremity. Chapter 768. Half a year passed in a flash. Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword art's second move finally had some form. After such a long delay, who knew that the opportunity would be right in front of us? Li Fuchen might not have created the second move of the primary extreme sword art, but he had already thought of the name of the second move. It was called Sect Origin Swords. That's right, the name was the same as the Azure Water Sect's Sect Origin Swords, but the essence was worlds apart. The Azure Water Sect's Sect Origin Swords only pursued quantity, and the essence of the sword Dao was very shallow. As for Li Fuchen's Sect Origin Swords, it referred to turning complexity into simplicity and turning 10,000 swords into one sword. It was the ultimate sword Dao state of returning to the origin. It could be said to be the polar opposite of the sect origin swords. One pursued quantity while the other pursued quality. According to Li Fuchen's plan, once this sword was brandished, there would be a myriad of transformations. The myriad transformations wouldn't deviate from the core, and the sword Dao essence would be one level higher than the sword Sea Horizon. It's a pity that I didn't discover this opportunity earlier. If he had discovered the opportunity earlier, half a year would have been enough for him to create the second move of the primary extreme sword art, myriad returning swords. Of course, it was not too late now. In the swordsman tournament, the top 10 would be able to enter the sword world. With his sword Dao strength, top 10 was more than enough. On the next day, Li Fuchen headed for Wind Cloud City. He wasn't planning to bring Wu Shi and Wu Zhuo over. The swordsman tournament's standard was too high, and the two of them were only at the battle spirit realm. It wouldn't be useful for them to spectate the tournament and might cause them to bite off more than they could chew. It wouldn't be too late to let them spectate the next swordsman tournament. At the Rosy Cloud City's teleportation plaza, rays of light rushed into the sky. One of the rays of light was enveloping Li Fuchen's figure. Wind Cloud City was one of the 9 main cities of the Saint Spirit continent. If the Rosy Cloud City was a paradise in the human world, then the Wind Cloud City was a human god realm. The city gate tower was a few hundred miles in height, and there were 3 words, Wind Cloud City. Each of them was 10 miles in size and were written in an imposing manner. Even Li Fuchen felt an extreme pressure. Extreme state calligraphy. Li Fuchen's pupils shrank. This calligraphy had obviously reached the extreme realm, which meant that the person who wrote these 3 words had also reached the extreme realm in martial arts. The Wind Cloud City's teleportation plaza wasn't inside the city, it was outside the city. Therefore, Li Fuchen was able to see the words Wind Cloud City. At the same time, rays of light descended, and swordsmen with different temperaments landed on the transportation platform. Everyone looked at each other, their fighting spirit surging. Grade 6 and Grade 7 swordsmen could participate in the swordsman tournament. From this moment onwards, they were all opponents. It was impossible for them to get along harmoniously. The light was still descending like a meteor shower. Among them, most of them were swordsmen below the 6th grade. They were purely here to watch the battle. Quickly look, it is the 9th ranker of the Sword Emperor rankings, the Wind-Chasing Sword Emperor. His wind-chasing sword art is formless and is known as one of the 5 fastest swords. The 12th ranker on the Sword Emperor rankings, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor, is here too. I was fortunate enough to witness his Scarlet Fire sword art once. It is extremely ferocious, and the Scarlet Fire sword field can ignite the enemy's heart fire, causing the enemy to self-immolate. Those that were well known were all Grade 7 swordsmen. In the entire swordsman guild, there were only around 20 to 30 Grade 7 swordsmen. Which one of them wasn't a world-renowned swordsman? The so-called Sword Emperor rankings was a ranking for Sword Dao Great Emperors. There were a total of 108 elite swordsmen. The Wind-Chasing Sword Emperor was ranked 9th on the Sword Emperor rankings and ranked 105th on the Great Emperor rankings. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor was ranked 12th on the Sword Emperor rankings and ranked 128th on the Great Emperor rankings. Their rankings might not be high, but in fact, be it the Great Emperor rankings or the Sword Emperor rankings, they were all based on time. The rankings from 20 years ago didn't represent the current rankings. For example, the Sword Emperor only took 20 years to climb from 98th to 1st rank on the Sword Emperor rankings. The Sword Sovereign spent 20 years to go from an unknown existence to 2nd rank on the Sword Emperor rankings. This was also the reason why the Swordsman Tournament allowed all Grade 6 and Grade 7 swordsmen to participate. If they were only looking at the rankings, they could just choose 10 individuals. Why would they need to compete? After coming to the Saint Spirit continent, I realized that the path of Sword Dao is endless. We are all Sword Dao Great Emperors, but we are far inferior. Among the crowd at the teleportation plaza, the purple bamboo great emperor sighed. In the Heaven Pillar continent, there were only two sword Tao great emperors, Jiang Yi and the Iron Blood great emperor. But in the Saint Spirit continent, there were countless sword Tao great emperors. Every sword Tao great emperor had their own sword Tao, and every sword Tao great emperor had their own sword Tao. If there were 10,000 sword Tao great emperors, then there would be 10,000 sword Tao. Jiang Yi's purple bamboo sword Tao and the Iron Blood great emperor's Iron Blood sword Tao wouldn't even be able to make a splash among the countless sword Taos. We're only missing a heaven-tier, high-tier cultivation technique. Otherwise, we might have a place in this place, the Iron Blood great emperor said. In response, the purple bamboo great emperor nodded. Great emperors that only had heaven-class high-tier martial arts and no heaven-class high-tier cultivation techniques could only be considered regular great emperors. Those famous great emperors all had heaven-class high-tier cultivation technique. That's right, I wonder if Li Fuchen is here. The purple bamboo great emperor thought of Li Fuchen. On the Emperor Sky continent and the Heaven Pillar continent, Li Fuchen was known as the Sword Emperor. On the Saint Spirit continent, they wouldn't address Li Fuchen by his title. After all, there could only be one Sword Emperor in the world. If they dared to address Li Fuchen as the Sword Emperor and others heard it, it would only bring endless trouble to themselves and Li Fuchen. He shouldn't miss out on such a grand occasion of the Sword Tao. The Iron Blood great emperor looked around. The Saint Spirit continent might be massive, but with Li Fuchen's innate talent and perception, it was impossible for him to be nameless. Li Fuchen was already the ruler of the Emperor Sky continent and the Heaven Pillar continent before the age of 40. His innate talent and perception was something that they had never seen before. Even on the Saint Spirit continent, Li Fuchen was considered top-notch and wasn't inferior to anyone. Soon enough, the duo noticed Li Fuchen. In the crowd, Li Fuchen wasn't an abnormally eye-catching presence, but he wasn't someone that was easily overlooked either. It felt as though he was in the gap between the Qi presences. If one didn't observe carefully, they wouldn't even notice him. It was a very mystical feeling. Li Fuchen, the Iron Blood Great Emperor and the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor walked over. After seeing the duo, Li Fuchen revealed a smile. You two are here too. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land was how Li Fuchen felt. It was also how the Iron Blood Great Emperor and the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor felt. The Purple Bamboo Great Emperor mocked himself. We are only here to spectate and aren't qualified to participate in the tournament. He and the Iron Blood Great Emperor were only grade 4 swordsmen. Li Fuchen said, Swordsman Guild, 100,000 guild points can be used to redeem a heaven-class high-tier cultivation technique. Work hard. Li Fuchen knew that the duo lacked a heaven-class high-tier cultivation technique, and it was probably the main reason why the duo joined the Swordsman Guild. As the trio was conversing, swordsmen arrived at the teleportation plaza. Every grade 7 swordsman that arrived would cause a heated discussion. The number 6 Sword Emperor rankings, the 9 Firmament Sword Sovereign, is here. The 9 Firmament Sword Sovereign was in high spirits. He was absolutely confident that he could enter the top 10 in this swordsman tournament. As long as he could enter the sword world, his sword Tao level would definitely increase by another level. By then, he might be able to contest with the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign. Why is he here too? When the 9 Firmament Sword Sovereign's eyes landed on Li Fuchen, his eyes involuntarily contracted and his face was filled with fear. Li Fuchen had left a deep impression on him. Back in the Savage Hidden Domain, they couldn't even withstand a single fist from Li Fuchen and were in a miserable state. However, in the Savage Hidden Domain, Li Fuchen was obviously a body refinement martial artist. How did he become a swordsman? The 9 Firmament Sword Sovereign was no longer in high spirits as he hurried into the city. Let's enter the city too, Li Fuchen said to the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor and the Iron Blood Great Emperor. All right. The duo nodded and entered the city with Li Fuchen. As soon as the trio entered the city, the teleportation plaza was filled with an extreme commotion. It is the Heart Sword Sovereign and the Emotionless Sword Emperor. The Heart Sword Sovereign was ranked 4th on the Sword Emperor rankings. The Emotionless Sword Emperor was ranked 3rd. Chapter 769. After entering Wind Cloud City, the trio first looked for an inn. During this period of time, there were plenty of people heading to Wind Cloud City. With Wind Cloud City's reception capability, this number of people wasn't considered much, but inns with good locations were very rare. If they didn't find a good place to stay, they might have to stay in a remote area. After spending half a day, the trio found a place to stay. It was an inn with a courtyard. Normally, only inns with courtyards were considered top-notch inns. After all, those with status wouldn't stay in guest rooms. Come, let's go out for a meal. After tidying up their accommodations, the trio left the inn and prepared to find a restaurant to eat. As a main city, Wind Cloud City had tens of thousands of inns, but there weren't many famous inns. After asking around, the trio arrived at one of the top 10 inns in Wind Cloud City, the Listen Rain Restaurant. From the outside, the Listen Rain Restaurant looked rather exquisite and elegant. The entire restaurant was enveloped in a layer of water path array. In the sky, the rainwater was like a curtain of pearls as it rained down on the Listen Rain Restaurant and the banana leaves around the restaurant. It gave off a feeling of serenity amidst the noise. The array Tao of the Saint's Spirit continent has already penetrated deep into everyday life. The Purple Bamboo Great Emperor praised. Li Fuchen and the Iron Blood Great Emperor nodded. Those with a certain status would prioritize the environment the most. If the environment was good, it didn't matter if they spent more money. Guests, all the lobbies are full and there are only private rooms available. The waiter came over and said, "Then bring us to the private room, the best private room." Li Fuchen knew that the Listen Rain restaurant was very expensive, but he didn't care. The waiter sized up the trio and hesitated before saying, "The best private room will cost at least 200,000 high-grade spirit stones." This was one of the top 10 inns in the main city, and the price was ridiculously expensive. It was normally used to host top-notch great emperors or saints. Regular great emperors wouldn't be able to afford it. So expensive. The Purple Bamboo Great Emperor and the Iron Blood Great Emperor were speechless. Their net worth was only a few million high-grade spirit stones. How could they bear to spend 200,000 high-grade spirit stones for a meal? "I'll take this private room." A young man and woman walked in and the young man said to the waiter, "So it is the Falling Rainbow Sword Emperor. This way please." The waiter recognized the youth. In fact, there were only a few people who didn't recognize him. This youth was the Falling Rainbow Sword Emperor, who was ranked 15th on the Sword Emperor rankings, and was a regular customer of the Listen Rain restaurant. "Shuejiai, I often come to this restaurant. The taste is very good and the environment is quite good." The Falling Rainbow Sword Emperor ignored Li Fuchen and the others and said to the lady with snow-white skin, "Then I'll have to trouble you to spend some money." The woman called Shuejiai nodded slightly. Just as the attendant was preparing to bring the Falling Rainbow Sword Emperor and the Snow Charmer to a private room, Li Fuchen spoke, "Are you guys mistaken? No matter where it is, there has to be an order of arrival, right?" Hearing this, the Falling Rainbow Sword Emperor frowned slightly. "Sir, there is no need to put on airs. With your net worth, a few 100,000 high-grade spirit stones for a meal would cost you close to 10% of your net worth. Is there a need for that?" He had tens of millions of upper-level spirit stones, but he did not always choose the best private room when he came over for a meal. It was conceivable that with the wealth of these people, eating a meal here would hurt their muscles and bones. Li Fuchen said, "This is our matter, you are meddling too much. Waiter, bring us to the private room." The waiter was in a difficult position. The Falling Rainbow Sword Emperor was a distinguished guest of the Listen Rain restaurant and not a regular customer, therefore, he was in a difficult position. What is going on? Just as the waiter couldn't make a decision, the shopkeeper walked over. The waiter hurriedly went over and explained what had happened. The shopkeeper glared at the waiter and said to the falling rainbow sword emperor, "Falling rainbow sword emperor, you are my Listen Rain restaurant's distinguished guest, but when doing business we must abide by the rules. Without rules, the Listen Rain restaurant cannot continue operating. How about this? I will arrange another superior private room for you. My apologies. Shwejiai, how is it?" The falling rainbow sword emperor was someone with status and didn't wish to cause trouble in public, therefore, he had no choice but to ask the snow charmer. "Sure." The snow charmer nodded. "Then bring us over," the falling rainbow sword emperor said. "Sure, this way please." The shopkeeper personally led the way. "Friend, it seems like you are also a swordsman. I wonder if you are qualified to participate in the swordsman tournament. If you are, I will take good care of you." The falling rainbow sword emperor transmitted his voice into Li Fuchen's ears. After losing face, it was impossible for the falling rainbow sword emperor to not be angry. But this was Wind Cloud City and he couldn't attack the falling rainbow sword emperor. He had no choice but to hope that Li Fuchen would participate in the swordsman tournament. "Then we shall meet at the swordsman tournament." Li Fuchen had indirectly admitted that he would participate in the swordsman tournament. The falling rainbow sword emperor didn't say anything but revealed a sneer. Since Li Fuchen was qualified to participate in the swordsman tournament, then he had the chance to attack Li Fuchen. "The three of you will have to pay a deposit of 200,000 spirit stones." The waiter wasn't intentionally making things difficult for Li Fuchen and the others. It didn't matter which restaurant it was, as long as they weren't regular customers, they would have to pay the minimum fee before choosing a private room. "Here is 1,000,000 spirit stones. You can return the excess to me later." Li Fuchen handed a storage bag to the waiter. 1,000,000? The waiter's hand shook. After opening it, there was indeed 1,000,000 spirit stones. It turned out that this was a wealthy customer. He didn't think that Li Fuchen was trying to look impressive, as it wasn't necessary. Those that could casually take out 1,000,000 spirit stones would definitely have a net worth of over 100 million spirit stones. Those that had a few million spirit stones would definitely be fools to take out 1,000,000 spirit stones to look impressive. "The three of you, this way please." The waiter led the way respectfully. On the way to the private room, the purple bamboo great emperor said, "Li Fuchen, isn't it a waste to spend so many high-grade spirit stones for a single meal?" Li Fuchen smiled and said, "This amount of spirit stones is nothing to me. You guys just have to eat as much as you want." Li Fuchen's net worth was a few billion spirit stones, and this amount of spirit stones was indeed nothing. Soon enough, the trio arrived at the private room. This private room was huge and spacious. There was a rock garden and green water. Above the green water, there was a small pavilion. Above the pavilion, there was a pitter-patter of rain. Beside the green water, there was a small patch of lush bamboo forest. At a glance, it looked like an ink painting and the trio was walking into the ink painting. Tsk tisk. The purple bamboo great emperor's eyes lit up. He was different from the Iron Blood Great Emperor and Li Fuchen. He loved this style the most and his sword Dao was also this style. "This charm isn't simple." The purple bamboo Great Emperor sighed. Li Fuchen said, "It is indeed not as simple as the spatial layout. Every part of the design contains the chi presence of Dao. When combined, it is like adding the finishing touch and activating the chi field." The dishes were served quickly and in just a short moment, the table was filled with dishes. The trio ate and chatted with great satisfaction. The swordsman tournament was going to be held in 3 days. The venue was the largest martial arena in Wind Cloud City, the Wind Cloud Martial Arena. It might be a grand event in the Sword Dao Circle, but it still attracted the attention of countless people. Many of them specially rushed to Wind Cloud City to spectate the tournament. Like the 34th ranked Saber Demon, 8th-ranked Devil Sovereign, and 4th-ranked Saber Emperor. Everyone accidentally saw them on the street. It was imaginable how many spectators were in Wind Cloud City. Before the tournament, everyone was trying to find out the strength of their opponent. There wasn't an impenetrable wall in this world. After some scouting, apart from the figures on the Sword Emperor rankings, there were some nameless but extremely formidable swordsmen that had caught everyone's attention. Among them, there were 3 individuals that were the most dazzling. There was a young swordsman called Tang Xing. He might not be on the Sword Emperor rankings or the Great Emperor rankings, but he was already a Grade 7 swordsman. It was said that when he passed the Grade 7 swordsman test, he was able to send a Grade 7 swordsman puppet flying with a single sword. His strength was definitely at the pinnacle of a Grade 7 swordsman. On the surface, he wasn't inferior to any swordsman apart from the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign. There was also a female swordsman called Murongyu. She had once killed the 99th-ranked Earth-Een Great Emperor in a single sword. She was known as the #1 female swordsman in this year's swordsman tournament and was even more popular than Tang Xing. After all, be it in the martial Dao world or the sword Dao world, there were too few female experts. There might not even be one in 100. The last one was called Li Jianxin, and he was from the former Saint clan, the Li clan. This Li clan was a very ancient sword Dao clan. During its glorious period, it was the #2 clan on the Saint Spirit continent and was just inferior to the demigod clan, the Zhu clan. It was said that Li Jianxin was a sword Dao prodigy that was rarely seen in a million years. His innate talent wasn't inferior to the #1 sword sovereign in the history of the Li clan. But unlike others, Li Jianxin had never walked around the Saint Spirit continent. As such, the Sword Emperor rankings and the Great Emperor rankings didn't have his name. But since he was from the Li clan and was known as a sword Dao prodigy that was rarely seen in a million years, it was imaginable how strong he was. Li Jianxin, huh? On the main street, Chu Qingyan and Mao Xueqing were walking side by side. After hearing the name Li Jianxin, Chu Qingyan and Mao Xueqing first thought of Li Fuchen, because they had the same surname. I wonder who is stronger between Li Jianxin and Li Fuchen? Mao Xueqing had already found out about Li Fuchen's achievements from Chu Qingyan. One had to admit that Li Fuchen was simply a legend. Before the age of 40, he had already dominated the Heaven Pillar continent and the Emperor Sky continent. He had even led Senior Qingyan from the Curse Temple to the Saint Spirit continent. Chu Qingyan said, "The Li clan has an extremity sword art that was passed down. If Li Jianxin cultivated an extremity sword art, not even the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign might be a match." "Does that mean Li Fuchen is more likely?" Mao Xueqing asked. Chu Qingyan shook her head. "If it is anyone else, they will definitely not be a match for Li Jianxin. But if it is Li Fuchen, everything is unknown. Most importantly, even if Li Jianxin cultivated an extremity sword art, he wouldn't be able to push his sword Dao to the extremity. After all, not even the Sword Emperor could push his sword art to the extremity. A true extremity martial art requires the Saint Spirit to propel it. Without the Saint Spirit, even if one comprehended an extremity martial art, after a single move, the true spirit would immediately crumble." Of course, Chu Qingyan didn't think that Li Fuchen could defeat Li Jianxin. In fact, she felt that Li Jianxin had a higher chance of winning. Chapter 770. 3 days passed by in a flash. On the morning of the 4th day, the entire Wind Cloud City seemed to have come alive and was in a hubbub of voices. Like streams returning to the origin, all the people from the alleys first gathered on the main street, then from the main street to the main road, before finally surging towards the Wind Cloud Martial Arena. The Wind Cloud Martial Arena was already opened and each entrance was guarded by Law Phase Realm Emperors. In order to enter, one had to take out the Wind Cloud Talisman. The so-called Wind Cloud Talisman was the entrance ticket to the Wind Cloud Martial Arena. It was separated into 4 grades, A, B, C, and D. Each grade had a serial number. Everyone would choose their own seat according to the serial number. D-grade Wind Cloud Talisman would cost 500 high-grade Spirit Stones, C-grade Wind Cloud Talisman would cost 3,000 high-grade Spirit Stones, B-grade Wind Cloud Talisman would cost 30,000 high-grade Spirit Stones, and A-grade Wind Cloud Talisman would cost 500,000 high-grade Spirit Stones. After entering the martial arena with the Wind Cloud Talisman, the first thing that entered the eyes was a bowl-shaped martial arena and the densely packed seats on the walls of the bowl. As the largest martial arena in Wind Cloud City, the Wind Cloud Martial Arena could accommodate 3 million spectators, and it was a massive scale. The Swordsman Tournament is finally starting. I didn't travel all the way to Wind Cloud City in vain. Isn't that so? The Wind Cloud Talisman might be a small cost, but the teleportation fee is the main cost. But I am already satisfied to see elite swordsmen spar. Most of the spectators were Law Phase Realm Emperors. Even if there were some Primary Sea Realm Monarchs, they were Primary Sea Realm Monarchs from Wind Cloud City. Of course, it was a different matter if someone brought them here. Some of the major clans and factions would bring their juniors here to broaden their horizons. This scene is truly grand. Along with the crowd, the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor and the Iron Blood Great Emperor entered the martial arena. The duo originally wanted to purchase a B-grade Wind Cloud Talisman, but it was already sold out. The duo had no choice but to purchase a C-grade Wind Cloud Talisman each. However, the C-grade seats weren't bad either. There was a screen to obstruct the view, and there was a long table in front of them. The table was filled with all sorts of snacks and fruit. After sitting down, the two of them looked around and discovered that 10% of the people had already arrived. Looking down, they saw a huge black battle stage. Although this battle stage was tightly sealed, the two of them could still see that there were 2 horizontal and 2 vertical gaps on the battle stage. The battle stage was divided into 9 sections. They reckoned that it could be divided into 9 battle stages. As time passed, more and more people gathered. The black stream of people rushed to various locations. With so many people around, any martial monarch realm expert would be easily recognized. It is the number 4 Saber Emperor on the Great Emperor rankings and the number 34 Saber Demon on the Great Emperor rankings. Why are the two of them walking together and chatting so happily? That's normal. The Saber Emperor's wife is from the Miao clan. Furthermore, their Saber Dao abilities are similar. They have a common language. I see. I heard that Blade Ghost Miao Xinyu was killed. I wonder if Blade Demon found the murderer. While the crowd was in a heated discussion, the famous Great Emperor experts appeared one after another. There were Saber Emperors, Saber Demons, Demon Sovereigns, Saber Sovereigns, Spear Sovereigns, and Axe Sovereigns. Peerless Great Emperors that were rarely seen appeared one after another. The crowd felt that just seeing these people was already worth the price of the ticket. After all, they had only seen images of these people and had never seen them in person. In the spacious area below the martial stage, the participating swordsmen appeared one after another. However, they were all Grade 7 swordsmen. The Grade 6 swordsmen had to go through a selection before they were qualified to compete on the stage. Emotionless Sword Emperor, Heart Sword Sovereign, Nine Firmament Sword Sovereign, Wind-Chasing Sword Emperor, Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor, Falling Rainbow Sword Emperor, Stars Sword Emperor, Tang Xing. Everyone counted the number of Grade 7 swordsmen. There were around 35 Grade 7 swordsmen, and it was more than expected. As for Murong Yuyu and Li Jianxin, they weren't Grade 7 swordsmen yet. Therefore, they had to go through the selection for the Grade 6 swordsmen. Inside the Wind Cloud martial stage, there was a hidden martial stage. At this moment, the hidden martial stage was filled with hundreds of individuals. There were Grade 6 swordsmen from the Swordsman Guild and the upper echelons of the Swordsman Guild. You will only be qualified to compete after defeating the Grade 7 swordsman puppet. Everyone, line up in order and go up one by one. An elder from the Swordsman Guild spoke. In response, the first Grade 6 swordsman went up the martial stage. On the martial stage, there was a swordsman puppet that was wearing a swordsman attire and wielding a longsword. Begin. The elder activated the swordsman puppet. Swish. The swordsman puppet's speed was much faster than everyone imagined. It was just like lightning and instantly arrived in front of the grade 6 swordsman. It then cleaved down. The angle of this sword was simply at the pinnacle of perfection. Even Li Fuchen couldn't find any flaws. There were only two methods to deal with the swordsman puppet. One was to suppress with absolute strength, the other was to counterattack with a faster speed. If the strength was on par, the swordsman puppet would be invincible. PFFF. After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, the grade 6 swordsman was sent flying. When he fell off the stage, he was still in a daze. How could a grade 7 swordsman puppet be so fast? The elder was expressionless. If he couldn't even block a single sword from the grade 7 swordsman puppet, he wasn't qualified to participate. Soon enough, the second grade 6 swordsman went up the stage. This grade 6 swordsman was slightly stronger and was able to withstand 2 sword slashes. But after the third sword, he was still sent flying. Third, fourth, in just a short moment there were already 7 grade 6 swordsmen who took the test. Apart from one person who barely passed, the rest were utterly defeated. Such power! Everyone's expression changed. They assumed that the grade 7 swordsman puppet would at most be 10 times stronger than the grade 6 swordsman puppet. But from the looks of it, it wasn't just 10 times stronger, it was at least 20 times stronger. Overgrown vegetation. On the martial stage, a skinny grade 6 swordsman withstood over a dozen sword slashes and successfully executed his kill move. Once the kill move was executed, countless sword shadows were like overgrown vegetation that surged at the grade 7 swordsman puppet. Li Fuchen shook his head. This kill move might be powerful, but it had plenty of flaws too. The grade 7 swordsman puppet was obviously forged by a sword Dao saint and contained the sword Dao of a sword Dao saint. The sword Dao saint might not have poured in all of his sword Dao and had only poured in some basic sword Dao, but because it was the sword Dao of a sword Dao saint, the foundation was extremely fearsome. It was fine if there weren't any flaws, but as long as there was a trace of flaw, the puppet would be able to accurately grasp it and deal a fatal blow. As expected, the grade 7 swordsman puppet flashed and shuttled through the sword shadows. Immediately after, it brandished its sword and 3 sword lights sealed off all of the skinny swordsman's escape routes, knocking him off the martial stage. Damn it! The skinny swordsman vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and was extremely unwilling. Let me do it. A stalwart swordsman who was close to 2.5 meters tall rushed onto the martial stage while carrying a large sword. Clang! The stalwart swordsman might have a robust body, but his speed was unbelievably fast. He easily sealed off the grade 7 swordsman puppet's attack and used his powerful strength to force the grade 7 swordsman puppet to take a step back. Defeat. Taking a step forward with his left foot, the stalwart swordsman thrust with his sword. A thick sword field instantly restrained the swordsman puppet. There was a bang. The swordsman puppet was sent flying. The elder nodded. This person was rather strong and was able to defeat the swordsman puppet with just 2 sword moves. It is Murong Yuyu. I wonder how many sword moves she will need to defeat the swordsman puppet. She will probably need 2 sword moves. The grade 7 swordsman puppet is too powerful. While everyone was discussing, Murong Yuyu walked onto the stage with an indifferent expression. When facing the lightning-fast swordsman puppet, Murong Yuyu's hand was on the sword hilt. There was a flash of sword light and everyone felt like they saw a water droplet penetrating the void. In the next moment, the swordsman puppet was sent flying like an arrow. Those with sharp eyes could clearly see that there was a pit on the swordsman puppet's chest. When the stalwart swordsman attacked the swordsman puppet earlier, it was only able to leave a shallow mark on the puppet's body. Interesting. The stalwart swordsman's eyes contracted. Murong Yuyu's sword speed was too fast, so fast that he could only see an afterimage. Too powerful. A single sword move is enough to send the swordsman puppet flying, and it is so far away. If it was us, our bodies would probably be penetrated. No wonder she is the #1 female swordsman below the saint. After seeing this scene, everyone took a deep cold breath. The stalwart swordsman could at least see an afterimage. They didn't even see if Murong Yoyu made her move, and only saw a flash of sword light. Rather incredible water Dao sword art. Li Fuchen was rather surprised. Murong Yuyu's sword Dao strength was much stronger than the 9 firmament sword sovereign. Be it sword Dao or water Dao, Murong Yuyu was already close to extremity. When the two were fused, it was able to produce such horrific power and speed. Li Fuchen might be pursuing the purest sword Dao and didn't wish to fuse other Daos. But it was just a personal pursuit. In fact, before the sword Dao reached the pinnacle, fusing other Daos would make it easier to increase one's strength. The owner of the Joint Heaven Sword had fused the Void Dao into the Sword Dao, therefore, the Void Heaven Sword art was so powerful. After the Void Heaven Sword art, there would definitely be a stronger Void Dao Sword art. Because his Joint Heaven Sword still had a seal that wasn't removed. The Heaven class high tier wasn't the Joint Heaven Sword's strongest state. Li Fuchen didn't wish to fuse other Daos, but he didn't reject absorbing the essences of other Daos. If the Sword Dao was compared to a tree, the essences of other Daos would be the nutrients that would allow the tree to flourish. Fusion was different. Fusion was fusing the tree with other plants, but the tree would be the main plant. One swordsman after another went up the stage, and the grade 6 swordsmen were eliminated. There were only less than 10 out of 100 that passed the stage. Su Pingfan didn't come. With his strength, it shouldn't be difficult for him to defeat the grade 7 swordsman puppet. He probably felt that it was meaningless if he couldn't get into the top 10. Li Fuchen thought to himself. Everyone knew a little about Murong Yuyu's strength, but they didn't know anything about Li Jianxin's strength. They only knew that he was the most outstanding sword Dao prodigy in the history of the Li clan. When it was Li Jianxin's turn to go up, everyone looked at him. There was curiosity, suspicion, and anticipation. It was also rare for Murong Yuyu to look at a single person. Under everyone's attention, Li Jianxin walked towards the martial stage in a calm manner. It was unknown if it was an illusion, but they felt that the spatial zone that Li Jianxin was in seemed to be misplaced. His speed was obviously very slow, but before they could blink, he was already on the stage. Cling! There was a burst of sparks as Li Jianxin turned around and walked off the stage. On the opposite side, there was a small hole on the chest of the swordsman puppet. As for the rest of them, they didn't see anything and looked like fools. Jianxin! Li Fuchen's expression turned serious for the first time. Others might not be able to see the mystique, but he could see it clearly. Li Jianxin's sword speed was 2 times faster than Murong Yu. Furthermore, Li Jianxin had perfect control of the Sword Dao Law. He condensed the Sword Dao Law into a single point and instantly destroyed the swordsman puppet's body. Such strength was enough for Li Fuchen to pay attention. Chapter 771. Is he still a human? The stalwart swordsman couldn't help but crush the wine flask in his hand, causing the wine to splatter all over the ground. When Murong Yoyu made her move, he could at least see an afterimage. When Li Jianxin made his move, he couldn't even see the afterimage or the sword light. He could only see the sparks bursting out from the chest of the swordsman puppet. They were both swordsmen, but the difference was too huge, at least dozens of times. If he fought with Li Jianxin, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. How is it possible to condense the Sword Dao Law into a single point? Murong Yuyu's vision was obviously much better than the stalwart swordsman, but she could only see an afterimage. She couldn't understand how Li Jianxin was able to condense all the sword intent, sword field, and sword qi into a single point. What kind of control was required to achieve this? This child is truly terrifying. The elder revealed a shocked expression for the first time. When Murong Yoyu made her move, he was only admiring it. No wonder he is the descendant of Senior Sword Lord. Such sword Dao talent is truly world-shaking. In a supreme private room in the Wind Cloud Martial Arena, 3 middle-aged men and women were seated. The trio was chatting cheerfully and didn't emit any chi presence. If a top-notch Sword Dao Great Emperor was here, he would easily notice that the trio was in an area with no other heaven and earth laws apart from the Sword Dao law. If the upper echelons of the Swordsman Guild were here, they would recognize that the trio was the 3 Sword Dao Saints of the Swordsman Guild. They were the Tiger Fang Sword Saint, 100 Flower Sword Saint, and Mystic Deep Sword Saint. Among them, the Tiger Fang Sword Saint and 100 Flower Sword Saint were low-tier Sword Dao Saints, while the Mystic Deep Sword Saint was a mid-tier Sword Dao Saint. On the Saint Spirit continent there were almost no high-tier saints. Most of them had left the deep blue plane and headed for the depths of the universe. There might be some high-tier saints that stayed behind, but they were in the minority. Therefore, mid-tier saints were already the pinnacle combat strength of the Saint Spirit continent. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint praised, to be able to condense the sword heart at the Law Phase realm, this Sword Dao talent is indeed rare. In the future, as long as there are enough fated opportunities, it isn't impossible to become a Heaven Monarch. Heaven Monarchs were peak stage saints. As for demigods, it would depend on fated opportunities. Without heaven-defying fated opportunities, it was useless no matter how talented one was. The 100 Flower Sword Saint said, that Murong Yu isn't bad either. Apart from not condensing the sword heart, she isn't inferior to this child. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint nodded. Murong Yu isn't as simple as she looks. If I didn't guess it wrongly, her Sword Dao and Water Dao have already fused to an extremely high level. She is just one step away from condensing the Water Dao sword heart. With their eyesight, the 3 of them easily saw through them. The secret martial arena was perfectly silent, and no sound could be heard for a long time. At this moment, if a needle were to fall on the ground, it would probably explode like thunder. I wonder if the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign have condensed the sword heart. With regards to the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign's strength, everyone had remained at the level they had been several decades ago. This was because the 2 of them were too powerful and there were very few opportunities for them to fight. Dozens of years had passed, and no one knew what level the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign had reached. However, in the entire Swordsman Guild, only these 2 people had become rank 8 swordsmen. This already spoke volumes. The old man woke up from his shock and shouted, "Next!" The tournament was about to start and they mustn't waste too much time here. Perhaps Li Jianxin's appearance was too shocking. No one had the interest to watch the next grade 6 swordsman seriously. There were a few grade 6 swordsmen who weren't inferior to the stalwart swordsmen and were very depressed. But when they thought about Li Jianxin's insane strength, they had no choice but to suppress their depression. When there were over 30 participants left, it was finally Li Fuchen's turn. Inside the supreme private room, the Mystic Deep Sword Saint's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. What is it? The Tiger Fang Sword Saint and the 100 Flower Sword Saint looked at the Mystic Deep Sword Saint with astonishment. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint said, "This child is rather interesting. His Sword Dao is actually so pure. It is just like the aurora in the universe, resplendent and dazzling." There was a difference between a mid-level Sword Dao Saint and a low-level Sword Dao Saint. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint could see things that the other 2 couldn't. After hearing the statement, the Tiger Fang Sword Saint and the 100 Flower Sword Saint observed Li Fuchen carefully. They naturally knew the Mystic Deep Sword Saint's strength. Since the Mystic Deep Sword Saint said so, it meant that Li Fuchen wasn't an ordinary person. As expected, after a careful observation, they were able to see something. If Li Jianxin was the sharpest sword, then Li Fuchen was the most primitive sword. It wasn't that eye-catching, but after a careful observation, one would feel an extreme magical power from the depths of their heart. Li Jianxin frowned slightly. With the sword heart senses, he noticed a trace of abnormality. This trace of abnormality was transmitted from Li Fuchen's body. Li Fuchen walked towards the martial stage step by step. He strolled leisurely and wasn't too slow. From this point, he was very similar to Li Jianxin. But there were subtle differences and only a few people could see the differences. Arriving at the martial stage, Li Fuchen drew his sword and slashed before turning to leave the stage. The repaired grade 7 swordsman puppet's chest had a deep sword wound. During this period of time, the grade 7 swordsman puppet didn't even move a single step and was just like a dead object. Previously, when Li Jianxin made a move, the grade 7 swordsman puppet actually moved a little, but it was too weak and no one noticed it. But Li Jianxin, Murong Yuyu, and the elder noticed it too. Li Fuchen's sword wasn't actually as fast as Li Jianxin and wasn't as fast as Murong Yuyu. It was obvious that Li Fuchen didn't use his full strength and was just casually brandishing his sword. How is this possible? This was the second time the elder revealed a shocked expression. He felt that he was hallucinating today. Li Jianxin was already shocking enough. Now there was another Li Fuchen. Most importantly, he couldn't see anything. Could the swordsman puppet have been damaged earlier? The elder wanted to test it again. The elder didn't know that in the supreme private room, the 3 sword Dao saints from the Swordsman Guild had stood up. They knew what was going on. The swordsman puppet was ultimately a dead object. It could only sense chi movements and predict the attacker's attack angle. Once the opponent completely sealed off its senses, the swordsman puppet would self-destruct. To put it in simpler terms, the swordsman puppet could sense that all of its actions were meaningless in front of Li Fuchen. The moment Li Fuchen brandished his sword, the swordsman puppet didn't know how to attack. After all, it wasn't a human. Even if it didn't know how to attack, it still had to attack. It was just a puppet and didn't have any consciousness. This feeling was mystical and indescribable. This child's sword Dao foundation is so deep that I have never seen anything like it. The mystic deep sword saint sighed. Only when the sword Dao foundation was deep enough would it be able to suppress the swordsman puppet's sword Dao. The swordsman puppet's sword Dao was poured in by a sword Dao saint. Even if it was only half of the sword Dao, it was already very terrifying. Of course, it didn't mean that Li Fuchen was stronger than Li Jianxin. The swordsman puppet was just a puppet and it had an irreparable flaw. It just so happened that Li Fuchen was able to counter this flaw. The swordsman puppet might have been damaged earlier. I will need to test it again. The elder hesitated for a moment and decided to be cautious. There is no need. He has passed. A voice abruptly rang out. Yes. The elder was shocked as he knew that the Swordsman Guild's Sword Dao Saint had spoken. As for the others, they were all confused and didn't know what level Li Fuchen had reached. They only knew that Li Fuchen was very strong. Soon enough, the selection ended. Chapter 772. After pushing open the door, the 33 individuals walked towards the Wind Cloud Martial Arena. Boom! The instant the door opened, there was a tsunami of sound. Everyone looked up and saw that the Wind Cloud Martial Arena that could accommodate 3 million individuals was basically full. Among the 3 million individuals, more than half of them were Law Phase Realm Emperors. 100 or 1,000 Law Phase Realm Emperors might not have a huge presence, but when more than 1 million Law Phase Realm Emperors were gathered together, the prowess was enough to make any great emperor's blood boil. Those with weaker willpower would even start to get nervous. Their bodies would tremble and their minds would go blank. Look at how frightened these people are. Ha! In the empty space around the martial stage, a few Grade 7 swordsmen mocked. As Grade 7 swordsmen, they had absolute confidence when facing Grade 6 swordsmen. Your strength isn't bad to actually pass the selection. When the falling rainbow sword emperor saw Li Fuchen, he revealed a smile. He was truly afraid that Li Fuchen wouldn't pass the selection. If that was the case, there would be one less fun. As for whether he would be defeated by Li Fuchen, he didn't even think about it. What a joke, the falling Rainbow Sword Emperor was ranked 15th on the Sword Emperor rankings. If the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign weren't here, he would be ranked 13th. Furthermore, after decades of arduous cultivation, he believed his strength had reached an extremely horrifying level. Let alone Li Fuchen, he was confident he could contest with the emotionless Sword Emperor and Heart Sword Sovereign. I hope his Sword Dao strength isn't as powerful as his body refinement strength. The Nine Firmament Sword Sovereign had complicated thoughts. He might be ranked 6th on the Sword Emperor rankings, but he was truly afraid of Li Fuchen previously. When facing Li Fuchen, he wasn't able to remain calm. Soon enough, the referee went on stage and announced the rules of the tournament. The tournament was a points competition. The higher the points, the higher the ranking. During the tournament, Heaven-class high-tier artifacts weren't allowed to enhance one's strength. Everything depended on oneself. If anyone used strength that didn't belong to them, they would be disqualified. The tournament rewards were very generous. The top 10 wouldn't just be able to enter the Sword World. First place would be rewarded with 5 million contribution points, second place would be rewarded with 2 million contribution points, third place would be rewarded with 1 million contribution points, fourth to 10th place would be rewarded with 500,000 contribution points. 11th to 20th place wouldn't just be rewarded with 500,000 contribution points, they would also be able to receive pointers from Sword Dao Saint. The pointers from Sword Dao Saints might not be comparable to entering the Sword World, but it was definitely hundreds or even thousands of times better than those who couldn't enter the Sword World. 5 million contribution points, huh? Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the prize for first place to be so rich. Becoming a 7th grade swordsman required 2 million contribution points. With 5 million contribution points, not only could he become a 7th grade swordsman, but he would also not be far from reaching the 8th grade. Although it's not that easy to fight for first place, what's the point of something that's too easy? Li Fuchen let out a faint smile while his eyes flickered. What a generous reward. I don't dare say I'll be in the top 10, but I'll definitely fight for the top 20. That's right. There are only 68 people in total. I don't believe I can't enter the top 20. The expressions of all the participating swordsmen changed, becoming extremely sharp. Opportunity, what is an opportunity? The swordsman tournament was a first-class opportunity. Previously, they were still a little apprehensive. Now, even if they were to face the emotionless Sword Emperor and the others, they would still dare to fight with all their might. In the audience seats, everyone was also lamenting the rich rewards of the swordsman tournament. The Swordsman Guild's contribution points could be used to exchange for resources within the Swordsman Guild. The Swordsman Guild was a top-class faction in the Saint Spirit continent. It was imaginable how much resources they had. Inside the B-class private room, the saber demon Miao Qingxin's eyes were instantly locked onto Li Fuchen. It's him. Miao Qingxin's eyes revealed murderous intent. He already knew that Miao Xinyu was killed by Li Fuchen. After all, there were plenty of people present and one of them sold the information to the Miao clan. Brother Miao, what's wrong? Saber Emperor Chu Kuang asked from the side. Miao Qingxin said, I found the person who killed Miao Xinyu. Who is it? Do you need my help? Chu Kuang's wife was Miao Qingxin's cousin. It wasn't a big deal to help her eliminate an enemy. Miao Qingxin said, I wish to take revenge personally. Of course, if I can't deal with him, it won't be too late to ask Brother Chu for help. If it was in the past, he wouldn't be a match for Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was able to kill Miao Xinyu in a single sword move, and it was indeed shocking. But 10 years ago, Miao Qingxin's strength started to improve drastically. During the previous sparring sessions, he was able to withstand 5 moves from the Saber Emperor Chu Kuang. Who was the Saber Emperor Chu Kuang? He was ranked 4th on the Great Emperor rankings. Apart from the first ranker, the Heaven Emperor, No one dared to say they could defeat the Saber Emperor Chu Kuang. It was unimaginable for Miao Qingxin to withstand 5 moves from the Saber Emperor Chu Kuang. All right. Chu Kuang nodded. At his strength level, there weren't a lot of people that could be considered a match for him. In the swordsman tournament, no one was worthy enough to be his match, as the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign weren't in the tournament. In a Class A private room, the Gao clan's members were all present, including the Gao clan's saint, the Broken Flow Saint. Ancestor, this person destroyed one of our Gao clan's auction halls and stole 5 billion high-grade spirit stones. A Gao clan's upper echelon pointed at Li Fuchen and said with a cold voice, 5 billion high-grade spirit stones wasn't a small sum, but to the Gao clan, the destruction of the auction hall was more severe than losing 5 billion high-grade spirit stones. There were plenty of merchant associations on the Saint Spirit continent. The Gao clan's Long Rainbow Merchant Guild was able to reach its current status because of countless years of accumulation. Now that one of their auction halls was destroyed and the auction funds were stolen, it was a huge blow to the Long Rainbow Merchant Guild. In the future, no one would dare to entrust their treasures to the Long Rainbow Merchant Guild. Don't worry, I will deal with this child personally, the Broken Flow Saint said indifferently. He already found out from the Night Emperor that Li Fuchen's strength was much stronger than it looked. Apart from him, no one else could deal with Li Fuchen. With the ancestor making a move, this child is dead for sure. The Gao clan's upper echelon gave Li Fuchen a death sentence in their hearts. No matter how strong a Law Phase Realm Emperor was, he was still a Law Phase Realm Emperor. Once a saint made a move, there was no way for him to survive. On the martial stage, after the referee explained the rules and rewards, he said loudly, "The tournament shall begin now." Rumble. The martial stage suddenly split into 9 smaller martial stages. Each of the stages had a circle of light barrier. Martial Stage 1, Yuan Haojie against Wu Xing. Martial Stage 2, Martial Stage 3. Because it was a points tournament, 9 matches would be conducted at the same time. On Martial Stage 1, the stalwart swordsman Yuan Haojie stood a few dozen meters away from the grade 7 swordsman Wu Xing. "Admit defeat, you aren't a match for me," Wu Xing said indifferently. He was ranked 20th on the Sword Emperor rankings. Apart from Li Jianxin and Murong Yuyu, he didn't care about the rest. "Underestimating me won't end well." Yuan Haojie grinned. Wu Xing was too arrogant and conceited. Was a grade 7 swordsman very impressive? Earlier on, he defeated the grade 7 swordsman Puppet in 2-sword move. Oh, then I would like to see what the bad outcome is. Wu Xing made a move. His title was the Flowing Light Sword Emperor. Among the Sword Emperors, his sword speed wasn't top 5, but top 10. On the martial stage, countless flowing lights burst out and enveloped Yuan Haojie. Good timing. The large sword in Yuan Haojie's hand felt weightless. When he brandished his sword, countless sword shadows stacked up and formed an iron wall that blocked the flowing lights. Cling 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 cling. Wu Xing's sword art was indeed fast, but his attack power was obviously weaker and couldn't break the layer of sword shadows. The Sword Emperor rankings are indeed unreliable. Wu Xing is defeated. In Li Fuchen's opinion, Wu Xing pursued speed too much and didn't utilize the true advantage of the flowing light sword Dao. In most situations, the faster the speed, the stronger the power, just like Li Fuchen's meteor sword art. After attacking for a long time, Wu Xing was getting anxious. Godspeed, flowing light. Finally, Wu Xing executed his kill move. Once the kill move was executed, the sword speed increased drastically again. In the void, an unstoppable flowing light burst out and wanted to break Yuan Haojie's defense. The power is great, but the sword Dao law is superficial. Li Fuchen shook his head again. Break. Yuan Haojie thrust his large sword forward, and the sword shadows gathered to form a thick sword field. It carried a comet chi presence and blasted at the flowing light. PFFF. The flowing light collapsed and Wu Xing was sent flying before crashing into the light barrier. Martial Stage 1, Yuan Haojie wins, 1 point. Wu Xing loses, -1 point. Of the 9 martial stages, the first stage was the first to decide the victor. Once Yuan Haojie and Wu Xing got off the stage, the referee said, Martial Stage 1, Li Fuchen against Wang He. Wang He was the same as Li Fuchen, they were both grade 6 swordsmen. Originally, when Li Fuchen defeated the grade 7 swordsman Puppet in a single sword move, Wang He should have admitted defeat. But in his heart, he felt that the grade 7 swordsman Puppet was probably damaged after Li Jianxin broke a hole in it. That was why Li Fuchen was able to defeat the grade 7 swordsman Puppet so easily. No matter what, it was rather unsightly for Wang He to admit defeat at the start. Whether Li Fuchen was strong or not, they would only know after the fight. Please give me some pointers. Wang He cupped his fist and said, Bring out your strongest move. Everyone's sword Dao had its merits and Li Fuchen didn't mind giving Wang He more opportunities. Wang He frowned and felt that Li Fuchen was too arrogant. The match started. Wang He didn't listen to Li Fuchen and used his strongest move right from the start. Instead, he was trying to probe Li Fuchen. Sword of Impermanence. But Li Fuchen wasn't planning to waste too much time with Wang He. Since Wang He wasn't going to use his strongest move, Li Fuchen was going to force Wang He to do so. Once the Sword of Impermanence was executed, the martial stage was filled with Li Fuchen's figure. This move was a heaven-class high-tier sword move that was created with the Impermanence sword art as the foundation. After so many years, apart from the Void Heaven sword art and primary extreme sword art, Li Fuchen's other sword arts didn't fall behind. It was more than enough to deal with regular swordsmen. Such a ghostly sword art. Wang He was shocked as he felt sword qi flowing everywhere. He wasn't able to predict the angle of Li Fuchen's sword. Without a choice, Wang He used his kill move. His body spun and a sword qi storm extended out. Within the sword qi storm, there was a soaring bird. This was his unique sword Dao, the soaring sword Dao. Interesting. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. Wang He's strength was truly weak, but Wang He's sword Dao was filled with spirituality. That flying bird was waiting for an opportunity, and it was obviously formed by the sword intent. With the qi activity, Li Fuchen didn't need to rely on judgment to find the opponent's flaw and sword trajectory. Alright, you can be defeated now. Since Li Fuchen had observed Wang He's sword Dao quintessence, he naturally didn't intend to continue the fight. His body was like a phantom and his sword was like a phantom. He instantly passed through the sword qi storm and dodged the flying bird sword intent before slashing at Wang He. Chapter 773. Your swordsmanship is ghostly. Unfortunately, if you only have this much strength, you will definitely lose to me. Li Fuchen's strength had surprised the falling rainbow sword emperor. In his opinion, Li Fuchen's sword art wasn't inferior to the 18th ranked ghost shadow sword emperor. The duo's sword art was ghostly and unpredictable, making it hard to defend. It was a pity that the ghost shadow sword emperor wasn't a match for him, let alone Li Fuchen. Of the 9 martial stages, some of the martial stages would decide the victor very quickly, while some of the martial stages would take a long time to decide the victor. It was because everyone was too eager to enter the top 20. As long as there was a trace of a chance, they would not be willing to give up. Martial Stage 3, Murong Yu against Wang Qi. After more than a dozen matches, the heavyweight duels were about to begin. Murong Yu was one of the most dazzling rising stars in this year's swordsman tournament, while Wang Qi was known as the 9 Firmament Sword Sovereign and was ranked number 6 on the Sword Emperor rankings. The battle between the two of them could be said to be a confrontation between the old and the new. I won't lose. Wang Qi was rather fearful of Li Fuchen, but he wasn't afraid of Murong Yu at all. After all, he was ranked 6th on the Sword Emperor rankings, and he had always been the one looking down on others. Wang Qi lost. Li Fuchen had witnessed Wang Qi's ability before. The other party's 9 heavens sword art was extremely powerful. When the sword struck out, it seemed to be able to draw upon the power of the heavens. It was extremely close to the extreme realm. In comparison, Murong Yuyu's water path sword art was obviously more profound and the power was more concentrated. Dang! On the martial stage, sword shadows crisscrossed and sparks flew. Just as Li Fuchen expected, the 9 firmament sword sovereign's sword force wasn't a match for Murong Yuyu's sword force. Just as Li Fuchen expected, the 9 firmament sword sovereign's sword force was in chaos and his body was shaking a little. How could that be? Wang Qi's expression changed and his eyes turned sharp. 9 heavens soaring clouds. Soaring into the sky, Wang Qi slashed down with his sword. A powerful sword aura poured down like a bolt of lightning. Dripping water wears through a stone. Murong Yuyu lifted her head and countered with her sword. A drop of water penetrated Wang Qi's sword art with unbelievable speed. Dang! At the critical moment, Wang Qi raised his sword to block the attack, but his entire body was sent flying even higher. Damn it! 9 heavens violent lightning! Wang Qi vanished and was replaced by rolling clouds and explosive thunder. In the next moment, countless thunderbolts ripped apart the clouds and headed straight for Murong Yuyu. This is a sword art illusion! Someone in the audience exclaimed. Sword Dao was ever-changing, and sword technique illusion was one of the extremes. Countless bolts of lightning were countless sword lights. Each sword light gave off a killing intent that was impossible to dodge. Murong Yuyu lifted her head and didn't have any intention to dodge. You should be honored to witness this sword of mine. When Murong Yuyu brandished her sword, countless water droplets flew up from the ground and into the sky. At this moment, the sky was no longer the sky, and the earth was no longer the earth. Yin and yang were reversed. The droplets of water were extremely condensed, and they spun rapidly as they shot forward. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the water droplets was also unbelievably great. A single water droplet could destroy at least several bolts of lightning. Finally, Wang Qi couldn't take it anymore. Blood spurted out of his body, and he was almost turned into a sieve. The sword art illusion completely dissipated. Such a terrifying soft water sword principle. This should be the soft water sword principle's water drip sword principle. Everyone could see some of the sword daos, but some of the more abstract sword daos were hard to see. Like Su Pingfan's ordinary sword dao, Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword dao, the emotionless sword emperor's emotionless sword dao, and the heart sword sovereign's heart sword dao. These abstract sword daos couldn't be seen through just from the sword art, unless one knew what sword art the opponent cultivated. The water drip sword principle walked on the path of breaking through the surface with a single point. When Murong Yuyu defeated Wang Qi, the wind cloud martial arena was in an uproar. The 9 firmament sword sovereign, Wang Qi, was ranked number 6 on the sword emperor rankings and was actually defeated by a rising star. Right now, they didn't know who was stronger or weaker. If a rising star could defeat a veteran sword emperor expert, then why couldn't the lower-ranked people on the sword emperor rankings defeat the top-ranked people? It was reckoned that even the emotionless sword emperor and the heart sword sovereign might be dragged down. As the tournament continued, exciting battles were constantly being displayed on the 9 martial stages. Sword Dao was the number 1 Dao for killing, but it was also the Dao with the most spectator value. When 2 swordsmen fought, if a single sword was used to determine the victor, it would let everyone feel the danger of the sword Dao. If there was a prolonged battle, it would let everyone feel the magnificence of the sword Dao. If it was a fight between 2 saber wielders, the spectator value would definitely drop by 1 level. Everyone would only be able to see the dominance and heroism of the saber Dao. There wouldn't be the soul-stirring feeling of dancing on the tip of the saber. Soon enough, it was Li Jianxin's turn. His opponent was actually the ranked 9th on the Sword Emperor rankings, the wind-chasing Sword Emperor. The wind-chasing Sword Emperor was known as one of the 5 fastest swords on the Sword Emperor rankings. In terms of sword speed, he was comparable with the emotionless Sword Emperor and the Heart Sword Sovereign. On the martial stage, the wind-chasing Sword Emperor didn't attack immediately. Instead, he stared at Li Jianxin with a grave expression. Li Jianxin was simply standing there, but the wind-chasing Sword Emperor couldn't find any flaw. If there was no flaw, it meant that even if the wind-chasing Sword Emperor attacked, it would be futile. "I heard that your sword speed is very fast," Li Jianxin said. The wind-chasing Sword Emperor said, "I am untalented, but everyone is praising me. If everyone is praising you, it means that your sword speed is indeed very fast. How about this, if you can block this sword of mine, it will be my loss." Li Jian thought. What? The wind-chasing Sword Emperor was slightly stunned. Soon after, he was enraged. The other party was obviously looking down on him. He didn't think that the other party was letting him off. Li Jianxin wants to decide the outcome with one sword. How domineering. Too rash. The wind-chasing Sword Emperor is one of the 5 fastest swords on the Sword Emperor rankings. Even the emotionless Sword Emperor and the Heart Sword Sovereign aren't 100% confident to compete with the wind-chasing Sword Emperor in terms of sword speed and a single sword to decide the victor. Where there's a will, there's a way. You'll know after seeing it. Whether it was in the spectators' stands or below the stage, everyone was discussing spiritedly as they stared unblinkingly at the stage. At this moment, even a blink of an eye might cause one to miss the most exciting scene. Be careful, Li Jian thought. The wind-chasing Sword Emperor didn't say anything and waited solemnly. He didn't believe that he couldn't block his opponent's sword. There was a faint change in the brightness of the stage. Li Jianxin turned around and left the stage. What do you mean? The wind-chasing Sword Emperor was furious. You lost. Li Jian said indifferently without turning his head. I lost? The wind-chasing Sword Emperor didn't understand. Pfff. A stream of blood shot out from the wind-chasing Sword Emperor's shoulder. I have indeed lost. The wind-chasing Sword Emperor was terrified. What kind of sword speed was this? He actually couldn't sense it at all, let alone block it. In the world, how could there be such a fast sword speed in the Law Phase realm? Could Li Jian have reached the Sword Sovereign or Sword Emperor realm? The wind-chasing Sword Emperor wasn't the only one who was terrified. More than 90% of the spectators were terrified. If there was a day when they became enemies with Li Jianxin, they probably wouldn't even know how they died. Li Jian's sword speed had reached a horrifying level. Interesting. Saber Emperor Chu Kuang's eyes burst out with radiance beside the saber demon Miao Qingxin. He is very incredible? Miao Qingxin didn't dare to believe that a rookie's strength could reach such a level. Chu Kuang said, without reaching my level, one will never know how powerful he is. He didn't explain. There were some things that couldn't be explained. Below the stage, the emotionless Sword Emperor and the Heart Sword Sovereign's eyes contracted. Before this, they only had the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign in their eyes. They didn't even bother about the other swordsmen. Li Jianxin's appearance made them feel a trace of pressure and danger. This is the power of the Sword Heart. With the Sword Heart, one can perfectly control the Sword Dao Law. Li Fuchen revealed a smile and emitted an undetectable battle intent. He had always been invincible in the same realm. To be honest, as a swordsman, he yearned for battle. He yearned for evenly matched battles and the feeling of fighting for victory. I hope you can be stronger. Li Fuchen could see that Li Jianxin had only revealed a portion of his strength. With just this bit of strength, Li Jianxin wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen hoped that Li Jianxin could be stronger and more perfect. Only then would Li Fuchen go all out. After Li Jianxin got off the stage, everyone was stunned for a long time. Murong Youyu was already stunning enough, who would have expected Li Jianxin to be even more stunning and terrifying. Could this year's swordsman tournament bring back the era of the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign? Back then, the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign were also rookies and won the swordsman tournament. For the next few dozen years, they had been the number 1 and number 2 of the Sword Emperor rankings, and no one could surpass them. A few dozen years later, someone as stunning as them had appeared. This person might be able to challenge the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign's position. Martial Stage 9, Li Fuchen against Cui Luohong. Once the referee finished speaking, the falling rainbow Sword Emperor, Cui Luohong, appeared on the martial stage like a rainbow. Li Fuchen, I said that I will take good care of you in the swordsman tournament. The falling rainbow Sword Emperor grinned. Are you sure you want to take care of me? Li Fuchen flashed and appeared in front of the falling rainbow Sword Emperor. Of course. I, the falling rainbow Sword Emperor, never go back on my words. The falling rainbow Sword Emperor waved his hand and a rainbow-like sword appeared in his hand. To be able to witness my rainbow fall sword Dao, consider it your honor. The falling rainbow Sword Emperor pointed out with his long sword. Streaks of rainbow-colored sword chi shot out. These rainbow-colored sword chi actually fused and refracted in the void. At a glance, it was impossible to distinguish which were real sword chi and which were refracted sword chi. This is your falling rainbow sword Dao? It doesn't look like much. Li Fuchen strolled among the rainbow sword chi. When countless sword chi landed on his body, there were only traces of sparks. This is just the beginning. The falling rainbow Sword Emperor's eyes contracted. Li Fuchen's strength was a little beyond his expectation. Li Fuchen was actually able to block his attack with just a layer of sword chi protection. However, the falling rainbow Sword Emperor wasn't going to boost Li Fuchen's prowess. White rainbow penetrating Sunday, the falling rainbow Sword Emperor executed his finishing move. When he brandished his sword, an unimaginably pure white sword chi burst out. At the same time, a deadly and silent sword Dao presence was emitted. The entire place was filled with desolation and desolation. Falling rainbow represents the end of the rainbow. It is still acceptable. Li Fuchen brandished his sword and scattered the white sword chi. In the air, there were invisible threads that were wantonly slicing. Sword move. Flowing merciless edge. Chapter 774. There was once a period of time when the flowing merciless edge was Li Fuchen's strongest sword move. It might have been replaced by the Void Heaven Sword Art and the Primary Extreme Sword Art, and even surpassed by the Meteor Sword Art, but as Li Fuchen's sword Dao progressed rapidly, the flowing merciless edge was also progressing rapidly. A few years ago it was already close to extremity. The current flowing merciless edge didn't contain the Fire Dao Law anymore, it only contained pure sword Dao Law. It was all thanks to Su Pingfan's ordinary sword Dao. The falling rainbow Sword Emperor was appalled when his white sun-penetrating rainbow was neutralized. He frantically retreated, and while he was retreating, he swung his sword to break the sword threads to prevent himself from getting injured. Clang 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 clang, sparks flew and the falling rainbow Sword Emperor's arm was a little numb. These sword threads were tougher and more fearsome than he imagined. If he was slightly weaker, he would have already been defeated. Damn it! Why is he so strong? The falling rainbow Sword Emperor had an ashen expression and felt extremely humiliated. Previously, he said that he would take good care of Li Fuchen. Right now, he was the one at a disadvantage. With the frenzied swinging of the sword threads were finally broken. Of course, it was mainly because Li Fuchen didn't use his full strength. The falling rainbow Sword Emperor probably had more powerful sword moves that he hadn't executed yet. It wouldn't be too late to defeat the falling rainbow Sword Emperor after witnessing it. Li Fuchen, I have underestimated you. This next sword move is my trump card to enter the top 10. Now you are qualified to witness it. Falling Rainbow 9 Suns. The falling rainbow Sword Emperor soared into the sky and vanished in the next moment. In the sky, 9 colorful suns appeared. The suns suddenly flashed and turned into 9 dazzling sword chi that blasted at Li Fuchen. When facing the 9 sword chi, Li Fuchen felt a great destructive feeling as though 9 suns had fallen at the same time. If it was any other swordsman that received this move, they would have been blasted into ashes. It was a pity that Li Fuchen was the one receiving this move. It was still the flowing merciless edge, but this time, the flowing merciless edge felt as though heaven and earth were silent and the great Tao was emotionless. In the void, the sword threads crisscrossed and easily sliced apart the 9 sword chi. Before landing on the falling rainbow sword emperor. Clang! The falling rainbow sword emperor was sent flying, and his body was stained with blood. This year's swordsman tournament is truly a new generation that surpasses the old. This Li Fuchen might not be as dazzling as Li Jianxin and Murong Yiyu, but he is comparable with Yuan Haojie. Indeed, the falling rainbow sword emperor is ranked 15th on the sword emperor rankings. He was actually defeated just like that without any suspense. As for the falling rainbow sword emperor's defeat, everyone was already used to it. This year's swordsman tournament was undoubtedly just inferior to the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign's swordsman tournament. There were plenty of rising stars, and the veteran Sword Emperor rankings experts were facing a powerful crisis. Your strength is not bad. I look forward to fighting with you. When Li Fuchen got off the stage, Yuan Haojie said. Among the grade 6 swordsmen, he only acknowledged Li Jianxin, Murong Yiyu, and Li Fuchen. But the first 2 were too strong, and only Li Fuchen was evenly matched with them. Sure. I'll be more serious when the time comes, Li Fuchen said. Yuan Haojie glared at Li Fuchen. What do you mean by more serious? Do you think you are the only one that didn't go all out? Of course, he could see that Li Fuchen didn't go all out, but he didn't conceal too much strength either. It was impossible for Li Fuchen to suddenly increase his strength by 10 times. Li Fuchen smiled and didn't say anything. Yuan Haojie was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He wished he could immediately fight with Li Fuchen and teach him a lesson. It was Yuan Haojie's turn for the next match. Perhaps he was angered by Li Fuchen. Yuan Haojie immediately displayed astounding strength and sent his opponent flying with a single sword move. When he got off the stage, he intentionally looked at Li Fuchen with provocation. Li Fuchen had an indifferent expression and ignored Yuan Haojie. Yuan Haojie's strength wasn't bad, but he wasn't qualified for Li Fuchen to go all out, unless Yuan Haojie's strength increased by a few dozen times. Martial Stage 4, Tang Xing against Jing Shan. After the match between Murong Yiyu and the 9 Firmament Sword Sovereign Wang Qi, it was time for another pinnacle martial contest. Jing Shan had the title of Mountain Collapse Sword Emperor and was ranked 8th on the Sword Emperor rankings. His sword art was as heavy as a mountain, and those who were weaker wouldn't even be able to block his sword prowess and would be crushed into a pile of blood. As for Tang Xing, he was this year's swordsman tournament's rising star that was just inferior to Li Jianxin. Previously, his opponents were rather weak, therefore, he didn't have much presence. Right now, his opponent was the 8th-ranked Sword Emperor rankings Jing Shan. Everyone was wondering if he could shock the crowd. Jing Shan naturally wouldn't underestimate Tang Xing. The 9 Firmament Sword Sovereign and the Wind-Chasing Sword Emperor were already examples. If Jing Shan dared to underestimate Tang Xing, he would definitely suffer a miserable defeat. Of course, it was impossible for Tang Xing to imitate Murong Yiyu and Li Jianxin and defeat Jing Shan easily. Jing Shan wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Jing Shan's sword was a giant sword that was as wide as a door plank. When the giant sword was brandished, a heavy sword prowess was already emitted. Below the martial stage, some of the nearby participants felt their bodies sinking. It felt as though a mountain was pressing down on them and making it hard for them to breathe. Such a terrifying mountain collapse Sword Dao. From the sword prowess, his strength seems to be superior to the 9 Firmament Sword Sovereign. A few of them were in a heated discussion. The nine firmament sword sovereign, Wang Qi's expression changed. He might not be willing to admit it, but he had a faint feeling that Jing Shan's strength had already surpassed him. It also meant to say that after so many years, his improvement was much smaller than Jing Shan. During the previous swordsman tournament, he defeated Jing Shan in just a few dozen moves. Be careful. Jing Shan roared out and cleaved at Tang Xing with the mountain collapse sword Dao. Tang Xing didn't move, but his sword intent that was as heavy as the stars revolved around his body. It seemed like he was planning to use his sword intent to forcefully resist Jing Shan's sword. Rumble. On the martial stage, the air was vibrating and there was a visible ripple that extended out. Everyone was shocked to realize that Jing Shan's sword prowess that was like a rainbow couldn't even break Tang Xing's sword intent. Instead, Jing Shan was pushed back and staggered. What kind of sword Dao is this? It is even heavier and more boundless than Jing Shan's mountain collapse sword Dao. There is obviously the presence of the stars revolving inside. No one knew what sword art Tang Xing cultivated, therefore, they didn't know what sword Dao Tang Xing was walking on. Stars sword Dao. Only Li Fuchen was able to see that Tang Xing cultivated the stars sword Dao. Because Jing Shan's sword intent obviously contained the stars law. His hand of star and hand of moon also contained the stars law. However, Li Fuchen could see that Jing Shan's stars law hadn't produced the gravity law. If it produced the gravity law, Jing Shan's strength would be extremely terrifying and it might even become a formidable foe for Li Fuchen. After all, Li Fuchen's hand of moon only contained the stars law. But Jing Shan's stars sword Dao didn't just contain the stars law, it also had the sword Dao law. When the two were fused, there would be the sword Dao's lethality and the stars Dao's heaviness. As compared to Tang Xing's stars sword Dao, Jing Shan's mountain collapse sword Dao was innately weaker. After all, the mountain collapse sword Dao was just a type of the thick earth sword Dao and it wasn't comparable with this special sword Dao. What? Jing Shan was appalled and his qi blood was boiling. On the opposite side, Tang Xing said indifferently, I have already withstood your sword. Next, it is your turn. While speaking, a heavy sword appeared in Tang Xing's hand. With a cleave, an extremely heavy sword prowess pressed at Jing Shan ruthlessly. Bang! The stage shook, Jing Shan was forced to kneel on one knee and spit out a mouthful of blood. Too strong, really too strong. He was no match for him at all. Originally, I thought that Li Jianxin was this year's Swordsman Tournament's #1 rising star and was qualified to challenge Emotionless Sword Emperor and Heart Sword Sovereign. Now, it seems like Tang Xing isn't inferior to Li Jianxin at all. Yes, although Li Jianxin's sword speed is unimaginably fast, Tang Xing's swordsmanship is clearly both offensive and defensive. It will be very difficult to break through his defense with one strike. In the previous Swordsman Tournament, there were Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign. In this Swordsman Tournament, if Li Jianxin and Tang Xing can defeat Emotionless Sword Emperor and Heart Sword Sovereign respectively, they will become the new Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign. Although it's a little early to talk about this, it's more or less the same. Since the start of the competition, Tang Xing, who didn't have much of a presence, instantly became a famous person, stunning the entire audience. Martial Stage 6, Li Fuchen against Yuan Haojie. Soon enough, it was Li Fuchen's turn again. This time, his opponent was Yuan Haojie, who had provoked him before. It's our turn. Yuan Haojie's eyes were filled with battle intent. It's our turn. Li Fuchen flew up the stage. Without any words, the duo instantly exchanged moves. It was obvious that Yuan Haojie was also walking on the path of the heavy sword Dao. However, his sword Dao wasn't the star's sword Dao or the thick earth sword Dao. It was the comet sword Dao. The comet sword Dao wasn't as heavy as the star's sword Dao and the thick earth sword Dao, but it was very explosive and had both power and speed. If a description had to be made, The comet sword Dao was similar to the combination of the meteor sword Dao and the thick earth sword Dao. In order to fight, Li Fuchen used the meteor sword art. The meteor sword art also had both power and speed. Be defeated. Yuan Haojie wielded his large sword as though it was light. Countless sword shadows gathered and turned into a comet that rushed at Li Fuchen. Meteor fall. Li Fuchen rushed into the sky and slashed down. The dazzling sword light countered with an even faster speed. Boom! When the two sword lights clashed, the martial stage was dazzling and even engulfed the duo. How many sword arts is this Li Fuchen proficient in? Indeed, I have the same question too. Every time he changes his opponent, he will use a different sword art. It is truly hard to understand his patterns. Biting off more than one can chew. It doesn't seem like a good thing to be proficient in multiple sword arts. But every one of his sword techniques has reached a level close to the pinnacle. At the start, everyone didn't pay much attention to Li Fuchen. But after several matches, everyone gradually noticed Li Fuchen's brilliance. To be able to cultivate multiple sword arts close to extremity wasn't something a regular person could do. How is this possible? Why is his sword Dao even faster than mine? When the dazzling radiance dissipated, Yuan Haojie's body shook a little, and he had an awful expression. His comet sword Dao had both power and speed. According to his assumption, he should be able to suppress Li Fuchen. He didn't expect for Li Fuchen's sword Dao to also have both power and speed. It might not be as heavy as his sword Dao, but with the support of absolute speed, the power was unbelievable. Comet burst. After taking a deep breath, Yuan Haojie's sword prowess increased drastically. When he brandished his sword, the dazzling sword light was like a real comet. It carried horrific light and heat and rushed at Li Fuchen with shocking speed. It wasn't over yet. When the comet's sword light got close to Li Fuchen, it suddenly exploded. Countless light shards enveloped Li Fuchen. This sword move was Yuan Haojie's sure-kill move. He didn't believe that Li Fuchen could receive it. It is a little repetitive with my meteor sword art. It is time to end this. Becoming the union of man and sword, Li Fuchen turned into an even more dazzling sword light. He penetrated Yuan Haojie's sword prowess and clashed with Yuan Haojie. PFFF. Yuan Haojie's chest burst out with blood and his eyes were wide open. Union of man and sword. The heart sword sovereign squinted his eyes. The sword emperor was also on the union of man and sword. Chapter 775. I've lost this time. Let's fight again next time. Yuan Haojie sounded unwilling. Li Fuchen's meteor sword Dao was only superior to his comet sword Dao by one level and the difference wasn't huge. Next time, he would definitely defeat Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen laughed. There is no need for that. If his opponent couldn't even defeat his meteor sword art, how was he supposed to deal with his void heaven sword art and primary extreme sword art? Arrogant. You are only one level stronger than me. Let's see how you face the others later. Yuan Haojie wasn't convinced. Li Fuchen was too arrogant and the crucial point was that he was defeated by Li Fuchen. He could only hope that someone would teach Li Fuchen a lesson and let Li Fuchen know the immensity of heaven and earth. The two got off the stage and the match continued. Stage 2, Xiao Yuan vs. Lu Hua. As soon as the judge's voice fell, the entire wind cloud arena was in an uproar. This Xiao Yuan was the Heart Sword Sovereign, ranked number 4 on the Sword Emperor rankings. He was just inferior to the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign and was on par with the emotionless Sword Emperor. Lu Hua wasn't a nobody and was the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor, who was ranked 12th on the Sword Emperor rankings. Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor, you aren't my match. Heart Sword Sovereign Xiao Yuan said to the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor. How would we know if we don't try? The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor was bursting with battle intent. He was only ranked 12th on the Sword Emperor rankings, but he wasn't satisfied with this rank. Since that's the case, then make your move. The Heart Sword Sovereign stood with his hands behind his back. He didn't have a sword on him. Boundless crimson fire. Clang. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor unsheathed his scarlet treasured sword and gently waved it. A scarlet wave surged toward the Heart Sword Sovereign. The Heart Sword Sovereign was still standing with his hands behind his back. He had no intention of attacking. However, when the scarlet wave approached him, a supreme sword light burst forth and split the scarlet wave into two. It has appeared. It's the Heart Sword Sovereign's Heart Sword Dao. Heart Sword Dao, using the heart as a sword. The stronger the heart, the stronger the sword. In the spectator seats, everyone was talking about it. Heart and sword as one. Is this the Heart Sword principle? Li Fuchen was moved. The Heart Sword Sovereign's Heart Sword Dao was definitely an extremely rare sword Dao. Many people could use their heart force to control their sword intent. However, the Heart Sword Sovereign didn't use his heart force to control his sword intent. Instead, he used his heart as a sword. It was on a much higher level. A heart sword cleaved apart the scarlet wave. The Heart Sword Sovereign looked at the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor. You aren't my match. Heart Sword Sovereign, I admit that you are very strong, but I, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor, have never stopped advancing. Today, I will let the world witness the Scarlet Blood Sword intent that I, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor, have comprehended after decades of hard work. Boom! As the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor spoke, a scarlet sword intent that was as red as blood surged out of his body. He actually combined the fire sword intent with the power of blood. In the supreme private room, the mystic deep sword monarch was moved. The Tiger Fang sword sage praised. This Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor is truly impressive. He has already fused his life into his sword Dao. Only sword Dao saints would know how difficult it was to combine the sword intent with the power of blood. Without fearsome conviction, it was impossible to do so. The 100-flower sword saint nodded. Life is like fire, sword intent is like fire. It is obvious that the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor isn't just a sword Dao Emperor, he is also a body refinement Emperor. Only a body refinement Emperor would be able to consume Qi blood without restraint. The three sword Dao saints were shocked, so was Li Fuchen. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's Scarlet Blood Sword intent could already be considered a body refinement sword Dao. To be more specific, it should be a blazing flame body refinement sword Dao. Li Fuchen's eyes were filled with curiosity and anticipation. He didn't know how powerful this blazing flame body refinement sword Dao was. On the martial stage, the Heart Sword Sovereign could clearly feel the pressure from the Scarlet Blood Sword intent as it was unprecedented. If the Heart Sword Sovereign could feel the pressure, it meant that the Heart Sword Sovereign was qualified to fight with him. Heart Sword Sovereign, receive another sword move from me. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor brandished his sword and slashed at the Heart Sword Sovereign with countless Scarlet Blood Sword Qi. Crackle, crackle. In the air, there were sword lights that intersected and intercepted the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's Scarlet Blood Sword Qi. The Heart Sword Sovereign's Heart Sword Dao wasn't that easy to break. When others made a move, they would need to brandish their sword, but the Heart Sword Sovereign only needed to use his thoughts. The gap has shrunk. Li Fuchen's eyes were like lightning. Previously, the Heart Sword Sovereign's Heart Sword was able to split the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's sword move. Right now, both sides were almost evenly matched and the gap had shrunk. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor was getting braver as the battle progressed. The Scarlet Blood Sword Qi was getting stronger as though it was injected with chicken blood. The entire martial stage was dyed blood red. However, no matter how powerful the Scarlet Blood Sword Qi was, it was hard to get within 10 feet of the Heart Sword Sovereign. It was as though the 10 feet was a forbidden zone. Scarlet Fire like Dragon. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor roared and increased the Scarlet Blood Sword intense power again. The Sword Qi turned into a blood-colored fire dragon and rushed at the Heart Sword Sovereign. Clang, clang, clang. The forbidden zone was broken. The blood-colored fire dragon forcefully rushed into the forbidden zone and stopped 10 feet away from the Heart Sword Sovereign. Seeing how dominant the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor was, the spectators and below the martial stage were already in a heated discussion. The situation is getting more chaotic. I originally thought that only Li Jianxin and Tang Xing can challenge the emotionless Sword Emperor and Heart Sword Sovereign. Right now, there is another Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor. That's right. Who would have thought that the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor is actually so incredible? Everyone else has been surpassed, but he is trying his best to catch up. But it is still unknown if he can contest with the Heart Sword Sovereign. The Heart Sword Dao might be using the heart as a sword, but only the Heart Sword Sovereign who uses a sword is the strongest Heart Sword Sovereign. As everyone was discussing, the situation on the martial stage was reaching its climax. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's Scarlet Blood Sword intent was too powerful. Even the Heart Sword Sovereign couldn't suppress the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor for a short period of time. Heart Sword Sovereign, are you still not going to draw your sword? The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor yelled out. The Heart Sword Sovereign sighed and his eyes turned sharp. You should be proud to force me to draw my sword. Heart Sword First Form, Heart Move. A sword instantly appeared in the Heart Sword Sovereign's hand. When the sword was unsheathed, the sword light rippled like water and spread out. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. When the sword was brandished, the extremely ferocious Scarlet Blood Sword intent had instantly dispersed. Such an incredible sword art. The Heart Sword Sovereign is even stronger than 20 years ago. Everyone else is improving. How can the Heart Sword Sovereign not improve? I wonder how much he has improved. After seeing the prowess of the Heart Sword Sovereign's first sword, even Li Fuchen's eyes were bursting with radiance. The Heart Sword Sovereign's move had a profound and extraordinary sword intent. It wasn't a regular sword intent. Even Li Fuchen wasn't able to see the profundity of this move. Of course, if Li Fuchen could see it, the Heart Sword Dao wouldn't be so mystical. Even though he had witnessed the Heart Sword Sovereign's Heart Sword Dao 20 years ago, when the Heart Sword Sovereign made his move, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor still felt a trace of despair. But soon enough, this trace of despair was incinerated into ashes. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's eyes burst out with fiery sword light. Heart Sword Sovereign, receive my strongest move, Scarlet Fire Universe. Rumble! The Scarlet Blood Sword intent burst out to the limit. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor flashed and thrust at the Heart Sword Sovereign. When this sword move was executed, the sword chi split and the sky and ground were filled with Scarlet Blood Sword chi. It felt as though the entire contest stage had turned into a Scarlet Blood Sword chi world. Heart Sword Second Form, Enchantment. The Heart Sword Sovereign had an indifferent expression. He brandished his sword and shattered the Scarlet Blood Sword chi world. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor was sent flying while vomiting blood. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor wasn't weak. After comprehending the Scarlet Blood Sword intent, his strength was far superior to the 9 Firmament Sword Sovereign and was at the pinnacle of strength. But in comparison, the Heart Sword Sovereign was ridiculously strong. No one could see through the Heart Sword Sovereign's Heart Sword Dao. The Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign might be able to see through it, but the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign didn't need to participate in the Swordsman tournament. It could be said that the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor was defeated with honor. Chapter 776. Martial Stage 6, Li Fuchen against Zhu Lang. Li Fuchen, who had already won over a dozen consecutive matches, finally encountered a rather formidable opponent. Of course, Zhu Lang was the wind-chasing Sword Emperor and was ranked 9th on the Sword Emperor rankings. He might not even be able to withstand a single sword from Li Jianxin, but who was Li Jianxin? He was an existence that was comparable with the emotionless Sword Emperor and the Heart Sword Sovereign. Wind chasing 9 swords. On the martial stage, the wind-chasing sword emperor immediately executed his sword art. He was like a gust of wind that engulfed Li Fuchen. Cling cling clang clang. There was a burst of sparks as Li Fuchen blocked all of the wind-chasing sword emperor's sword moves. The wind-chasing sword emperor didn't mind, as this was only the first sword. Each sword of the wind-chasing 9 swords was faster than the previous one. At the 9th sword, the speed would reach the state of formless and formless. It was a pity that he couldn't execute the 9th sword immediately, otherwise, he would be able to withstand Li Jinxin's first sword. 2nd sword, 3rd sword. Soon enough, the wind-chasing sword emperor was already on the 6th sword. The wind on the martial stage had already turned into a violent gale. This wasn't a normal violent gale, it was a violent gale that only existed in regions with abnormally dense wind Dao laws. Such violent gale was a forbidden zone for most law phase realm emperors, and anyone who entered would die. But Li Fuchen, who was in the violent gale, was much more formidable than the wind-chasing sword emperor imagined. No matter what angle he attacked from, Li Fuchen would be able to block it easily. If he was the violent gale, Li Fuchen would be an impenetrable steel bucket. 7th sword. 8th sword. The violent gale turned into a storm. In an instant, the wind-chasing sword emperor didn't even know how many swords he executed. He only had one thought: faster, faster. Wind-chasing sword Dao, chasing the violent gale. The sword will be as fast as the wind. Li Fuchen's eyes were like lightning as he observed the wind-chasing sword emperor's wind-chasing sword Dao. The wind-chasing sword Dao was definitely mixed with the wind Dao, but it didn't stop Li Fuchen from absorbing the sword Dao essence. No one knew what the sword Dao was. To Li Fuchen, anything that could make the sword Dao stronger was beneficial to the sword Dao. Li Fuchen might want to remove the fire Dao from his bone frame, but he didn't reject the fire Dao. The fire Dao was violent and ferocious. If it was used on the sword Dao, it would definitely make the sword Dao stronger. It was just that he did not wish to fuse the Dao of fire itself into the Dao of sword. Unless one day, his sword Dao had already reached the pinnacle. At that time, he might be able to attempt to fuse 10,000 Dao. The wind-chasing sword emperor had a grave expression as he felt that he had underestimated Li Fuchen. Or rather, everyone had underestimated Li Fuchen. No one knew better than him how terrifying the wind-chasing 9 swords were, especially the 7th and 8th swords. The sword's speed was already at the extremity. In normal situations, even if the wind-chasing 9 swords couldn't break Li Fuchen's defense, it would still make Li Fuchen flustered and make his qi presence unstable. However, Li Fuchen didn't show any signs of strain and remained calm. The 9th move. The wind-chasing sword emperor roared furiously in his heart and executed the 9th sword. The 9th sword had gathered the essence of the previous 8 swords. Not only did it raise the speed of the sword to a whole new level, but its power had also reached a whole new level. When this sword move was executed, the heaven and earth law on the martial stage had been expelled, leaving behind only the sword Dao law and wind Dao law. A gale that felt like it came from the depths of the universe was blowing at Li Fuchen. The speed was unbelievable and normal people wouldn't be able to sense it. Such a fast sword. Let's see how you are going to block it this time. Below the stage, Yuan Haojie was shocked and immediately looked at Li Fuchen with a gloating expression. I have been waiting for this sword move. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. He had been entangled with the wind-chasing sword emperor for so long just to wait for this sword move. As expected, the sword Dao essence contained in this sword move was more than the previous 8 sword moves combined. A single glance was enough for Li Fuchen's mind to have plenty of inspiration. But it is time to end this. In the void there was a flash of light and a huge explosion. The wind-chasing sword emperor was sent flying and vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. When fighting with Yuan Haojie, Li Fuchen didn't execute the meteor sword art at full strength. The meteor sword art at full strength wasn't slower than the wind-chasing sword emperor's 9th sword, and the power was superior. using sword speed to break my ninth sword. The wind-chasing Sword Emperor was appalled. In other words, if Li Fuchen was willing, he could also defeat him in a single sword move, but Li Fuchen didn't do it. At the Wind Cloud Martial Arena, there were plenty of people who took a deep cold breath. Li Fuchen had been concealing himself, and everyone assumed that his strength was only above average. Right now, it seemed like he wasn't above average, he was obviously at the pinnacle. At least, he wasn't inferior to Murong Yuyu, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor, and the others. Who was stronger would only be determined after the fight. Damn it, he concealed his strength. Yuan Haojie was enraged. When Li Fuchen fought with him, Li Fuchen actually concealed his strength. It was obvious that Li Fuchen didn't treat him as a match. Li Fuchen's strength is truly formidable. I wonder what his final rank will be? The Purple Bamboo Great Emperor praised from the audience seat. The Iron Blood Great Emperor said, I reckon that he should be in the top 5. The Purple Bamboo Great Emperor nodded. The top 5 contenders were the Emotionless Sword Emperor, Heart Sword Sovereign Li Jianxin, Tang Xing, Murong Yuyu, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor, and Li Fuchen. There were a total of 7 contenders. With Li Fuchen's sword Dao talent, it wasn't impossible for him to not have any trump cards. It was still possible for him to be in the top 5. After defeating the wind-chasing Sword Emperor, Li Fuchen's popularity surged. It wasn't like before where there weren't many people paying attention to him. In the next match, Li Fuchen encountered a familiar person. Sword Rain Great Emperor Wu Yu. As the 283rd ranked Great Emperor rankings and 27th ranked Sword Emperor rankings, Wu Yu couldn't possibly miss out on the swordsman tournament. After all, this was a chance to change his destiny. Of course, he was already prepared to encounter Li Fuchen in the swordsman tournament. I admit defeat. On the martial stage, Wu Yu immediately admitted defeat. With his current strength, he wasn't even comparable to Li Fuchen a few years ago, let alone the current Li Fuchen. Most importantly, he had a trace of trauma when facing Li Fuchen. The Wu clan wasn't sure if sword extinction, Wu Qingjue had perished under Li Fuchen's sword, but in Wu Yu's opinion, Wu Qingjue must have perished under Li Fuchen's sword. The crowd was not surprised by Wu Yu's decision to admit defeat. Although the Storm Martial Arena had a healing array that could heal injuries, it was best not to get injured if possible. In the eyes of everyone, it was a waste of time to fight an opponent that they could not defeat. After encountering Wu Yu again, Li Fuchen remained calm. He didn't have any deep hatred with the Wu clan, only his disciple had conflicts with the Wu clan. Of course, the prerequisite was that the Wu clan didn't provoke him again. Martial Stage 8, Ning Ke against Song Shanhe. When the referee's voice echoed, the commotion from the audience was even louder than the match between the Heart Sword Sovereign, Xiao Yuan, and the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor, Lu Huo. The Emotionless Sword Emperor, Ning Ke, ranked 3rd on the Sword Emperor rankings. He was even more dazzling than the Heart Sword Sovereign. The Mountain River Sword Emperor, Song Shanhe, ranked 5th on the Sword Emperor rankings. He was also someone that couldn't be ignored. The Heart Sword Sovereign had already revealed terrifying strength. Everyone was looking forward to the strength that the Emotionless Sword Emperor, Ning Ke, would burst out with. They also wanted to know how many sword moves the Mountain River Sword Emperor, Song Shanhe, could withstand. Emotionless Sword Emperor Ning Quebec. When seeing the Emotionless Sword Emperor, Li Fuchen recalled the Azure Water Sex Emotionless Sword Xuefeng. The two of them had similar auras, and their sword arts should be very similar too. Of course, back then, Xuefeng was only at the Earth Shatter realm and wouldn't be comparable with the Emotionless Sword Emperor. The Emotionless Sword Emperor, Ning Ke, was wearing white clothes that were spotless. His eyes were cold and indifferent, as though he didn't care about anything in this world. This was a person who only had the sword in his heart. When facing the Emotionless Sword Emperor, even the Mountain River Sword Emperor felt a lot of pressure. He would rather fight with the Heart Sword Sovereign than the emotionless Sword Emperor. The emotionless Sword Emperor was a monster who only had the sword in his heart. When facing the Heart Sword Sovereign, it was the same as facing an icy cold and peerless artifact sword. The Mountain River Sword Emperor wasn't happy or sad because of the object. All of his actions were abrupt, unnecessary, and powerless. However, the Mountain River Sword Emperor was still ranked 5th on the Sword Emperor rankings. He got rid of the distracting thoughts and rushed into the sky with a majestic mountain and river sword prowess. Be careful. The Mountain River Sword Emperor drew his longsword and used the 1,000 mountains and rivers to attack the emotionless Sword Emperor. A few dozen meters away, the emotionless Sword Emperor stood there indifferently like a peerless swordsman that stood aloof from the world. Still not making a move? The Mountain River Sword Emperor squinted his eyes. Just as the sword move was approaching the emotionless Sword Emperor, the emotionless Sword Emperor made a move. He raised his right index and middle finger and thrust out. The Mountain River Sword Emperor's 1,000 mountains and rivers was like a deflated balloon that instantly lost its power. PFFF. A bloody hole burst out from the Mountain River Sword Emperor's chest as he was sent flying. A single finger and the Mountain River Sword Emperor, Song Shanha, was defeated. SS. There was a series of gasps. The emotionless Sword Emperor's strength was much stronger than everyone imagined. When Li Jianxin defeated the wind-chasing Sword Emperor with a single sword, it was already unbelievable. Now that the emotionless Sword Emperor defeated the Mountain River Sword Emperor with a single finger, it was undoubtedly on another level. Forget it, I will just watch the competition seriously. I will not guess anymore. Everyone felt their minds were in a mess and couldn't differentiate who was stronger and who was weaker. The emotionless Sword Emperor is indeed the emotionless Sword Emperor. 20 years ago, his strength was already very close to the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign. 20 years later, he is probably able to fight with the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign. It is a pity that I won't be able to see their battle. There will always be a chance. Everyone was in a heated discussion. In the supreme private room, the Tiger Fang Sword Saint said, "This child's sword Dao is truly emotionless. If they were to fight with him, not many would be able to retreat unscathed." The 100-Flower Sword Saint nodded. The emotionless sword Dao has always been cold and emotionless. Only when one's heart is emotionless would one be able to utilize the power of the emotionless sword Dao to the limit. Chapter 777. In the next match, Yuan Haojie encountered the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor, Lu Hua. Yuan Haojie's Comet Sword Dao might be very powerful, but the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's Scarlet Blood Sword intent was stronger. Yuan Haojie only withstood 3 moves and was defeated. Subsequently, Murong Yuyu and Tang Xing had a match. This battle could be said to be breathtaking and extraordinarily intense. Tang Xing's Star Sword Dao had both offense and defense. It was extremely heavy and, in everyone's opinion, only the emotionless Sword Emperor, Heart Sword Sovereign, and Li Jianxin could contest with Tang Xing. Murong Yuyu, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor, and Li Fuchen were much weaker. But after the match, everyone knew how terrifying Murong Yuyu's strength was. Her water-drop Sword Dao had reached an unimaginable level. Each of the water droplets produced by her sword qi contained astounding power. Even Tang Xing's Star Sword Dao wasn't able to deal with it so easily. 50 moves. 100 moves. 200 moves. The battle between the two was the most intense battle since the start of the Swordsman tournament. There was nothing like it. The second-ranked match wasn't even 10% of this match. It has been 300 moves. I wonder how many more moves will be needed to determine the victor. It is too intense, I feel like my heart is about to jump out. It is truly hard to tell who is stronger until the crucial moment. Earlier on, both of them had concealed too much of their strength. Everyone's breathing was hurried and their blood was boiling. Boom, 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 boom. On the martial stage, it was dim and there were chi explosions. Tang Xing's entire body was protected by a thick layer of star's sword intent that was emitting faint starlight. If one took a closer look, they could even see a sword light forming a star mirage on Tang Xing's body. On the outside, drops of water droplets were attacking. These water droplets looked ordinary, but once they collided with the star's sword intent, they would immediately cause a shocking explosion. There would also be electric arcs that would wreak havoc. Some of the experts on the Sword Emperor rankings suspected that if they stepped on the martial stage, they would be turned into ashes by the sword forces. They wouldn't even be qualified to intervene. "You are strong, but I will be the victor," Tang Xing yelled out and slashed with his sword. Spots of starlight flickered on the martial stage. Murong Yuyu felt her body sinking and her qi was suppressed. The stellar sword Dao was too domineering. Ordinary sword Daos could not contend against it at all. If she hadn't comprehended the waterdrop sword Dao to an extremely high level, she wouldn't have been able to fight Tang Xing. Annihilation Ripple. Murong Yuyu burst out with a black ripple. With her as the center, it spread out in all directions. When Tang Xing's sword prowess encountered the ripple, it was immediately repelled and shattered. The speed at which the ripples spread was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Tang Xing. Tang Xing's pupils constricted. He pushed his sword yuan to the limit, and the illusory stars around him became more and more solid. They were like real stars, slowly but surely circulating, resisting the ripples that carried the aura of death. As the ripple spread out, Murong Yuyu brandished her sword. When she brandished her sword, there was an icy cold, pale black, and transparent sword edge that thrust at Tang Xing. Facing this transparent blade, Tang Xing felt an intense sense of danger. Astral aurora split. Tang Xing also unsheathed his sword. With a swing of his sword, the contest ring sank into darkness. An incomparably dazzling starlight sword image tore through the darkness and clashed with the transparent sword edge. In the next moment, the two sword-wielding individuals clashed and froze in midair. It might have been a single breath of time, it might have been even longer. After being frozen in midair, there was an explosion of horrific radiance between the two swords. At this moment, it wasn't just the contest ring that the two of them were on, even the other 8 contest rings were enveloped by this radiance. Nothing could be seen clearly, nothing could be sensed, and it felt as though there was only silence inside. What is going on? The audience was flabbergasted. The clash of sword forces actually produced a sword Dao presence that is limitlessly close to extremity. Li Fuchen's face flashed with astonishment. In normal situations, when sword forces clashed, they would only cancel each other out and wouldn't produce too much power. It was just like when two fists collided, the final force would cancel each other out. For such a situation to occur between the two of them, the probability was very small and was almost negligible. Sword Dao Resonance. Inside the supreme private room, the 100-flower sword saint blurted out. Only 2 people with extremely high sword Dao talent, extremely high sword Dao realm, and extremely high sword Dao willpower would have a chance of triggering a sword Dao resonance. During this period of time, if anyone below the Saint realm dared to step into the area where the two of them were fighting, they would definitely die. It is indeed a sword Dao resonance. I remember that in the previous tournament, only the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign, the emotionless Sword Emperor, and the Heart Sword Sovereign triggered a sword Dao resonance. I didn't expect for this tournament to be halfway through and someone triggered a sword Dao resonance. The mystic deep sword saint nodded and revealed a smile. Enveloped by the radiance, the emotionless Sword Emperor and the Heart Sword Sovereign's eyes were flickering with radiance. Li Jianxin silently lifted his eyes, and there was a trace of faint ripple in his eyes. I've gained a lot from this swordsman tournament. Li Fuchen closed his eyes and felt the sword Dao presence in the world. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and the barrier on the contest stage was shattered. Immediately after, 2 figures were sent flying. PFFF. After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, Tang Xing said with admiration, "You are the first person to force me to this extent. It is a pity that you still won." While speaking, Murong Yuyu's 7 orifices were bleeding, and it was obvious that her injuries were more severe. Tang Xing still won. Murong Yuyu might have lost with honor. She is truly the number 1 female swordsman below the saint. That's right. Everyone was in awe of the duo's match. Many of them closed their eyes and reminisced the aftertaste of the earlier match. But the tournament had to continue. This match was just an interlude, and the true pinnacle duel was far from here. Seemingly influenced by Tang Xing and Murong Yuyu's match, everyone's strength remained the same for the rest of the tournament, but their eyes were sharper. Among them, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor was the most dazzling. The opponents he encountered in the next few rounds weren't easy to deal with. The Wind-Chasing Sword Emperor, 9 Firmament Sword Emperor, Mountain River Sword Emperor. All of them were ranked higher than him, but he was the final winner. The successive victories caused his Sword Dao realm to show faint signs of breaking through. Martial Stage Number 1, Lu Hua against Li Fuchen. Finally, another heavyweight match was about to begin. This match might not be comparable to Tang Xing and Murong Yuyu's match, but it was definitely just inferior to Tang Xing and Murong Yuyu's match. At least for now. You are rather strong. I hope you can let me enjoy myself. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor didn't underestimate Li Fuchen, but he didn't overestimate Li Fuchen either. As of now, apart from the match with the Heart Sword Sovereign, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor hadn't used his full strength. During the match with the Heart Sword Sovereign, the Heart Sword Sovereign was too powerful, and the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor wasn't able to utilize his full strength. Same here. Li Fuchen replied. Receive my sword. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. He needed a battle to his heart's content. He had a premonition that as long as there was a suitable opponent, his Sword Dao level would definitely increase by another level. The Scarlet Blood Sword Qi swept across as the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor charged at Li Fuchen. Cling cling cling, Li Fuchen resisted the Sword Qi after Sword Qi. Is your Sword Dao level going to break through? Li Fuchen felt that the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's strength seemed to be stronger than when he fought the Heart Sword Sovereign. Furthermore, the Sword Dao presence was much purer. Fine, let me give you a hand. Li Fuchen wanted to know how strong the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor would be after breaking through. When the Meteor Sword art was executed to the extremity, the sword in Li Fuchen's hand was already invisible. One could only see meteor-like sword qi being shot out from Li Fuchen's body. Furthermore, the speed was getting faster and the frequency was getting higher. At a glance, it looked like a peacock spreading its tail and a meteor rain. The sharp qi intent caused the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's hair to stand and his skin to feel a stinging pain. Clang clang clang, there was a burst of sparks as the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor kept retreating. What? The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor was dumbfounded. The spectators were also dumbfounded. What was going on? The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor actually looked like he couldn't resist Li Fuchen. This was too exaggerated. The strength that the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor displayed earlier was only one level inferior to Murong Yu and Tang Xing. Impossible, Scarlet Fire Dragon. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor blasted his sword, and the sword qi turned into a blood-colored fire dragon that blasted at Li Fuchen. However, in the face of Li Fuchen's meteor sword art, the blood-colored fire dragon couldn't even withstand a single breath and was turned into a hornet's nest. Such a terrifying sword art! The 9 Firmament Sword Sovereign, Wang Qi's body was shivering. He thought that Li Fuchen's Sword Dao strength might not be as outstanding as his body refinement strength. From the looks of it now, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao strength wasn't weak at all. He couldn't even withstand a single attack from Li Fuchen. Is this his true strength? The Wind-Chasing Sword Emperor smiled bitterly. As compared to Li Fuchen's sword art, his wind-chasing 9 swords weren't even worth mentioning. Apart from the speed, the other aspects were far inferior. Scarlet Fire Universe. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor executed his strongest kill move. This move had even forced the Heart Sword Sovereign to use his second sword. TSS, TSS, TSS. Countless Scarlet Blood Sword Chi surged at Li Fuchen. This was the Scarlet Fire Sword world that belonged to the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor. Apart from the Scarlet Blood Sword intent, there was nothing else in the Scarlet Fire Sword world. However, as soon as the Scarlet Blood Sword world was formed, it was penetrated. With the union of man and sword, Li Fuchen ignored the slash of the Scarlet Blood Sword Chi and slashed open the Scarlet Blood Sword world before rushing at the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor. I want to break through. Only by breaking through can I fight. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor was in a frenzied state as he frantically blocked Li Fuchen's attack. What is he doing? In the Supreme Private Room, the Tiger Fang Sword Saint couldn't understand. With Li Fuchen's strength, after breaking the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's kill move, he should be able to finish off the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor in a single sword. However, Li Fuchen actually slowed down his attacks before increasing them bit by bit. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint said, "He is forcing the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor to break through." Forcing the Scarlet Fire Sword Saint to break through? The Tiger Fang Sword Saint and the 100-Flower Sword Saint realized something and immediately burst out laughing. It was such a simple thing, and they actually couldn't see it. Of course, they couldn't be blamed. Who would expect someone like Li Fuchen to appear in the swordsman tournament? If it was someone else, they wouldn't do such a meaningless thing. After all, whether someone could break through or not didn't matter to them. Chapter 778. Boom, 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 boom. The corner of the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's mouth was bleeding, and there were traces of blood on his body. The moment the blood left his body, it was minced into a blood mist by the Sword Chi. If it wasn't for the Scarlet Blood Sword intent, it would have been minced into nothingness. When facing Li Fuchen's Meteor Sword Art, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor couldn't even retaliate and could only rely on his instincts to block. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor roared as Scarlet Blood Sword intent surged out continuously. Are you still not going to break through? Li Fuchen's sword presence surged. If his opponent couldn't block this blade, then forget it. He didn't really want to see the breakthrough Scarlet Blood Sword intent. The dazzling sword light instantly broke through the Scarlet Blood Sword intent and was about to land on the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor. Suddenly, a layer of blood flame sword intent surged out and blasted Li Fuchen away. When his feet landed on the ground, Li Fuchen lifted his head and looked over. In his vision, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor was enveloped by a layer of blood flames. Waves of horrific sword intent prowess were spreading in all directions and the prowess was astounding. I finally broke through. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. A breakthrough in battle? Most of the people couldn't see that Li Fuchen was forcing the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor to break through. They assumed that the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor had achieved a breakthrough while he was in a predicament. They were all impressed and were wiping off Li Fuchen's sweat at the same time. Before the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor broke through, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to defeat him within a short period of time. Was Li Fuchen still a match for the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor after the breakthrough? Asking for trouble. But there were a few who could see that Li Fuchen wasn't going all out and seemed to be pressuring the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor. Now that the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor had broken through, these people shook their heads and sneered. Before the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor broke through, his strength wasn't inferior to Murong Yu. Now that he broke through, even Murong Yu might not be able to take down the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor, let alone Li Fuchen. Thank you for helping me break through. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor, who was emitting a sticky blood flame sword intent, raised his head. His eyes were filled with wildness and confidence. Make your move. Let me see what level you have reached after breaking through. Li Fuchen said. The current me is several times stronger than before. You're no match for me. However, to thank you, I'll satisfy you. First, take my first move, Boundless Crimson Flames. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's sword was surging with blood flames as he cleaved at Li Fuchen. Boom! There was a burst of glaring blood light. With the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor as the starting point, a surging blood tide surged towards Li Fuchen. Taking a closer look, this wasn't a blood tide at all. It was clearly a scene of countless blood flames and sword chi squeezed together. Compared to the boundless crimson flames from before, the boundless crimson flames this time around not only had its form changed, but its sword aura was also several times more violent. Looks good. Li Fuchen wielded his sword horizontally, and a sword intent appeared in front of the blood tide. Bang 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 bang. No matter how violent and ferocious the blood tide was, it could not advance an inch. Heaven-class high-tier defensive sword move, Heavenly Ring Sword Armor. The Sky Ring Sword Armor that was close to extremity contained the Sword Dao presence of an impenetrable defense. Sword moves of the same tier would never be able to break it, even if Li Fuchen executed the Meteor Sword Art. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's eyes turned stern as he blasted his sword move, Scarlet Fire Dragon. The sword chi turned into a blood flame violent dragon and caused the Sky Ring Sword Armor's sword intent to cave in, but it was still a little short of breaking it. This time, the spectators couldn't understand it again. Did the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor break through or not? Why did it feel like he couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen? But if he didn't break through, the Scarlet Blood Sword intent obviously had some changes. The strength has increased by around 5 times. I reckon that after Li Fuchen familiarizes himself with the Blood Flame Sword intent, his strength will continue to increase. Li Fuchen was very relaxed as he had already grasped the Blood Flame Sword intent. When the flames and chi blood fused, it would produce blood steam. The blood steam was definitely extremely powerful, and when it was fused into the Sword Dao, it would make the Sword Dao burst even more violent and tyrannical. What Li Fuchen needed to absorb was this trace of unique Sword Dao essence. Gradually, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor felt something was wrong. Li Fuchen was obviously concealing his strength. Therefore, even if he broke through, he still wouldn't be able to defeat Li Fuchen. You concealed your strength? The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor asked angrily. Li Fuchen said, I can't say that I concealed my strength. I can only say that you aren't able to force me to use my full strength. Furthermore, I can see that you are showing signs of breaking through, so I took the opportunity to help you break through. I hope that you can fight with me at full strength. Help me break through? The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor understood everything. No wonder he broke through so smoothly. He felt that Li Fuchen's attacks were just right. Li Fuchen had forced him to his limits but didn't exceed it. Li Fuchen had always maintained a safe zone. Only that final sword move had exceeded his limit. But at that time, he had already accumulated enough and broke through in one go under the pressure of exceeding his limit. At this moment, he didn't know if he should thank Li Fuchen or hate Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was simply toying with him in the palm of his hand. Everyone in the audience seats had heard Li Fuchen's statement. They looked at each other in dismay. It turned out that the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor didn't break through on his own. Li Fuchen forced him to break through. Why did it sound a little strange? What is your objective? The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor took a deep breath and asked Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen smiled and said, I don't have any objective. I just want to make use of the opportunity to perfect my Sword Dao. Li Fuchen didn't hide his objective and spoke it out openly. I see. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor understood now. He didn't know how Li Fuchen perfected his Sword Dao and didn't understand why Li Fuchen was able to reach such a level. But all of these weren't important. What was important was that he wanted to defeat Li Fuchen. He wanted to let Li Fuchen know that there was a price to pay for toying with him. The Blood Flame Sword intent was affected by the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's emotions and became even more violent and scorching. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor leaped up and blasted down with the Scarlet Fire Universe. In an instant, countless blood flame sword chi surged in all directions. Even Li Fuchen felt traces of pressure. If it was someone else, the blood flame sword chi would have been vaporized by the blazing and violent sword intent before it could even surge over. It is time to decide the victor. Li Fuchen executed a sword slash and caused the void to distort. The Scarlet Fire Universe was instantly broken. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor tried his best to dodge this attack, but it wasn't easy. His body was splattered with blood, and he was instantly covered in blood. Void Sword Dao. Tang Xing's eyes burst out with radiance. Sword Daos had different levels too. The reason why he was able to defeat Murong Yuyu was because his star's Sword Dao was stronger than Murong Yuyu's Water Drip Sword Dao. Li Fuchen's Void Sword Dao was one of the elite Sword Daos and was superior to his star's Sword Dao. There were plenty of people who recognized the Void Sword Dao, and they had different expressions. When the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor flew out, he had a bewildered expression. He felt that he was a joke. From the start to the end, he had been schemed against by Li Fuchen. What was going on? Furthermore, Li Fuchen's sword move that defeated him made him feel the difference. He actually wanted to defeat Li Fuchen. Even if his strength was doubled, he still wouldn't be able to do it. After seeing the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's expression, Li Fuchen felt a little apologetic. Forcing the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor to break through and then defeating the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor would be a huge blow to anyone. But after thinking about it, if the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor couldn't even endure such a small blow, how was he going to step into a higher realm? Moreover, she had helped him break through in the end, and this was sufficient to save him a great deal of hard work. Unbelievable! This Li Fuchen is too good at concealment. His strength is obviously not inferior to Murong Yuyu and Tang Xing, but he chose to conceal his own strength. Didn't you hear him? He wants to use this opportunity to perfect his sword Dao. If he reveals too much strength, how many people can block his sword? The situation is too chaotic. It's impossible to predict the top 5 rankings until the last moment. When Li Fuchen defeated the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor in a single sword move, the heated discussions didn't stop. Void Sword Principle, is this his trump card? It is indeed powerful enough. Murong Yuyu let out a forceful breath while her eyes flashed with battle intent. The way of martial arts is more about quality than quantity. The Heart Sword Sovereign shook his head. As of now, Li Fuchen had already executed 5 different sword arts, and each of them was close to extremity. It was indeed incredible, but it had also diverted his attention, and it was hard to reach completion stage. Inside the Supreme Private Room, the Tiger Fang Sword Saint and the 100-Flower Sword Saint had the same opinion as the Heart Sword Sovereign. Li Fuchen was proficient in too many sword arts. It didn't matter if he was proficient in more sword arts during the early stages, but at this level, he had to specialize in one sword Dao to maximize his potential. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint didn't say anything. It might not be completely correct if it was quality rather than quantity. Everyone had their own Dao, and some Daos were particular about learning from others. Among the 5 sword Daos that Li Fuchen executed, none of them had such aptitude. Could it be that Li Fuchen had a sword Dao that was stronger than the Void Sword Dao? Martial Stage 8, Xiao Yuan against Murong Yuyu. As the swordsman tournament entered the later stages, there were more matches between the elite. On the martial stage, the Heart Sword Sovereign didn't have the intention to underestimate Murong Yuyu. He drew his sword while Murong Yuyu had a grave expression as though she was facing a formidable foe. Tempted. When the Heart Sword Sovereign executed his sword move, the sword light rippled like a rippling lake. But in the eyes of Murong Yuyu, who was proficient in the Water Drip Sword Dao, the Heart Sword Sovereign's sword didn't contain any Water Dao law. It only contained Extreme Sword Dao law. Countless water droplets splashed as Murong Yuyu countered with her sword. Splash, 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 the water droplets scattered while Murong Yuyu flew back and nearly vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Without exchanging moves with the Heart Sword Sovereign, it was impossible to know how terrifying the Heart Sword Sovereign's sword art was. Just by looking at it with the naked eye, it felt rather mystical. Without exchanging moves with the Heart Sword Sovereign, it is impossible to know the terror of the Heart Sword Sovereign. Below the stage, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor had already recovered. No matter what, his strength had increased, therefore, there wasn't a need for him to hate Li Fuchen. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor stared at the stage and let out a sigh. Exchanging moves with the Heart Sword Sovereign would make one feel despair. No matter how hard one worked, the Heart Sword Sovereign would only need a single sword to make one's efforts vanish. Chapter 779. I haven't slept for almost 40 hours. In the next few days, I probably won't have the time or energy to update. I can only try to squeeze out 1 or 2 chapters. Don't get your hopes up. When I got home, my mother and I were swapped by my mother-in-law. Both of us haven't slept for 30 to 40 hours. By the way, the baby boy weighs 7 pounds. Chapter 780. So powerful. Murong Yuyu's expression changed. She thought that if the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor could withstand 2 sword moves from the Heart Sword Sovereign, she would be able to withstand at least 4 moves. The Heart Sword Sovereign's Heart Sword seemed to only have a total of 6 moves. Unexpectedly, she couldn't withstand the first sword. The Heart Sword Sovereign seemed to know what Murong Yuyu was thinking and said indifferently, I only used a portion of my strength when fighting with the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor. In fact, if he wasn't itching to fight, he wouldn't even need to use his sword to defeat the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor. Don't forget that his title was the Heart Sword Sovereign. Please use your second move. The Heart Sword Sovereign's strength had ignited Murong Yuyu's pride. The stronger the opponent, the more she could force out her potential. Enchanted. Before Murong Yuyu said anything, the Heart Sword Sovereign had already used his second sword. If the first move, Heart Move, was a faint ripple in the lake, then the second move, Enchanted, was the overlapping of multiple ripples. There was me in you and you in me. It was a stacked power that couldn't be resisted and could only be enchanted. PFFF. After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, Murong Yuyu burst in retreat. Too powerful. The Heart Sword Sovereign was 10 times stronger than she imagined. She could still resist the first move, Heart Move, but she couldn't resist the second move, Enchanted. Just as the sword force was released, it was eliminated. Third sword, Heart Wound. The Heart Sword Sovereign had a trace of sorrow and callousness as he executed his sword move. Boom. It was an ordinary sword move, but it caused a huge commotion. The sword force was like a whirlpool that devoured Murong Yuyu. The heart wound might look normal on the surface, but it was already riddled with holes on the inside. Murong Yuyu was corroded by the sword force and couldn't help but reveal a sorrowful expression. Soon enough, Murong Yuyu slapped on her chest and forced herself to vomit a blood arrow. After the sorrow faded, Murong Yuyu had a horrified expression. It was too terrifying. She had never encountered such a terrifying swordsman. The opponent's attack wasn't just powerful, but the force was also very mystical. It could even invade the mind and cause damage to the mind. She was helpless against such a powerful opponent. Use your fourth sword. Murong Yuyu suddenly wanted to know what the Heart Sword Sovereign's fourth sword move was. The Heart Sword Sovereign shook his head. You can't even receive my third sword, let alone the fourth. Saying this, the Heart Sword Sovereign turned around and left the stage. The third sword, Murong Yuyu's expression suddenly turned pale as she vomited mouthfuls of blood continuously. I understand. In an instant, Murong Yuyu understood the quintessence of the Heart Sword's third move. This move was like true grief. It could not be erased in a short period of time. It was like when you encountered an extremely sad event. Even if someone made you laugh, it would only be temporary. Once you thought of that event, you would still be sad. In this swordsman tournament, the Heart Sword Sovereign is invincible. Murong Yuyu looked at the Heart Sword Sovereign's back with admiration and fear. He was already unable to resist the third sword strike. If the fourth sword strike, the fifth sword strike, or even the sixth sword strike were to appear, who would be able to resist it? As expected of the Heart Sword Sovereign, he's too strong. It's said that no one has ever seen the Heart Sword Sovereign's sixth move. I wonder how powerful it is? It is true that no one has seen the Heart Sword Sovereign's sixth move. During the previous swordsman tournament, the Heart Sword Sovereign only had 5 moves. This sixth move should have been created during the past 20 years. The audience and martial stage were already in a heated discussion. The Heart Sword Sovereign's strength was truly terrifying. Murong Yuyu's strength was already undoubted, but such an existence couldn't even receive 3 sword strikes from the Heart Sword Sovereign. Heart move, heart enchantment, heart wound. What is the fourth move? Li Fuchen was very curious about the Heart Sword Sovereign's next move. He was even more curious than Murong Yuyu. Apart from the ordinary Sword Emperor, Su Pingfan's ordinary Sword Dao, the Heart Sword Sovereign's Heart Sword Dao was definitely one of the most unique Sword Daos. It was even more unique than the emotionless Sword Emperor's emotionless Sword Dao, and even more unique than Li Fuchen's primary extreme Sword Dao. In Li Fuchen's opinion, the primary extreme Sword Dao was the most authentic Sword Dao and wasn't considered unique. Li Fuchen looked at the emotionless Sword Emperor, Ning Ke, and Li Jianxin. He noticed that their expressions didn't change. This year's swordsman tournament is rather interesting. Li Fuchen revealed a faint smile. He was certain that if the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign didn't improve much during the past 20 years, they might not be a match for the trio. Of course, it was very unlikely that the duo didn't improve much, but it also showed how terrifying the trio's strength was. Their Sword Dao talents were already close to the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign. Inside a top-class private room, a swordsman that was emitting the chi presence of a Sword Sovereign said indifferently, "If the sixth move's power is 5 times stronger than the fifth move, it is indeed possible for him to contest with me." 20 years ago, he exchanged moves with the Heart Sword Sovereign once. Back then, the Heart Sword Sovereign's fifth move was instantly neutralized by him. Therefore, the fifth move didn't pose any threat to him, even if the Heart Sword Sovereign had modified it. If someone was here, they would definitely recognize that this swordsman was none other than the Sword Sovereign. The Sword Sovereign, the Emperor of Swords. His sword was like a high and mighty emperor. When he brandished his sword, the world would bow down. The matches ended one after another. At this time, the rankings were more or less clear. At the very least, everyone had some idea of the top 10. Martial Stage 2, Lu Huo against Tang Xing, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor. Lu Huo might have lost to Li Fuchen, but he had a breakthrough in strength. He was definitely a formidable opponent. Even Tang Xing wouldn't dare to underestimate him. Boom boom boom. The duo immediately clashed head-on. In terms of style, the duo were swordsmen that preferred to fight head-on, unlike Li Fuchen who had a variety of styles. 50 moves, 100 moves. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor was stronger than everyone imagined. Many of them thought that even if the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor had a breakthrough, his strength would still be inferior to Tang Xing and Murong Yuyu. But after 100 moves, the duo were still evenly matched. It was hard to see who had the upper hand. It isn't a simple task to fuse the blazing fire sword intent and the chi blood power. If the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor can walk further on this path, he might even be qualified to contest for first rank in the swordsman tournament. It was a pity that the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor had just stepped through the doorstep. Even if Li Fuchen stimulated the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor to break through, he would only reach the second rank. There should still be a third and fourth rank. Li Fuchen reckoned that if the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor could completely comprehend the second rank, he would be able to defeat Tang Xing and Murong Yuyu. If the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor could comprehend the third rank, he would be able to contest for first rank in the swordsman tournament. By then, even Li Fuchen might not be able to defeat the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor easily. After 150 moves, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor still lost. As compared to Tang Xing, he was still inferior. After all, he had just reached the second rank of the Scarlet Blood Sword Intent. Martial Stage 5, Murong Yuyu against Li Fuchen. Heavyweight duels were happening one after another. After the treatment from the healing array, Murong Yuyu's injuries were almost recovered. Her mental injuries were basically fine too. The feeling of a mental injury was very subtle and wouldn't affect a fight, unless the opponent was proficient in mental attacks. Murong Yuyu probably isn't a match for Li Fuchen. That's right. Tang Xing's strength is only slightly superior to the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor by one level. He is roughly on par with Li Fuchen and might even be inferior. Murong Yuyu, who lost to Tang Xing, probably isn't a match for Li Fuchen. You can't put it that way. During the fight with Li Fuchen, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's Scarlet Blood Sword Intent had just broken through and wasn't proficient enough. During the fight with Tang Xing, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's Scarlet Blood Sword Intent is obviously stronger, and he can use it freely. The fight has already started. Who is stronger and who is weaker, we will know after watching. While everyone was in discussion, the fight on the martial stage had already entered a white-hot phase. Murong Yuyu's Water Drip Sword Dao was a rare offensive sword Dao among the soft water sword Daos. In terms of offense, it was even comparable with Tang Xing's Stars Sword Dao. On the martial stage, the water droplets were like sharp arrows that were flying at Li Fuchen. Each water droplet contained powerful impact and sword force. Once the defense was penetrated, the consequences would be catastrophic. But no matter how powerful Murong Yuyu's Water Drip Sword Dao was, it was still unable to form an effective attack against Li Fuchen's Void Heaven Sword Art. Li Fuchen's sword simply turned and Murong Yuyu's attack was immediately diverted. The Void Sword Dao is too insane. How is he going to fight? There are special bone frames and Sword Daos have special Sword Daos. The Void Sword Dao is superior to the Stars Sword Dao. When everyone saw how Murong Yuyu's attack was easily diverted, they shook their heads. The Void Sword Dao contained the Void Marvel. Unless the attack power surpassed the Void Sword Dao's limit, it wouldn't even be able to touch the Void Sword Dao. PFFF. Murong Yuyu wasn't able to land an attack on Li Fuchen, but Li Fuchen was able to land an attack on Murong Yuyu with ease. Li Fuchen executed the Blade of Void and left a sword wound on Murong Yuyu's body. Before the blood from the sword wound could even splash out, it was extinguished by the powerful Void Sword Force. Obliteration Ripple. Murong Yuyu's eyes flashed with radiance as she activated her kill move. In the void, there were circles of black ripples that spread out with Murong Yuyu at the center. When Li Fuchen's Void Sword prowess encountered the ripple, it immediately appeared to be sluggish. The ripple spread out extremely quickly and in just an instant, it arrived in front of Li Fuchen. As the ripple spread out, Murong Yuyu brandished her sword. When she brandished her sword, there was an icy cold, black, and translucent sword blade that thrust at Li Fuchen. When facing this translucent sword blade, Li Fuchen felt as though he was going to be hit. This is obviously the rhythm of condensing the water drip sword heart. Li Fuchen's heart was clear like a mirror. But this is still not enough. Li Fuchen's sword struck the translucent sword blade accurately and clashed with the tip of Murong Yuyu's sword. Roar. There was a burst of sword roar. Murong Yuyu's sword bent and there was a distortion in the spatial zone. She vomited blood and took a few steps back. It is almost clear. In this year's swordsman tournament, only 4 individuals can contest for first rank. They are the emotionless Sword Emperor Ning Ke, Heart Sword Sovereign Xiao Yuan, Li Jianxin, and Li Fuchen. That's right. Only these 4 are qualified to contest for first rank. The rest aren't good enough. Li Fuchen is still lacking. The Heart Sword Sovereign defeated Murong Yuyu in 3 swords. That might be the case, but Li Fuchen hasn't been defeated yet. There is more or less some hope. Everyone had high expectations of Li Fuchen. Of course, it wasn't that high either. It was mainly because the Heart Sword Sovereign displayed overwhelming strength. Let alone Li Fuchen, even the emotionless Sword Emperor and Li Jianxin might not be a match. Chapter 781. How can he be so strong? The saber demon Miao Qingxin had a gloomy expression. The strength that Li Fuchen displayed was almost catching up to him. You aren't a match for him, the Saber Emperor Chu Kuang said indifferently. From Miao Qingxin, he already knew that Li Fuchen was the Miao clan's enemy. He wasn't trying to discourage Miao Qingxin, but with his discerning eyes, how could he not see that Li Fuchen didn't use his full strength from the start to the end? Miao Qingxin understood what Chu Kuang meant and his expression turned even gloomier. Don't worry, I will deal with him for you, Chu Kuang said. Then I shall trouble Brother Chu. Miao Qingxin wasn't a person who cared about his reputation. Li Fuchen's strength had already exceeded his expectations. He wasn't confident he could win if it was a one-on-one. He would only be confident if the Saber Emperor Chu Kuang made a move. Is this his true strength? Murong Yuyu, who was sent flying, was convinced. She could contest against Tang Xing's Star's Sword Dao, but she couldn't do anything against Li Fuchen's Void Sword Dao. The Void Dao was known as the most omnipotent Dao, and the Void Sword Dao was known as a jack-of-all-trades Sword Dao. Your strength isn't bad. Li Fuchen acknowledged Murong Yuyu's strength. Right now, his Sword Dao level wasn't the same as before. The 3 moves of the Void Heaven Sword Art were all close to extremity. In the past, only the 3rd move, Void Heaven Sword World, was close to Sword Dao extremity. Unknowingly, the Swordsman tournament had entered the later stages. During this period of time, Murong Yuyu and the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor encountered each other. After the previous battles, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor had gradually stabilized the 2nd rank of the Scarlet Blood Sword intent. His strength was so powerful that Murong Yuyu suffered a huge disadvantage and was nearly defeated by the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor. But ultimately, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor was still defeated by Murong Yuyu. In everyone's opinion, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's defeat was understandable. After all, the Soft Water Sword Dao was the bane of the Fire Sword Dao. Secondly, Murong Yuyu's Sword Dao level was slightly higher. After this battle, the rankings were clear. If there weren't any surprises, Murong Yuyu should be 6th. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor Lu Hua should be 7th, Mountain River Sword Emperor Song Shanhe should be 8th, Yuan Haojie should be 9th, Wind Chasing Sword Emperor Zhu Lang should be 10th. As for the top 5, it was naturally the emotionless Sword Emperor Heart, Li Jianxin, Tang Xing, and Li Fuchen. However, the top 5 rankings were still unknown for the time being, because the 5 of them had not met each other yet. Everyone guessed that the Heart Sword Sovereign would be ranked first, the emotionless Sword Emperor and Li Jianxin would fight for 2nd place, while Li Fuchen and Tang Xing would fight for 4th place. Right now, Li Fuchen's chances of winning were much higher and it was very possible for him to get 4th place. Martial Stage 9, Li Fuchen against Tang Xing. It was time to verify everyone's guess as Li Fuchen and Tang Xing encountered each other. On the contest stage, Li Fuchen and Tang Xing stood 40 meters apart and their sword prowess clashed first. Li Fuchen's void sword prowess was stacked in layers. It was modest and contained murderous intent. Tang Xing's astral sword force was heavy and domineering. It was strong on the inside and hard on the outside. When the 2 special sword moves collided, it was like a comet crashing into the earth. The momentum produced was not inferior to a fight between 2 top swordsmen. The stars revolve. Tang Xing was the first to attack. He struck out with his sword and sword chi surged forward. It was as if a star was revolving unceasingly and was difficult to resist. On the contest stage, there were many fine cracks. It was a sign that the contest stage couldn't withstand the pressure from the astral sword force and was cracking. Of course, the contest stage was enveloped by an array. Once the fine cracks appeared, it would immediately close up and wouldn't be damaged. Seeing the situation, Li Fuchen brandished his sword. The oncoming sword prowess and sword chi instantly changed direction and blasted at the barrier behind Li Fuchen. The barrier rippled like water, and there were ripples in all directions. Bright like the sun's star. The sword chi was glowing like the sun's star. It was heavy and had a glorious intent. When facing Li Fuchen, Tang Xing immediately used his full strength. Different from the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor and Murong Yuyu, Tang Xing's Star's Sword Dao had both offense and defense. In terms of offense, he wasn't inferior to Murong Yuyu, and in terms of defense, he was far superior to Murong Yuyu. Li Fuchen was able to defeat Murong Yuyu, who was on par with Li Fuchen, but Li Fuchen might not be able to defeat Tang Xing. This time, Li Fuchen had some difficulty to repel Tang Xing's sword prowess and sword chi. Falling stars cloud scatter. Tang Xing executed his moves with extreme speed. Before the previous sword prowess dispersed, the next sword would already follow up and didn't give Li Fuchen a chance to take a breather. This sword was like a falling star that dispersed the clouds. It was filled with an indescribable desolation. Just in time, Li Fuchen thrust his sword forward. During the thrust, the sword drew a small circle with a weak movement. When Tang Xing's sword made contact with Li Fuchen's sword, it felt as though it was sucked in. Be it the sword prowess or sword chi, they were all sucked in. Tang Xing was so frightened that he quickly changed his move and soared into the sky. If one didn't cross moves with Li Fuchen, they wouldn't know the terror of the Void Sword Dao. If the Star's Sword Dao could be used for offense and defense, then the Void Sword Dao was the enhanced version of the Star's Sword Dao. In terms of frontal force, it was inferior to the Star's Sword Dao. Star's Aurora. While in the sky, Tang Xing executed the kill move of the Star's Sword Art. A glaring sword light drew across the void and thrust at Li Fuchen. In this sword move, Li Fuchen felt the intent to kill. He felt the true meaning of extreme prosperity and decline. Li Fuchen's eyes were reflecting the radiance of this sword move. All of a sudden, he froze in place. If someone was to observe Li Fuchen's eyes, they would notice that there were boundless sword lights surging out from the depths of his eyes. Myriad swords birth, primary extreme return. In Li Fuchen's mind, a mnemonic chant emerged out of nowhere. After dozens of battles, Li Fuchen had absorbed dozens of Sword Dao essences. These Sword Dao essences might seem completely unrelated to Li Fuchen's Sword Dao, but in fact they were inextricably linked. One mustn't forget that Li Fuchen's Sword Dao was the primary extreme Sword Dao. The primary extreme Sword Dao meant the source of the Sword Dao and was inseparably linked to any other Sword Dao. During the battle with Murong Yuyu, Li Fuchen already had a faint feeling that the sect Origin Swords was about to be born. After the battle with Tang Xing, the sect Origin Swords was finally born. This sword move was extremely natural. Rather than saying that it was created by Li Fuchen, it was better to say that Li Fuchen used Li Fuchen's primary extreme Sword Dao and a large amount of Sword Dao essences to form this sword move. Its power made Li Fuchen feel like he couldn't control it. On the martial stage, Tang Xing's sword was only 1 inch away from Li Fuchen. Everyone was astonished and couldn't understand. After all, Li Fuchen still had the upper hand earlier. How did Tang Xing get so close in a blink of the eye and was about to be struck by the sword? Tang Xing was also astonished, but at this moment, he didn't think so much. His only thought was to defeat Li Fuchen. Defeat! The sword tip was almost touching Li Fuchen's skin. Right at this moment, a boundless sword force burst out from Li Fuchen's body and sent Tang Xing flying. He vomited a large mouthful of fresh blood while his face was deathly pale. How is this possible? Tang Xing was appalled. Just the sword force from within Li Fuchen's body was able to send him flying. How strong was Li Fuchen? Tang Xing didn't know that this sword force wasn't released by Li Fuchen, it was released automatically by the sect origin swords. Furthermore, the sect origin swords was still taking form and the sword force earlier was just a trace of power that was emitted. Birth of 10,000 swords, primary extreme return. Li Fuchen understood and the boundless sword light in his eyes dispersed as he regained his original spirit. This sect origin swords was considered a sword move with spirit. Even if Li Fuchen didn't activate it, as long as someone attacked Li Fuchen, it would also activate the sect origin swords. Of course, if Li Fuchen stopped it, he would be able to prevent the sect origin swords from activating, in case he accidentally killed someone. Apart from that, the sect origin swords could automatically absorb the sword Dao essence to strengthen itself. It also meant to say that even if Li Fuchen didn't intentionally cultivate it, the sect origin swords would still get stronger and eventually reach the extremity of the sword Dao. Such a terrifying move. It might be the sect origin swords that he produced, but Li Fuchen was still amazed by this sword move. With this sword move, even if Li Fuchen temporarily lost consciousness, no one would be able to get close to him. Even Tang Xing was defeated. Apart from the top 4 of the swordsman tournament, the rest of the top 6 have already been determined. It wasn't surprising that Li Fuchen could defeat Tang Xing. After all, Tang Xing's strength was only slightly stronger than Murong Yuyu. What do you think Li Fuchen's ranking will be? At the start, no one thought highly of Li Fuchen, but now, everyone felt that Li Fuchen had a chance to contest with the people in front of him. I think he should be 4th. Those 3 are too powerful. After dozens of matches, they have crushed their opponents in every match. There is still hope for 3rd place. Apart from the Heart Sword Sovereign who is too powerful, the Emotionless Sword Emperor and Li Jianxin's strength aren't enough to defeat Li Fuchen. That's right. Not only is there hope for 3rd place, there is also hope for 2nd place. Many people thought highly of Li Fuchen. Martial Stage 4, Ning Ke against Murong Yuyu. Just as everyone was discussing, the referee's voice shocked everyone. The Emotionless Sword Emperor was finally going to make a move again. The Emotionless Sword Emperor's previous opponents were too weak and no one could see through the Emotionless Sword Emperor's strength. If Murong Yuyu was able to force the Heart Sword Sovereign to use 3 swords, she should be able to force out some of the Emotionless Sword Emperor's strength. Below the martial stage, even the Heart Sword Sovereign and Li Jianxin had lifted their heads. Emotionless Sword Emperor, 20 years have passed. I wonder what your strength level is now. The Heart Sword Sovereign paid great attention to the Emotionless Sword Emperor. In his eyes, only the Emotionless Sword Emperor, Ning Ke, could be considered a worthy opponent. As for Li Jianxin, he didn't know Li Jianxin's strength yet and was considered half an opponent. 20 years ago, the Heart Sword Sovereign was once defeated by the Emotionless Sword Emperor. He knew clearly that the Emotionless Sword Emperor had terrifying sword Dao talent and he wasn't certain he could win, even if he created the 6th move. I hope you won't disappoint me. Li Jianxin had indifferent eyes and no one could see anything from his eyes. Chapter 782. It is said that the Emotionless Sword Emperor's emotionless sword art only has 2 moves. One is emotionless and the other is thought break. During the previous swordsman tournament, apart from the Sword Emperor, Sword Sovereign, and Heart Sword Sovereign, no one else was able to withstand his emotionless sword move. Li Fuchen was rather interested in the Emotionless Sword Emperor's emotionless sword Dao. The sect origin swords might have been born, but the more sword Dao essence it absorbed, the stronger his sect origin swords would be. On the martial stage, Murong Yuyu used a defensive and counterattack strategy for the first time. She was surrounded by a layer of water light that was flowing with sword light and had reserved power. After everything was prepared, Murong Yuyu was preparing to attack. There was a blinding white light that assaulted and Murong Yuyu was defeated. The water light around her body was already penetrated, and there was a blood arrow that flew out from her shoulder. She was pinned to the light barrier and only slid down after one breath. This isn't emotionless. The Heart Sword Sovereign had a grave expression. The emotionless Sword Emperor didn't even need to use a move to deal with Murong Yuyu. It meant that a normal sword move was already comparable to the Heart Sword's third move. What? He defeated Murong Yuyu in a single sword move? The audience was in an uproar. Earlier on, the Heart Sword Sovereign used 3 sword moves to defeat Murong Yuyu, but the emotionless Sword Emperor only needed 1 sword move. Too powerful. The emotionless Sword Emperor is stronger than the Heart Sword Sovereign. Previously, I thought that the Heart Sword Sovereign would be this year's number 1 in the Swordsman tournament. You can't say it like that. If the Heart Sword Sovereign is willing, he can defeat Murong Yuyu in a single sword move. That is true. The emotionless Sword Emperor's cold and emotionless attack made everyone realize the terror of the emotionless Sword Emperor again. It was comparable to the Heart Sword Sovereign. No, not even the Heart Sword Sovereign was as terrifying as the two of them had different styles. Interesting. Beside the Saber Demon Miao Qingxin, the Saber Emperor Chu Kuang nodded. The emotionless Sword Emperor's strength was rather good and had already attracted his attention. However, if the emotionless Sword Emperor wanted to truly enter his sights, this strength was far from enough. If one did not reach their level, they would not know how terrifying the strength needed to enter this level. It would be difficult for those who were not at this level to receive even one of their moves. Miao Qingxin, the Blade Demon, was able to receive 5 of his moves because he did not go all out. Otherwise, he was confident that he could defeat Miao Qingxin with a normal strike. Of course, Miao Qingxin still had the strength. On the Great Emperor rankings, Miao Qingxin was ranked 34th. His actual ranking was probably top 15 or even higher. Ning Ke, 20 years ago you lost to me in 10 moves. I wonder how many moves you can take from me now. The Sword Emperor's eyes drooped as he muttered to himself. This is the emotionless Sword Emperor's strength? Murong Yuyu smiled bitterly. Before the Swordsman tournament, she was brimming with confidence and believed that her strength was enough to contest for the top 3. From the looks of it now, she was overconfident. Be it veteran swordsmen like the emotionless Sword Emperor, Heart Sword Sovereign, or rising swordsmen like Li Jianxin and Li Fuchen, they all had sword Dao talents that were beyond her reach. If she wanted to contest with them, she wouldn't be able to do it even if she had a few dozen years. The emotionless Sword Dao pursues pure speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. It doesn't mix anything else. Li Fuchen immediately saw through the essence of the emotionless Sword Dao. The emotionless Sword Dao wasn't called emotionless without a reason. Only those who were truly emotionless would be able to make their sword reach the extremity of speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. If there was a trace of emotion, the emotionless Sword Dao would have a trace of flaw and obstruction. The emotionless Sword Emperor wasn't truly emotionless yet, but he was close to it. There weren't many who could block such a sword that was close to emotionless. Martial Stage 3, Li Jianxin against Tang Xing. The swordsman tournament was already at the final phase. The elite swordsmen were all encountering each other. On the martial stage, Li Jianxin had indifferent eyes while Tang Xing had a serious expression that was filled with battle intent. One sword. Li Jianxin said. Arrogant. Tang Xing raised his brows and emitted a trace of anger. The emotionless Sword Emperor was able to defeat Murong Yuyu in a single sword, but it didn't mean that Li Jianxin could defeat him in a single sword. Firstly, Li Jianxin wasn't the emotionless Sword Emperor. Secondly, he wasn't Murong Yuyu either. One more sword, it is my loss. Be careful now. Li Jianxin's sword was a simple and unadorned longsword. When the longsword was unsheathed, the sword light flowed like water and gave off a natural feeling. Tang Xing might feel that Li Jianxin was very arrogant, but he didn't dare to be careless. The sword light circulated around his body, and formed a star mirage. There wasn't any sword light or sword chi, but Li Jianxin made his move. This sword was extremely sharp and fast. It was even as fast as the emotionless Sword Emperor's sword. When the sword was brandished, Tang Xing's star mirage was instantly penetrated and blood sprayed out. After executing the sword, Li Jianxin turned around and left the fearful Tang Xing behind. It was too fast. It was so fast that Tang Xing could only see an afterimage. His spiritual awareness could react, but his body couldn't. At the same time, this sword was too terrifying, therefore, the force was concentrated at one point. Tang Xing's star's sword Dao was like paper in front of Li Jianxin's sword and couldn't withstand a single blow. The heart sword sovereign frowned. Li Jianxin's sword contained a sword Dao feeling. It might be profound and mystical, but it wasn't at a level that he couldn't accept. But why was Li Jianxin's sword so fast and powerful? Could it be related to Li Jianxin's sword Dao? The emotionless Sword Emperor was also in deep thoughts. Only Li Fuchen knew clearly that Li Jianxin's sword was able to reach such a level because Li Jianxin had condensed the sword heart. With the sword heart, Li Jianxin's sword Dao would be able to execute to the limits. Otherwise, most of the power and mysticism would be wasted. The spectators were all dumbfounded, feeling like they were fools. At the start, when the Heart Sword Sovereign displayed astounding strength, they assumed that the Heart Sword Sovereign would be the No.1 of this year's swordsman tournament. Afterwards, they assumed that the emotionless Sword Emperor would be #1. Right now, they felt that the Li Jianxin was #1. How were they going to predict it? Their faces had been slapped swollen. This is confusing. Yes, it is truly impossible to predict #1. It is possible for anyone. It might even be Li Fuchen. In any case, I will not underestimate any of the four. Everyone was in a heated discussion and had a higher opinion of Li Fuchen. Sword Heart. Saber Emperor Chu Kuang's eyes burst out with radiance as he said each word clearly. Sword Heart? Miao Qingxin was startled at first before he blurted out, "How is that possible?" From what he knew, the Tao Heart was the final obstacle to entering the Saint's realm. Once the Tao Heart was condensed, one would basically enter the Saint's realm. Li Jianxin was only at the peak level of 9th level Law Phase realm, and wasn't even a half-saint. It was obvious that he was still far from becoming a saint. Why is it impossible? From what I know, the Sword Emperor condensed the Sword Heart. The #1 Heaven Emperor on the Great Emperor rankings also condensed the Tao Heart. Don't use your eyes to look at them. Chu Kuang said indifferently. Could it be? Miao Qingxin looked at Chu Kuang. If Chu Kuang could see that Li Jianxin had condensed the Sword Heart, didn't it mean that Chu Kuang had also condensed the Tao Heart? Chapter 783. It's finally time for the pinnacle showdown. As Li Jianxin defeated Tang Xing, the 5th to 10th places were determined. They were Tang Xing, Murong Yuyu, Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor Lu Hua, Mountain River Sword Emperor Song Shanhe, Yuan Haojie, and Wind-Chasing Sword Emperor Zhu Lang. The top 4 were naturally the emotionless Sword Emperor, Heart Sword Sovereign, Li Jianxin, and Li Fuchen. There weren't many matches left. In the following matches, the 4 of them would meet one by one, starting the pinnacle showdown. After Li Jianxin defeated Tang Xing, the emotionless Sword Emperor and the Heart Sword Sovereign also defeated Tang Xing. The difference was that the emotionless Sword Emperor only needed 1 sword, while the Heart Sword Sovereign needed 3. This didn't mean that the emotionless Sword Emperor was stronger than the Heart Sword Sovereign. It was just that every time the Heart Sword Sovereign attacked, he would start from the first move of the Heart Sword. He wouldn't jump to the 3rd or 4th move. Otherwise, even 2 Tang Xing wouldn't be able to withstand a single sword from the Heart Sword Sovereign. Martial Stage 7, Xiao Yuan against Li Fuchen. As the judge's voice rang out, the audience went into an uproar. Even the area below the stage was bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone could not help but start discussing. The Heart Sword Sovereign was ranked number 4 on the Sword Emperor rankings. His strength and fame had always been on par with the emotionless Sword Emperor and was right behind the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign. In the Sword Dao world, it was hard to exclude the happy Sword Sovereign when it came to formidable swordsmen. If the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign were the symbols of the Sword Dao world, then the emotionless Sword Emperor and Heart Sword Sovereign were the tall mountains of the Sword Dao world. They were similarly revered. Before the swordsman tournament, Li Fuchen was considered a nobody. At the start of the swordsman tournament, he wasn't that eye-catching. But as time elapsed, everyone overturned their understanding of Li Fuchen. Right now, many people couldn't understand how Li Fuchen reached this stage. One was a tall mountain in the Sword Dao world, while the other was a superstar in the Sword Dao world. The battle between the two could be said to be a collision of the Sword Dao world. Who do you think will have the last laugh between the Heart Sword Sovereign and Li Fuchen? Is there a need to ask? It is definitely the Heart Sword Sovereign. As of now, the Heart Sword Sovereign has only used the third move of the Heart Sword. There are still 3 more moves. With Li Fuchen's strength, it is already incredible for him to force out the 5th move. Once the 6th move is used, he will definitely lose. I also think that the Heart Sword Sovereign is stronger. The Heart Sword Principle is one of the strongest sword principles. That might be the case, but Li Fuchen still has a chance. Don't forget, until now, it is still unknown if Li Fuchen has used his full strength. So what if he hid his strength? Even if he hid 10 times his strength, it would still be difficult for him to defeat the Heart Sword Sovereign. Most people were more optimistic about the Heart Sword Sovereign. There was no other way, as the Heart Sword Sovereign's reputation was something that Li Fuchen couldn't compare with. A ripple appeared on the stage within the barrier, like a reflection in the water. This was a confrontation between the 2 swords. In fact, the 2 of them did not deliberately emit sword aura. This sword aura was purely emitted by mutual attraction. If one had to describe it, this could also be considered a type of Sword Dao resonance. Others might not be able to see it, but Tang Xing and Morong Yuyu, who had experienced the Sword Dao resonance, immediately knew it was the Sword Dao resonance. It might be a low-class Sword Dao resonance, but the 2 of them had yet to exchange moves. Once they did, it would be incredible. Interesting, he is actually able to produce a Sword Dao resonance with the Heart Sword Sovereign, Xiao Yuan. Saber Emperor Chu Kuang smiled. If Li Fuchen was too weak, then it would be meaningless. Only by killing an elite swordsman would he feel a sense of accomplishment. They are finally going to exchange moves. Miao Xueqing had a face of anticipation. She knew that Li Fuchen was very strong, but she didn't know how strong Li Fuchen was. Yes, they are going to exchange moves. Chu Qingyan nodded. This might be the chance for her to see through Li Fuchen. On the martial stage, the duo's sword auras were like 2 needles against each other as they were in a microscopic confrontation. In the tiny space that couldn't be seen by the naked eye, countless sword chi were wreaking havoc and letting out subtle crackling sound. You are very strong. The Heart Sword Sovereign admitted that he had underestimated Li Fuchen. Once on the stage, and when he made contact with Li Fuchen's chi presence, he understood that Li Fuchen was a formidable foe. You aren't bad either, Li Fuchen said. Different from others, Li Fuchen's eyes had indifference, battle intent, and admiration. The only things that weren't there were apprehension and seriousness. Is that so? In your eyes, I am just not bad. The Heart Sword Sovereign's eyes turned sharp, and a blazing sword light was like a thunderbolt that cleaved at Li Fuchen. Everyone thought that the Heart Sword Sovereign with a sword was the strongest Heart Sword Sovereign. But it wasn't like that. Or rather, it wasn't completely correct. A Heart Sword Sovereign with a sword was indeed the strongest Heart Sword Sovereign. But a swordless Heart Sword Sovereign might not be weaker than a Heart Sword Sovereign with a sword. It just required a little more mental effort. This pure Heart Sword was infused with a large amount of the Heart Sword Sovereign's heart force. Right now, the eyes were the sword light. When the sword light was shot over, it felt like it could cleave and rip everything apart. The speed was too fast, and it was even faster than when Li Fuchen was wielding a sword. It was impossible to defend. Just as the sword light was about to reach Li Fuchen, everyone felt like they could see Li Fuchen being sent flying. Heart sword, huh? Li Fuchen's mouth curled up into a smile. When the blazing sword light was 1 foot away from Li Fuchen, it was immediately extinguished. What? He didn't even draw his sword and broke the Heart Sword Sovereign's heart sword? Could Li Fuchen also know the heart sword? It shouldn't be possible. I don't see the shadow of the heart sword Dao on Li Fuchen. Everyone was shocked and a little surprised. The Heart Sword Sovereign frowned as he didn't think that Li Fuchen knew the heart sword. But it wasn't important. The important thing was that Li Fuchen didn't draw his sword and was able to break the Heart Sword Sovereign's heart sword. It seemed like Li Fuchen's body contained a layer of horrific sword Dao power. No wonder it's the sect origin swords. Li Fuchen was satisfied. The power that extinguished the heart sword was the sect origin swords. Right now, Li Fuchen was basically familiar with the sect origin swords. Earlier on, it was just a small test and the effects were very powerful. Let alone the fact that the Heart Sword Sovereign's heart sword was only this powerful, even if it was several times stronger, it still wouldn't be able to defeat the sect origin swords. Of course, Li Fuchen wasn't planning to use the sect origin swords to defeat the Heart Sword Sovereign. It would be making a big fuss over a minor issue. Furthermore, Li Fuchen wanted to experience the true mysticism of the Heart Sword Dao. It was meaningless to defeat the Heart Sword Sovereign in a single blow. Clang! The Heart Sword Sovereign finally drew his sword and attacked at Li Fuchen with the heart move. The void was rippling like water. This wasn't the wave of the water Dao law, it was the wave of the sword Dao law. The Heart Sword Sovereign turned the sword Dao law into water. It was just like a ripple in a person's heart. If Li Fuchen was Murong Yuyu or Tang Xing, it would be very hard to receive this move. It was a pity that it was Li Fuchen who received this move. When he thrust his sword, the void sword force broke the sword prowess and clashed with the Heart Sword Sovereign's sword. Swish! There were blazing sparks that burst into the sky. The Heart Sword Sovereign's body shook violently and he couldn't help but take a step back. This scene was witnessed by everyone and it instantly caused a heated discussion. This was the first time they saw the Heart Sword Sovereign taking a step back. Furthermore, the opponent wasn't the emotionless Sword Emperor or Li Jianxin, it was Li Fuchen. How was this possible? Could Li Fuchen's strength be superior to the Heart Sword Sovereign? The duel has just begun and the Heart Sword Sovereign has only used his first move. Why are you in such a hurry to judge? That is true, it is mainly because it is too shocking. Yes, this Li Fuchen has really underestimated him. It doesn't matter if he has used his full strength, just this sword move is enough to look down on the sword Dao circle. In the future, he will definitely become the benchmark of the sword Dao circle. After returning without any results, the Heart Sword Sovereign's eyes turned serious, but there was also a trace of excitement. It had been a long time since he had such a feeling. It was very mystical and exciting. Heart Enchantment. The Heart Sword Sovereign executed his second sword move. When this sword move was executed, there were several overlapping ripples that were vibrating violently. Once a person was immersed in it, they would be unable to extricate themselves and would only perish. Seeing the situation, Li Fuchen brandished his sword and twisted. Clang clanged in an instant, it was unknown how many times the duo's swords clashed. It was so much so that everyone's vision was overlapping and hearing things. Clang. There was a string of sparks and the Heart Sword Sovereign took another step back. Li Fuchen said indifferently, "Use your third move. I would like to experience the feeling of sorrow." If Li Fuchen was so calm, everyone outside the stage wasn't calm anymore. The first move was repelled by Li Fuchen, now the second move was repelled by Li Fuchen again. The situation seemed to have deviated. Let's see the third and fourth moves now, someone said. Without any sound, the Heart Sword Sovereign stopped retreating and said slowly, "As you wish. This shall be the third move, Heart Wound." The Heart Sword Sovereign's expression had a touch of sorrow and indifference as he attacked at Li Fuchen with his sword. It was just a normal sword move, but it caused a huge commotion. The sword force was like a whirlpool that was spinning violently as though it was going to devour the world. However, the sword Dao Qi presence that was emitted was so weak and helpless. It was like a sorrowful woman that was mourning alone. In an instant, Li Fuchen was devoured by the whirlpool. "It is over." Murong Yuyu shook her head with a pale expression. She had been defeated by this move before and knew how terrifying this move was. It was fine if she didn't get sucked in, but once she got sucked in, her spirit would feel as though it was being minced. The sorrowful sword intent had seeped into the spirit fragments and couldn't be removed. Until now, her heart still had the sorrowful sword intent. Li Fuchen, who was sucked into the whirlpool, wasn't like Murong Yuyu, who couldn't resist at all. In fact, Li Fuchen was intentionally sucked in. Otherwise, how was he going to experience the Heart Sword Sovereign's sword intent? Brandishing his sword, Li Fuchen dispersed the sword forces one after another. When the Heart Sword Sovereign's sword forces dispersed, Li Fuchen could feel the sorrowful sword Dao presence. "I see." Li Fuchen's sword Dao perception was extremely high and he immediately understood the quintessence of the Heart Wound sword move. Boom! After understanding the quintessence of the Heart Wound sword move, Li Fuchen cleaved open the whirlpool. "Use your fourth move." "Good. You are the first to force me to use my fourth move in this year's swordsman tournament." Seeing that Li Fuchen had neutralized his Heart Wound sword move, the Heart Sword Sovereign didn't mind. With Li Fuchen's strength, it was impossible to defeat him with the third move. Only the fourth move or the fifth move could do it. Chapter 784. Outside the martial stage, everyone was holding their breath. The Heart Sword Sovereign was going to use the fourth move. During normal times, they wouldn't be able to see the fourth move. They would only be able to see it during Grand Sword Dao events like the Swordsman Tournament. Infatuation. When the sword was executed, the Heart Sword Sovereign's entire body was like a pool of stagnant water. Within the stagnant water, there was a sword Dao presence that wouldn't regret even in death. When the sword was executed, Li Fuchen felt that everything on the martial stage was frozen. Even his thoughts were affected. The Heart Sword Dao is truly peculiar. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with light as he executed a sword slash. Due to the peculiarity of the infatuation sword move, everyone saw a frozen scene. The entire martial stage felt as though it was frozen by an invisible force and was in dead silence. The only thing that wasn't frozen was Li Fuchen's sword. Li Fuchen's sword was like a flickering radiance that was rapidly advancing on the martial stage. The Void Sword Dao was the hardest to freeze. In order to freeze Li Fuchen's Void Sword Dao, the Sword Dao proficiency would have to be much higher than Li Fuchen. It was obvious that the Heart Sword Sovereign's Sword Dao proficiency wasn't superior to Li Fuchen, let alone much higher. Clang, clang, clang. There was a burst of radiance around the Heart Sword Sovereign. Everyone couldn't see the clash between the duo. They could only see a bundle of obscure sword light and a bundle of bright sword light clashing rapidly. TSS. A portion of the Heart Sword Sovereign's collar slid off and the sword field that froze the martial stage instantly vanished. The Heart Sword Sovereign's face and body were splattered with traces of blood. In this clash, the Heart Sword Sovereign was at a complete disadvantage. It wasn't that the Heart Sword Sovereign wasn't strong enough. In fact, the Heart Sword Sovereign's fourth move was extremely terrifying. The sword field was like stagnant water and could freeze the void. If it was someone else, like Tang Xing or Murong Yuyu, they would probably be immobilized in front of the infatuation sword field. They would be like fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. However, Li Fuchen was obviously stronger. His Void Sword Dao wasn't afraid of the sword move that froze the void and wasn't affected at all. We are finally going to see the Heart Sword Sovereign's fifth move. I didn't expect Li Fuchen to force the Heart Sword Sovereign to this extent. Yes, but it ends here. The Heart Sword Sovereign's Heart Sword doesn't have a huge increase in power from the first to the fourth move, only 1 or 2 times. However, when it comes to the fifth move, the power will explosively increase by more than 5 times. As for the legendary sixth move, it is said to be more than 10 times stronger than the fifth move. Everyone discussed animatedly, looking forward to it. The gap is too big. Tang Xing and Murong Yuyu felt a little bitter. Before the competition, they had thought that they could be on par with the emotionless Sword Emperor and the Heart Sword Sovereign. Now they knew that it was just their wishful thinking. At their level, their swordsmanship was already close to the pinnacle realm. However, even if they were close to the pinnacle realm, there would still be a difference between them. During this period, every bit of difference would be reflected in their combat prowess. This was also the reason why some people could suddenly become famous experts in the world. Once they had an epiphany in their swordsmanship, their combat prowess might increase by 10 or even 10 times. While lamenting, the two of them were also shocked by Li Fuchen's strength. Li Fuchen was the first person in the swordsman tournament to force the Heart Sword Sovereign to this extent. It's been 20 years since someone forced me to use my fifth move. The Heart Sword Monarch said calmly as the small wounds on his body closed. Do you think I'm forcing you? Li Fuchen laughed. The Heart Sword Sovereign was indeed very powerful, but in Li Fuchen's eyes, he was only considered an ordinary formidable foe. Li Fuchen's opponents had always been at the level of the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign. Unless the Heart Sword Sovereign's sixth move was infinitely close to the pinnacle realm, it was impossible for the Heart Sword Sovereign to contest with him. Of course, it was also a wonderful thing to be able to deeply feel the Heart Sword Dao's profundity. Otherwise, Li Fuchen would have already defeated the Heart Sword Sovereign in a single sword. What do you mean? The Heart Sword Sovereign frowned and felt that the atmosphere was rather subtle. Make your move. If I didn't guess it wrongly, your fifth move should be similar to the first move, Heartbeat. But it is even more intense. Based on the first 4 moves, Li Fuchen had basically deduced the profundity of the Heart Sword Sovereign's fifth move. If he had enough time, he would be able to create it. After hearing the statement, the Heart Sword Sovereign's eyes contracted. Li Fuchen guessed it correctly. The fifth move was indeed the enhanced version of the first move. It was called Heartbeat. Heartbeat and Heartbeat, one was a ripple in the heart, while the other was a raging wave in the heart. At this moment, the Heart Sword Sovereign's impression of Li Fuchen had changed. Li Fuchen, who had been smiling, was now giving off an extremely terrifying and ruthless feeling. In front of Li Fuchen, the Heart Sword Sovereign couldn't hide any secrets at all. Heartbeat. Without speaking any more nonsense, the Heart Sword Sovereign burst out with the Heart Sword's fifth move. Once this move was executed, there was a raging wave on the martial stage. The raging wave was obviously formed by Sword Dao law and didn't contain any trace of other laws. Rumble. Everyone could clearly hear the sound of the raging wave. That majestic and dangerous scene was reflected in their hearts when they closed their eyes. Some of the people who were closer had suddenly burst in retreat while their hearts were in extreme pain. This sword move had already reached the stage where it could injure invisibly. It was even more terrifying than the heart wound. Great move, Heartbeat. Li Fuchen executed the Void Heaven Sword Art's first move, Void Reality. There was an invisible sword force that spread out and clashed with the Heart Sword Sovereign's Heartbeat. Void Reality also had the effect of injuring invisibly. As Li Fuchen pushed the Void Heaven Sword Art to near extremity, the Void Reality was more than 10 times or dozens of times more profound than before. The Heart Sword Sovereign's Heartbeat sword move, be it the sword force in the open or the sword force in the dark, they were all neutralized by the Void Reality. Rumble. The light barrier exploded and the sword force spread out. Those who were nearby were sent flying while vomiting blood. What? Even the light barrier exploded? Previously, during the battle between Tang Xing and Murong Yuyu, the sword Dao resonance was triggered, causing the light barrier to shatter. Once the sword Dao resonance was triggered, the power would be very close to extremity. It wasn't considered the duo's actual strength. The light barrier is still too weak for them. The Tiger Fong sword saint waved his hand and a new light barrier enveloped the martial stage. Even a low-level sword Dao saint wouldn't be able to break this light barrier within a short period of time. It wouldn't be a problem for it to last until the end of the tournament. The Heart Sword Sovereign's heartbeat was like a huge wave that wouldn't stop until the enemy was smashed into pieces. As for Li Fuchen's void reality, it was like a spring breeze. It might look like it didn't have any power, but its power was actually reserved. The chi force explosions were continuous. In an instant, the duo's swords clashed for hundreds or even thousands of times. It was impossible to count. Boom! There was another explosion, and the Heart Sword Sovereign vomited a mouthful of blood. He was forced to retreat and nearly crashed into the light barrier at the edge of the martial stage. The Heart Sword Sovereign had a grave expression. His Heart Sword's fifth move had lost. He was utterly convinced of his loss. Before the tournament, he didn't even think about it. During the swordsman tournament 20 years ago, not even the emotionless Sword Emperor Ning Ke was able to neutralize his Heart Sword's fifth move so cleanly. Ning Ke was only slightly superior to him. Furthermore, his Heart Sword's fifth move had improved a lot as compared to 20 years ago. Be it the profundity or power, it was several times stronger. I can only use the sixth move. The Heart Sword Sovereign regained his composure. It didn't matter if he lost the first 5 moves. He still had the sixth move. The sixth move was the essence of the first 5 moves. The power was more than 10 times stronger than the fifth move, and it was also several times more profundity. This move was originally prepared for the emotionless Sword Emperor Ning Ke, but he had no choice but to use it to deal with Li Fuchen. The fifth move isn't able to deal with Li Fuchen. It seems like the sixth move is the only choice. How is this Li Fuchen so powerful? It is truly unbelievable. In this world, there are too many mystical individuals. If Li Fuchen can appear today, tomorrow, there will be another Wang Fuchen. Who can say for sure? At this moment, be it the audience, the people below the martial stage, or some of the top-notch experts on the great emperor rankings, all of them were concentrating. The Heart Sword Sovereign's sixth move wasn't a joke, and it might be able to inspire them. The sixth move should be related to the fourth move, right? Inside a top-class private room, the Sword Sovereign let out a faint smile while his eyes were like torches. His Sword Dao proficiency was extremely high, and just by observing the first 5 moves, he was able to deduce some clues about the sixth move. Ever since I created this sixth move, I have never executed it in front of anyone. If I accidentally kill you, don't blame me. The Heart Sword Sovereign's voice was filled with the intent of death, and it was breathtaking. Just make your move. If I die under your sword, it will be because I am not proficient enough. It has nothing to do with you. The swordsman tournament didn't allow intentional killing. In normal situations, even if one wanted to intentionally kill someone, it was impossible. The spectating Sword Dao Saints wouldn't just stand by and watch. Of course, nothing was absolute. If even the Sword Dao Saint couldn't make a move in time, then the death would be in vain. However, this wasn't something that Li Fuchen was worried about. In terms of overall strength, let alone the Heart Sword Sovereign, even a low-level Sword Dao Saint wouldn't be able to kill the Heart Sword Sovereign easily. Be careful, Heart Morn. The Heart Sword Sovereign's intent of death was getting denser. When he brandished his sword, the entire martial stage had turned into a gray color. The ground of the martial stage was visibly cracking and decaying. There were also subtle decaying sounds coming from the barrier. The Heart Morn sword move obviously contained the true meaning of death. It was using the Sword Dao law to deduce the true meaning of death. Just this point alone was enough to shock everyone. Just like the fourth move, Heart Infatuation, the sixth move, Heart Mourn, also had the effect of freezing the void. When enveloped by the Heart Mourn sword field, apart from watching oneself slowly decaying and dying, there was nothing else one could do. After being affected by the Heart Mourn sword intent, the Heart Sword Sovereign's eyes were inhuman and terrifying. The devastating sword light was bone-chilling and empty. An interesting sword move. The opponent is going to be defeated. Inside the top-class private room, the Sword Sovereign's eyes flashed with light. Even he felt that this sword move was very stunning. He couldn't imagine how Li Fuchen was going to block it. After all, the Void Sword Tao might be powerful, but in the face of the true meaning of death, the void would perish one day and everything would wither. This sword move is rather decent. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with cold light as he executed the Void Heaven Sword World. The Sword World had always been the highest level of the Sword Tao, and there was no limit. Different individual sword worlds would have different power. If the sword world could reach extremity, it would be possible to create a true sword world. Li Fuchen's Void Heaven Sword World contained the Void Law and Sword Tao Law. It might seem impure, but because it contained the Void Law, it was easier to form a sword world. Furthermore, it could make the sword world stronger and more unbreakable. P.S. On the second day of the baby's hospitalization, the blood test came out. The previous day, the jaundice index wasn't 20 points, it was 25 points. It was said that the skin test wasn't accurate, only the blood test was accurate. One day later, it had dropped to 18.6 and is now 12. Super regretful. If I knew this would happen, I would have been hospitalized from the start. Chapter 785. When the sword was brandished, the void froze and time seemed to have slowed down by countless times. Crack, crack, crack. When the two sword moves that froze the void clashed, a pitch-black crack appeared. "This is a spatial crack," someone exclaimed. The Saint Spirit Continent's heaven and earth law was too stable, and the void law was naturally extremely stable too. In order to create a spatial crack, only saints could do it. It was impossible for those below saints. But right now, the Heart Sword Sovereign and Li Fuchen had actually done it. How did they do it? The Saber Demon, Miao Qingxin, was rather frightened. The Saber Emperor, Chu Kuang, said, "It is because their sword moves have the effect of freezing the void. Once they clashed, the effects of freezing the void would stack and crack." Chu Kuang might be nonchalant, but in his heart, he was very concerned. If the Heart Sword Sovereign and Li Fuchen were to work together, his life would be in danger, even though the two of them wouldn't work together to deal with him. The spatial cracks would flash from time to time, and the crackling sounds were very shocking. However, the Heart Sword Sovereign and Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered anymore. Their sword moves clashed violently and wanted to completely suppress each other. He actually withstood it? The Heart Sword Sovereign frowned and felt that the situation was already out of his control. He was the only one who knew how powerful his Heart Mourn was. He didn't think that Li Fuchen would be able to resist this move. "I have underestimated this move." Li Fuchen was rather surprised that he wasn't able to suppress the Heart Sword Sovereign immediately. His Void Heaven Sword World didn't emit a sword field, it was a sword world. Before he created the primary extreme sword art, the Void Heaven Sword World was his strongest trump card and nothing else could compare. The duo's sword moves were still clashing. The spatial cracks turned from the thickness of a metal wire to the thickness of a chopstick. Within the spatial cracks, horrific annihilation power burst out, causing the martial stage to flicker with radiance. Anyone below the saints who entered the range of the radiance would be instantly turned into ashes. Break! The Heart Sword Sovereign's longsword appeared mottled. He thrust at Li Fuchen ruthlessly. The Heart Sword Sovereign's longsword was only a heaven-class mid-tier artifact sword after all. It was hard to withstand such a powerful sword move. "I would like to see how you are going to break it." Li Fuchen thrust his longsword forward as well. The difference was that his longsword didn't have any damage. The flowing sword light made the longsword extremely sharp. Clang! In an instant, the two swords collided and a spatial crack appeared at the tip of their swords. Visible cracks appeared on the Heart Sword Sovereign's sword. This was the result of the Heart Sword Sovereign's sword move and the spatial crack. On the contrary, the sword in Li Fuchen's hand didn't seem to have any abnormalities. Gotcha! A breath later, the Heart Sword Sovereign's sword shattered. The Heart Sword Sovereign's expression turned stern. He raised his right index and middle finger and thrust forward. Countless sword shards were shot at Li Fuchen. The shards contained the horrific heart-mourning sword intent, and it was even stronger and more violent than before. The shattering of the longsword also contained the heart-mourning sword intent. Good timing. With a twist of Li Fuchen's longsword, the shards of the longsword were turned into a silver paste. In front of the Void Heaven Sword World, it was impossible for his opponent's sword technique to break through his defense. Whoosh! The Heart Sword Sovereign retreated like a bird. Li Fuchen could feel that his opponent's battle intent had vanished. You win. The Heart Sword Sovereign's voice was calm, but his heart was bitter. He didn't expect to lose to Li Fuchen before the duel with the emotionless Sword Emperor Ning Quebec. No matter how unwilling he was, the truth was the truth. However, he wouldn't be resentful because he was convinced of his defeat. If a swordsman couldn't even face defeat, then in his opinion, the swordsman wasn't worthy to be a swordsman. Thanks for letting me win. Li Fuchen withdrew his sword intent. The Heart Sword Sovereign was still very powerful. If he didn't use the primary extreme sword art, his sword art was only slightly superior. Furthermore, he learned plenty of things from the Heart Sword Sovereign's Heart Sword Dao. These things would allow him to save a lot of hard work. Remember, don't lose. The Heart Sword Sovereign had his pride. Since Li Fuchen defeated him, he hoped that Li Fuchen would continue winning. This way, it would be normal for him to lose. I will. Li Fuchen nodded. Humph. Below the stage, Li Jianxin grunted. As the Heart Sword Sovereign got off the stage, the audience was already in a heated discussion. The Heart Sword Sovereign was defeated. Why do I feel like I am dreaming? It is too unreal. The Heart Sword Sovereign is ranked 4th on the Sword Emperor rankings. Right now, he is probably going to be ranked 5th. This Li Fuchen isn't a dark horse, he is simply a dark dragon that is dark to the very end. Li Fuchen is already so powerful. I wonder how strong Li Jianxin is. Could this year's swordsman tournament be replacing the old with the new? The defeat of the Heart Sword Sovereign was undoubtedly an earth-shattering matter to the crowd. At the same time, it also caused them to have doubts. Since the Heart Sword Sovereign was defeated, the emotionless Sword Emperor Ning Ke might also be defeated. In fact, even the Sword Emperor and the Sword Sovereign might be defeated. It was just that the time was not right. The 9 martial stages were having matches at the same time. Soon enough, it was Li Jianxin's turn. However, Li Jianxin's opponent was just an ordinary swordsman and immediately conceded. Subsequently, the emotionless Sword Emperor's opponent conceded too. It was the next round of the tournament. Martial Stage 6, Xiao Yuan against Li Jianxin. The referee's voice had a trace of excitement. Apart from Sword Dao Saints, who wouldn't be excited to see such an exciting battle? On the martial stage, the battle was very intense. In just a short moment, the Heart Sword Sovereign had already executed the 4th move. But after 4 moves, he didn't have the upper hand. Li Jianxin's sword art was obviously weaker than him, but the sword intent was very powerful. It felt as though the sword in his hand wasn't a Heaven-class mid-tier artifact sword, but a Heaven-class high-tier artifact sword. The 5th move, the Heart Sword Sovereign's sword move, was like a raging wave that engulfed Li Jianxin. You are qualified to witness my Li clan's Skyline sword art. The Li clan was once a saint clan, and the Skyline sword art was an extremity sword art created by the Li clan's first sword monarch. There was only one word to describe this sword technique, and that was fast. It was so fast that no one could react. Li Jianxin leaped up and executed the Skyline Sword Art's first move, Heaven and Earth Roam. Swish! Streaks of white light crisscrossed on the martial stage. In an instant, it felt as though there were countless Li Jiangxins on the stage. Each Li Jianxin was wielding a longsword and was using extreme speed to attack the Heart Sword Sovereign. The Heart Sword Sovereign was in a miserable state and was only executing the fifth move when he quickly executed the sixth move. The opponent's sword art was too fast. If the Heart Sword Sovereign didn't change his move, he would be instantly defeated. When the sixth move, Heart Mourn, was executed, the void froze and Li Jianxin's sword art had slowed down. However, it was merely slow and wasn't able to freeze the opponent's sword art. After all, this was an extremity sword art, even if Li Jianxin had yet to cultivate this sword art to the extremity. Second move, Skylight Flying Sword. With the first move slowed down, Li Jianxin executed the second move. When this move was executed, the martial stage burst with radiance. A waterfall-like sword light flew at the Heart Sword Sovereign. When taking a closer look, it wasn't a single sword light. It was clearly countless sword lights stacked together and was advancing with extreme speed. It was like a river of light that was shuttling through the universe. The Heart Sword Sovereign's Heart Mourn froze the waterfall of sword lights from the outside in. However, there were simply too many sword lights. After freezing layer after layer, a majority of the sword lights still flew over. When the Heart Sword Sovereign's sword clashed with one of them, sparks burst out and cracks appeared. PFFF. After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, the Heart Sword Sovereign was sent flying. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to block so many sword lights. Chapter 786. Landing on the ground, the Heart Sword Monarch asked, "How many moves does your Skyline Sword Art have?" Li Jian said, "There are 9 moves in total." 9 moves? The Heart Sword Sovereign was astonished. As expected of the Sword Sovereign, the first 2 moves of the Skyline Sword Art were already so powerful. Just how powerful would the next 7 moves be? However, he was certain that Li Jianxin had not learned the Skywalker Sword technique. The first and second moves were already so powerful. Once he learned the later moves, his sword arts would definitely reach the pinnacle realm. At that time, even the Sword Emperor and the Sword Sovereign would not be a match for him. He just didn't know how many moves Li Jianxin had learned. Was it only 2, 3, or 4? The Heart Sword Sovereign was convinced after losing to Li Fuchen. He was also convinced after losing to Li Jianxin. Li Fuchen's sword Dao rank was obviously higher than Li Jianxin. Li Jianxin's Skyline Sword Art came from the Sword Lord. Instead of saying that Li Jianxin was defeated by Li Jianxin, it was better to say that Li Jianxin was defeated by the Sword Lord's sword art. The Heart Sword Sovereign has no resentment for his loss. The Skyline Sword Art is one of the strongest sword arts in the Saint Spirit continent. Back then, the Sword Monarch used the Skyline Sword Art to make a name for himself in the universe. The Skyline Sword Art pursues all sword arts in the world. Speed is the only thing that cannot be broken. It is said that when the Sword Sovereign uses the Skyline Sword Art, his speed is even faster than the speed of light. No matter what star it is, it will be cut in half. It has been thousands of years since anyone from the Li clan has mastered the Skyline Sword technique. I didn't expect Li Jianxin to appear in this generation. Moreover, Li Jianxin is really amazing. He mastered 2 moves of the Skyline Sword technique at the Transcendence realm. Everyone had heard of the Sword Sovereign's Skyline Sword Art, and they were all discussing it. In the Supreme Private Room, the Tiger Fang Sword Saint said, "Is this the Heavenline Sword Art? You really live up to your reputation." The Skyline Sword technique was so powerful that even the Xianming Sword Saint's Xianming Sword technique couldn't compare to it. As for his ferocious fanged sword tiger art, it was nothing in front of the Skyline Sword technique. Perhaps only the President's 9 lunar swords could compare. The Xianming Sword Saint said, The guild master has studied the Heavenline sword technique and admitted that he is no match for it. What? Even the guild leader admits defeat? The Tiger Fang Sword Saint and the 100-Flower Sword Saint were moved. The Xianming Sword Saint said with longing, "The Sword Saint is a Lord of Heaven. President, you are still one level away from that." The Swordsman Guild's president was famous in the Deep Blue Plain, but he was just a peak-class saint. Currently, no one knew if there were any Heaven Monarchs in the Deep Blue Plain. Even if there were high-level saints and peak-class saints, no one could see them, because all of them had gone to the depths of the universe to search for their own opportunities. No one knew if any of them had perished. That's true. The 100-Flower Sword Saint nodded. A heavenly lord, as the name suggested, was comparable to the heavens. Since ancient times, which heavenly lord hadn't been a figure that shocked the universe? The sword art created by a heaven lord was naturally extraordinary and not something that a regular great lord could compare with. This Li Jianxin is a tricky character. Saber Emperor Chu Kuang was a little afraid of Li Jianxin. Unless absolutely necessary, the sovereign wouldn't go against Li Jianxin. After all, who knew how many moves of the Skyline sword art Li Jianxin cultivated? Furthermore, this was the swordsman tournament and Li Jianxin had plenty of moves that couldn't be used. If there weren't any restrictions and Li Jianxin suddenly took out one or two extreme Dao artifacts, the sovereign wouldn't be able to use them even if he had a few lives. Skyline sword art, huh? The sword emperor's expression was extremely solemn. He didn't care about Li Jianxin's first and second moves of the Skyline sword art, but he wasn't confident he could neutralize the third and fourth moves. In short, when Li Jianxin's Skyline sword art appeared, everyone was astonished. Extremity sword art was also known as Extremity Dao sword art. In terms of grades, it was a Heaven-class peak-tier sword art. Every Heaven-class peak-tier martial art was extremely rare, and even saints would have a hard time creating one. Regular saints would only be able to create powerful Heaven-class high-tier martial arts, and they might not be as formidable as Li Fuchen and the others' sword arts. They might even be inferior. Subsequently, Li Fuchen wasn't able to fight against the emotionless sword emperor, Ning Quebec. Instead, they each encountered a weaker opponent. Martial Stage 1, Li Fuchen against Li Jianxin. Swish. Swish. As the referee's voice echoed, the two figures landed on the martial stage at the same time. Boom. It felt like there was a black hole between the duo. Their sword prowess were drawn over and clashed together, letting out a tsunami sound. It was obvious that the sword Dao resonance between the duo was stronger than the sword Dao resonance between Li Fuchen and the Heart Sword Sovereign. However, the duo had yet to make a move. Whether the sword Dao resonance could be triggered would depend on the duo's sword Dao proficiency. Just like how Tang Xing and Murong Yuyu's sword Dao proficiency was similar, they were able to trigger an intense sword Dao resonance. The difference between Li Fuchen and the Heart Sword Sovereign was significant, therefore, when they fought later on, they weren't able to trigger the sword Dao resonance. Li Fuchen and Li Jianxin, they both have the surname Li. Could Li Fuchen be related to the Li clan? Perhaps the Li clan was already extremely glorious countless years ago. They might have a bloodline that was passed down. I wonder who is stronger between Li Fuchen and Li Jianxin. Everyone suspected that Li Fuchen had the sword ruler's bloodline. After all, they both had the same surname of Li and had the same outstanding sword Dao talent. Such a situation was rare. On the martial stage, Li Jianxin stared at Li Fuchen and said, "Your sword art isn't bad." The Void Dao sword art was the most versatile sword art. Be it against a fast sword art or a powerful sword art, the Void Dao sword art wouldn't be unable to deal with it, unless there was an insurmountable difference in the sword Dao proficiency. Apart from that, the Void Dao sword art was also an extremely fast sword art. In the Deep Blue Plain, there was a Heaven-class peak-tier sword art that was even faster than the Li clan's Skyline sword art. That sword art was the Void Dao sword art. It isn't comparable to your Skyline sword art. Li Fuchen knew that his current primary extreme sword art wasn't comparable to the Skyline sword art. After all, the Skyline sword art was a heaven-class peak-tier sword art. Of course, it was only inferior to the Sword Lord's Skyline sword art and not Li Jianxin's Skyline sword art. Li Jianxin had a clear mind and naturally understood Li Fuchen's intention. He said indifferently, "It is indeed not comparable. Be it the Sword Lord's Skyline sword art or his Skyline sword art, Li Fuchen wasn't comparable." Li Jianxin wasn't arrogant, he was stating a fact. The reason why Li Jianxin was able to cultivate the Skyline sword art wasn't just because of his high perception, it was mainly because he had condensed the sword heart. Without the sword heart, he wouldn't be able to perfectly control the sword Dao law. Without perfect control of the sword Dao law, how was he going to comprehend the extremity sword art? The combination of the sword heart and the Skyline sword art was the source of Li Jianxin's confidence. He was confident that even if he encountered the legendary Sword Emperor or Sword Sovereign, he would be qualified to contest and was confident that he could win. "I might not be comparable, but I still have to try. Let me witness the legendary Skyline sword art." Li Fuchen was eager to try. This was his first time facing a heaven-class peak-tier sword art. He was certain that this exchange would be more rewarding than all the previous exchanges. He might be able to create an extremity sword move within a short period of time. Once he could create an extremity sword move, he would be confident to contest even if he encountered a low-level saint. Then you have to be careful. Li Jianxin's body tensed up slightly. In the next moment, he vanished. In the world, there were only streaks of sword lights that weaved together. Skyline sword art's first move. Heaven and earth roam. It is even faster. Below the stage, the Heart Sword Sovereign had a grave expression. When facing this move, he was nearly defeated. Even the Heart Morn couldn't suppress this move. Back then, even if Li Jianxin didn't execute the Skyline sword art's second move, the Heart Sword Sovereign wasn't confident he could defeat Li Jianxin. Right now, Li Jianxin's sword move was obviously faster than when they fought, and it shocked the Heart Sword Sovereign. Chapter 787. When facing this extremely fast sword art, Li Fuchen brandished his sword and dislocated the void. The crisscrossed sword lights were shattered. Void Dao sword art had the power to activate the spatial zone with each sword move. In the face of spatial zone, it was useless no matter how fast one was. A random spatial zone would be enough for one to fly for half a day. Of course, Li Jianxin's Skyline sword art wasn't weak either. When the speed was at the extremity, it could actually break through the spatial zone. Back when the Sword Lord was roaming the universe, countless saints had died to this sword art. Clang! Clang clang, sparks burst out. The places where the sparks burst out wouldn't have any sword lights, because the sword lights were blossoming in other places. This was mainly because the duo's exchange speed was too fast. Before the sparks could burst out, the duo had already switched to another place to continue the exchange. SSS, this is too fast. I can't even see the trajectory of their exchange. I can only see the traces left behind. The Skyline sword art is indeed formidable. This sword art is simply too powerful. It is simply at the extremity of speed. Li Fuchen's Void Dao sword art is also very incredible. It is actually able to keep up with the Skyline sword art's tempo. Only Void Dao sword arts can keep up with the Skyline sword art's tempo. After all, Void Dao sword arts are able to move the spatial zone and shrink the ground into inches. They are also able to move close yet worlds apart. It is just pure speed, it isn't possible to ignore spatial distance. Hearing everyone's discussions, the Heart Sword Sovereign felt bitter in his heart. After exchanging moves with Li Fuchen, he realized that Li Fuchen's Void Dao sword art had also gotten stronger. It meant that Li Fuchen didn't even use his full strength during the fight. How could the Heart Sword Sovereign know that Li Fuchen didn't just condense the sword heart? he also condensed the Void Dao heart. If Li Fuchen executed the Void Heaven sword art at full strength, even if it was just a regular sword move, it would have the mystical power. The battle was still continuing. Li Jianxin's Heaven and Earth Realm might only be a single sword move, but as long as Li Jianxin didn't stop, he could continue to execute it until his qi was exhausted. As compared to the start, the sword lights were getting faster. The initial estimation was at least 1,000 times the speed of sound. What was the concept of 1,000 times the speed of sound? It meant that one could fly a few hundred miles in the blink of the eye, but the martial stage was only 1,000 meters in radius. 3,000 times the speed of sound. With Li Fuchen's incredible eyesight, he was able to discern the opponent's sword speed with just a single glance. The skyline sword technique was indeed terrifying. Even though it had yet to reach the pinnacle realm, its first move was already able to reach 3,000 times the speed of sound. Once it reached the pinnacle realm, it was hard to imagine what would happen. With a slash of the longsword, a layer of sword light enveloped Li Fuchen. When Li Jianxin's sword light touched this layer of sword light, it felt as though it entered the water or entered a huge space. From the outside, the speed was more than 10 times slower. Clang! Immediately, Li Fuchen easily blocked Li Jianxin's sword. The powerful force made Li Jianxin's right arm gradually numb. It could be said that Li Fuchen's Void Heaven sword art had completely countered Li Jianxin's Heaven and Earth Realm. Li Jianxin's figure appeared and soared into the sky. The second move of the skyline swordsmanship, Heavenly Light Flying Sword, descended from the sky. This move could be said to be extremely fast. The sword lights stacked together like a river of light, shuttling through the universe and bursting forth. Even the Heart Sword Sovereign's Heart Morn was helpless against this move. Good timing. When facing the skyline swordsmanship's second move, Li Fuchen's eyes were very bright. This move's intent was too high. It was obvious that the Sword Sovereign had created this move based on some anomalies in the universe. Blade of Void. Li Fuchen cleaved at the sky. A transparent sword blade had completely frozen the void. It was different from the fight with Murong Yuyu. This time, the Blade of Void didn't have a trace of Void Law or Sword Dao Law. It was perfectly fused into the blade, causing this sword to look like a true blade of space. The moment it appeared, the void naturally froze. Bang boom! It felt as though countless mirrors had exploded at the same time. The space between the duo was filled with cracks. If a regular low-tier demonic beast overlord accidentally entered this region, the demonic beast overlord would probably perish instantly. It didn't matter how strong their vitality was. Cracks had also appeared on the light barrier that enveloped the duo. This scene shocked the Tiger Fang Sword Saint. The duo's head-on clash had actually damaged the light barrier. This meant that even a low-level saint would be injured if they weren't careful when they were in the area where the duo fought. "Did you see anything?" The Mystic Deep Sword Saint asked the Tiger Fang Sword Saint and the 100-Flower Sword Saint. The 100-Flower Sword Saint was rather uncertain. "This Li Fuchen seems to have condensed the sword heart too?" "That's right." The Mystic Deep Sword Saint revealed a smile. "He has indeed condensed the sword heart. Furthermore, the level of the sword heart is even higher than Li Jianxin. This is also the reason why we made an error in judgment. He really condensed the sword heart." The Tiger Fang Sword Saint felt it was too absurd. He could accept it if the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign had condensed the sword heart. "You mean Li Fuchen will win?" The 100-Flower Sword Saint looked at the Mystic Deep Sword Saint. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint shook his head. "I don't know either. Of course, if Li Jianxin didn't cultivate the Skyline Sword Art's third move, Li Fuchen has a 90% chance of winning. The Skyline Sword Art was too powerful. Among the Extremity Sword Arts, it was a top-class sword art. Even if Li Jianxin could only comprehend 1% of the Sword Dao intent, it was enough for him to dominate in the Law Phase realm. The concentrated spatial cracks appeared and vanished again. It was a horrifying scene that was hair-raising. PFFF. Fresh blood splattered. Li Jianxin was ultimately inferior to Li Fuchen, and there was a blood arrow that sprayed from his shoulder. You are very good, but it is time to end this. Li Jianxin's eyes were very cold. He was actually injured, and it was something he didn't expect. It seems like you have cultivated the Skyline Sword Art's third move? Li Fuchen was rather interested. The first two moves had already opened up a path to the extremity of the Sword Dao. The third move would definitely speed up the process. Once the third move is executed, you might die. I am not joking. Therefore, you better think of how to survive. Li Jianxin wasn't joking. He could control the first two moves perfectly, but he couldn't control the third move. Once the sword was executed, the outcome was already decided. In his opinion, this move was at least 10 times more terrifying than the Heart Sword Sovereign's Heartmorn. If it is as you say, I will pay attention. Li Fuchen didn't let his guard down. He might not fear the opponent's attack, but he didn't wish to get hit either. Be careful. Li Jianxin didn't waste any more words. He wielded his sword with both hands, and there was a layer of wind surrounding him. It was a layer of illusory wind. It was unknown if it was an illusion, but they felt that this layer of wind didn't belong to this spatial zone. It was the wind from another spatial zone. This move is called Sky Wind Godspeed /. Li Jianxin's voice had also turned illusory and lingered in Li Fuchen's ears. Huff! Li Jianxin disappeared and a horrifying wave attacked Li Fuchen. 10,000 times the speed of sound. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was a saint's spiritual awareness. Unless Li Jianxin's sword art was already at extremity, it was hard to escape Li Fuchen's detection. 10,000 times the speed of sound was already very terrifying for Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's sword speed was only around 2,000 to 3,000 times the speed of sound. Furthermore, this sword wasn't just simply fast. Li Fuchen had a feeling that even the Void Heaven sword art wouldn't be able to weaken this sword's speed. This is Sword Dao Godspeed. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint's eyes flickered with radiance. Sword Dao Godspeed was a kind of Sword Dao state. Or in other words, it was a Sword Dao state that was related to sword speed. After reaching this state, the sword speed itself was already a kind of law. Li Jianxin himself had reached the Sword Dao Godspeed state, but he was still at the initial phase. As compared to the Sword Lord back then, he was still worlds apart. But right now, Li Jianxin's Sword Dao Godspeed state was also worlds apart from the Sword Lord. To be serious, Li Jianxin had yet to reach the Sword Dao Godspeed state. He merely used the Sky Wind Godspeed / to temporarily touch this state. If it was the past Li Fuchen, even if he could detect this sword in advance, his body wouldn't be able to react in time. But right now, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao wasn't just extremely close to extremity, he had also condensed the Sword Heart and the Void Dao Heart. Before Li Jianxin's sword was executed, Li Fuchen was already prepared. Under the guidance of the Qi intent, he thrust his sword at the void. Resplendent sparks burst out without restraint. Crackle! The long sword in Li Fuchen's hand was forcefully severed by the invisible wave. He actually sealed this sword in advance? The Tiger Fang Sword Saint was moved. It was unbelievable to seal the Sword Dao Godspeed. He couldn't understand how Li Fuchen did it. Prediction. The mystic deep sword saint's heart flashed with this term. The Sword Dao Godspeed was indeed incredible, but to activate it, it required time. This time was the flaw, but there weren't many that could catch this flaw. Furthermore, even if the flaw was caught, it was useless. The Sword Dao Godspeed wasn't something that could be blocked easily. Just like the mystic deep sword saint, the Tiger Fang Sword Saint shook his head. Li Fuchen was ultimately defeated. With the broken sword, Li Jianxin's sword didn't have any more obstructions. As long as he thrust his sword forward, he would be able to cleave Li Fuchen's body. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint leaned forward and prepared to rescue Li Fuchen. He was confident that he could rescue Li Fuchen after reaching the sword Dao Godspeed state. When the sword was broken, a wisp of wind assaulted Li Fuchen's face. However, Li Fuchen didn't panic, he only had confidence. I shall let all of you witness the true Void Heaven Sword world. Li Fuchen yelled out in his heart. A terrifying sword Dao power that could freeze and contain the void burst out. With the obstruction of this sword Dao power, Li Jianxin's sword speed was getting slower and finally revealed a sword shadow. How is this possible? Li Jianxin's eyes widened. The sword Dao Godspeed couldn't be weakened. Unless Li Fuchen could create a real spatial zone, otherwise this sword would advance at a fixed speed. But the scene before him made Li Jianxin doubt himself. Void Dao Heart. Chapter 788. After condensing the Void Dao Heart, one would be able to control the Void Law perfectly. When a person was able to control the Void Law and Sword Dao Law perfectly, the power would be terrifying. It would be able to freeze everything, and even the sword Dao Godspeed wouldn't be effective. Furthermore, Li Jianxin's sword Dao Godspeed wasn't the complete sword Dao Godspeed. He had only touched on this level. The sword revealed a phantom image, and Li Jianxin's body had also revealed a phantom image. Right now, Li Jianxin's Sky Wind Godspeed Slash was already broken. However, Li Jianxin didn't give up and tried his best to use the Sky Wind Godspeed Slash to cleave open the frozen void. Perhaps this move was too mystical. Li Jianxin's body vanished again and entered the sword Dao Godspeed state. Come out! Li Fuchen raised his right index and middle finger and thrust at the void. Streaks of sword light gathered at the tip of his finger like flowing water. At the same moment, there was a sword Dao power that could freeze the void and lock down the entire spatial zone. Clang! These two fingers were indestructible as they collided with the longsword. The fingertip was like a soldering iron. It first emitted a magma light before it emitted a corporeal and glaring radiant. There were pitch-black spatial cracks that extended out like countless black snakes. At Li Fuchen's cultivation realm, Heaven-class mid-tier artifact swords didn't provide much enhancement to him. Within a short period of time, there was no difference if he had a sword or not. Furthermore, Li Fuchen's body was tougher and more indestructible than a Heaven-class mid-tier artifact sword. When the finger thrust, the power was even stronger than a Heaven-class mid-tier artifact sword. It was also impossible to defend against. Crackle! Li Jianxin's sword broke. He was appalled. This sword was imbued with the Sky Wind Godspeed Slash's power, and it was actually broken by two fingers. What were Li Fuchen's fingers made of? After losing his sword, Li Jianxin's sword intent leaked out and he had no choice but to retreat. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to block Li Fuchen's terrifying fingers. Li Fuchen didn't give chase. He had already witnessed the Skyline Sword Art's third move. If Li Jianxin didn't have a follow-up move, it would be very easy for Li Fuchen to defeat him. When Li Jianxin landed on the ground, he took a deep breath. He never thought that he would fall into such a situation. Ever since he mastered the Celestial Wind Godspeed Slash, he had only used it twice. Previously, he nearly killed a low-tier demonic beast overlord, but this time, he was defeated by Li Fuchen. He had to admit that Li Fuchen was the strongest foe in his life. It's terrifying. This Li Jianxin has actually mastered 3 moves of the Skyline Sword technique, especially the third move, Skywind Godspeed Slash. He can actually increase the speed of his sword to such an extent. Even if our strength increases by 100 or 1,000 times, we still won't be able to kill him in one move. But he is still inferior to Li Fuchen. I really don't know where this evildoer Li Fuchen came from. Sigh, I originally thought that the Heart Sword Sovereign was the strongest. But now, it seems that the Heart Sword Sovereign isn't the weakest. Indeed, the Heart Sword Sovereign couldn't even block Li Jianxin's second move. You can't say that. The reason why Li Jianxin is so strong is because of the Sword Sovereign's Skyline Sword Art. Without the Skyline Sword Art, he is undoubtedly weaker than the Heart Sword Sovereign. In this world, there isn't anything that is absolutely fair. Li Jianxin has the support of his clan's resources, but the Heart Sword Sovereign might also have astonishing fated encounters. The battle between Li Jianxin and Li Fuchen had made everyone gasp in amazement. They were all in heated discussions as they were afraid that they might suffocate. Senior Qinyan, Li Fuchen is so powerful. Beside Chu Qinyan, Mao Xueqing's eyes were filled with radiance. Chu Qinyan nodded. Li Fuchen's strength was indeed much stronger than before. She thought that her improvement was already significant and could be described as rapid progress. However, Li Fuchen's improvement was even greater than hers. She really didn't know how Li Fuchen cultivated. No matter where he is, he will always be so dazzling. Some people are destined to reach the pinnacle. The Purple Bamboo Great Emperor smiled. The Iron Blood Great Emperor nodded and agreed with the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor. Interesting. Saber Emperor Chu Kuang narrowed his eyes. He realized that he had underestimated Li Fuchen. From Li Fuchen's current strength, it wouldn't be easy for him to kill Li Fuchen. Of course, it didn't mean that it was impossible, but there were variables. I really wish to exchange moves with them. The Sword Sovereign's face flashed with a serious expression. Li Jianxin and Li Fuchen were already qualified to fight with him. In fact, at their level, their strength was almost the same under normal circumstances. They would be competing with their finishing moves and kill move. Whoever's finishing move and kill move was stronger would be the one laughing at the end. Li Jianxin and Li Fuchen's kill moves had made the Sword Sovereign develop a trace of battle intent. Mystic Deep Sword Saint, you are saying that he didn't just condense the Sword Heart, he also condensed the Void Dao Heart? The Tiger Fang Sword Saint and the 100-Flower Sword Saint widened their eyes. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint nodded. You should know better than anyone else about the Sword Dao Godspeed state. A pure Void Dao sword art isn't able to suppress the Sword Dao Godspeed. Indeed. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint thought about it and felt that it was reasonable. This child's innate talent is close to the guild leader and the Mystic Deep Sword Saint. As long as he doesn't perish, there will be a place for him in the future universe. The 100-Flower Sword Saint praised. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint shook his head. I can't compare to him. At the very least, I didn't condense a sword heart at the aspect realm, let alone other Dao hearts. In the entire Swordsman Guild, probably only the President and the Sword Emperor could condense the sword heart at the law phase realm. It was still unknown if the Sword Sovereign had condensed the sword heart. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint said, although you didn't condense the sword heart at the Transcendence realm, your improvement speed isn't any slower than the President. Otherwise, the President wouldn't be at ease handing the Swordsman Guild to you. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint smiled bitterly and no longer tried to explain. On the martial arts stage, Li Fuchen and Li Jianxin stood 100 meters apart. Unlike Li Fuchen's indifference, Li Jianxin didn't have the calmness from before. It was replaced with sharpness and sharpness. Use your fourth move, Li Fuchen said indifferently. Li Jianxin raised his eyebrows. Was he trying to provoke him? If he really mastered the fourth move, no one below the Saint Monarch realm would be a match for him. Even in the third move, Li Fuchen was only slightly superior and the difference wasn't huge. Li Jianxin did not say anything. His vitality magnetic field changed slightly. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He noticed that Li Jianxin's body was brewing an extremely astounding power. Gradually, the people outside the martial arts stage also felt Li Jianxin's abnormality. Could he have mastered the Skyline Sword Art's fourth move? That is impossible. The third move is already so incredible, wouldn't the fourth move be able to instantly kill anyone below the Saint Monarch realm? Why is it impossible? Can't you see that Li Jianxin's chi field is changing? It contains the aura of destruction. Li Fuchen is in danger now. Everyone widened their eyes and stared at the martial arts stage as they were afraid to miss out on any details. Crackle! Li Jianxin's body appeared with red electric current. These electric currents weren't Thunder Dao laws, they were vital electric currents that contained horrific sword intent. Is there really a fourth move? Li Fuchen's eyes were very bright. Crackle! A red electric light instantly brushed past Li Fuchen's body and appeared behind him. Li Jianxin's figure appeared there. Pfff. Li Jianxin vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and collapsed. He ultimately wasn't able to execute the fourth move and was only able to comprehend a trace of the fourth move's sword intent. Otherwise, Li Fuchen would have lost or died. Incredible indeed. Chapter 789. What a pity. I told you that Li Jianxin couldn't have mastered the fourth move of the Skyline sword technique. If he succeeded, the one lying on the ground now wouldn't be Li Jianxin, but Li Fuchen. Everyone felt that it was a pity that they could not see the fourth move. It was a pity for Li Jianxin. This match ended with Li Jianxin's defeat. Everyone knew that the swordsman tournament was coming to an end. Next, it would be up to the emotionless Sword Emperor or Li Fuchen to see who would have the last laugh. Of course, the emotionless Sword Emperor had to defeat the Heart Sword Sovereign and Li Jianxin. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be qualified to fight with Li Fuchen. Second arena, Ning Ke vs Xiao Yuan. As both of them were veteran elite swordsmen, the battle between the two of them was unimaginably intense. Moreover, everyone could see that the Heart Sword Sovereign's condition seemed to have improved significantly during the battle between the emotionless Sword Emperor and the Heart Sword Dao. The Heart Sword Dao emphasized the most on one's condition. When one's condition was high, one's battle prowess would naturally increase as well. Emotionless Sword Emperor, you and I have fought several times, but I have never won against you. This time, I will reverse my fate. The Heart Sword Sovereign's battle intent soared into the sky, but his heart was clear. Every move of the emotionless Sword Sovereign couldn't escape his eyes. Don't you understand? There is a qualitative gap between us. The emotionless Sword Emperor brandished out blinding white light one after another, forcing the Heart Sword Sovereign to be unable to retaliate. Heart palpitations. The Heart Sword Sovereign burst forth with his ultimate move. Raging waves of sword chi surged towards the emotionless Sword Emperor. The emotionless Sword Emperor leaped backward and brandished his longsword. Countless white lights shot out and shattered the Heart Sword Sovereign's heart palpitations cleanly. It was like the spring snow meeting the blazing sun. Heart Sorrow. The Heart Sword Sovereign quickly followed up with his killer move. His sword Dao Law transformed into the true essence of death and enveloped the emotionless Sword Sovereign. The sword is heartless. The emotionless Sword Emperor's longsword spun around, and the cold white sword radiance illuminated the stage. The Heart Morning's true essence of death immediately dissolved when it came into contact with the white sword radiance. It was completely useless. That sword domain that froze the void couldn't stop the sword radiance from expanding, and it was constantly being pushed back. The sword is already emotionless, so it has no fear. Why would it be afraid of death? A truly emotionless sword can kill gods and Buddhas. Li Fuchen saw the true essence of the emotionless Sword Dao. The emotionless Sword Dao sacrificed one's emotions in exchange for fearlessness. It was easy to imagine how terrifying a person would be when they had no fear. Puff! Spurting a mouthful of blood, the Heart Sword Sovereign was sent flying. This time, he lost again. He had never won against the emotionless Sword Emperor. The emotionless Sword Emperor's Sword Dao didn't have any weakness. He suspected that even the Sword Sovereign might not be able to defeat the current emotionless Sword Emperor. Heart Sword Sovereign's defeat is not unjust. Li Fuchen let out a sigh. The emotionless Sword Principle was definitely a terrifying Sword Principle, much more terrifying than he had imagined. After coming into contact with a large number of Sword Daos, Li Fuchen already had an intuitive feeling. The emotionless Sword Dao and the ordinary Sword Dao were definitely on the same level. Li Fuchen had crowned these sword daos as top-rate sword daos. The Heart Sword Sovereign's Heart Sword Dao was also very strong, but it was still a little weaker than the Emotionless Sword Dao and the Ordinary Sword Dao. It could be considered a quasi-superb Sword Dao. As for Tang Xing's Stellar Sword Dao, it could only be considered a first-rate Sword Dao. Murong Yuyu's Waterdrip Sword Dao was a second-rate Sword Dao. Above the superb Sword Principle was the Supreme Sword Principle. Li Fuchen believed that his primary extreme Sword Dao was the Supreme Sword Dao. Of course, the strength of the Sword Dao wasn't directly related to the swordsman's strength. If a swordsman delved deeply into a second-rate Sword Dao, he might be able to defeat someone with a first-rate Sword Dao. Only when the Sword Dao was raised to the extremity, the strength of the Sword Dao would affect the swordsman's strength. After all, if one's extremity wasn't comparable to others, it meant that one's ultimate potential would be inferior too. However, those that could create incredible Sword Daos would normally be extremely powerful and wouldn't be overly weak and mediocre. The Heart Sword Sovereign still isn't able to defeat the Emotionless Sword Emperor. The rise of the Emotionless Sword Emperor isn't inferior to the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign. Before the previous Swordsman tournament, he didn't even enter the Sword Emperor rankings. He didn't even enter the Great Emperor rankings. He is just like Li Fuchen before the Swordsman tournament, a nobody. It seems like the Heart Sword Sovereign can only be ranked 4th. Li Jianxin will either be 2nd or 3rd. That's right, let's see if the Emotionless Sword Emperor can defeat the Sword Dao monster Li Fuchen. Everyone had already crowned Li Fuchen as the Sword Dao monster. Right now, it wasn't Li Fuchen challenging others, it was others challenging Li Fuchen. It was unknown how long had passed. Martial Stage 6, Ning Ke against Li Jianxin. Li Jianxin's injuries had already recovered. When facing the Emotionless Sword Emperor, Li Jianxin, he didn't dare to be careless. He immediately executed the Skyline Sword Art. The Skyline Sword Art was the fastest sword technique at the pinnacle. Unfortunately, the Emotionless Sword Dao pursued speed and accuracy. In terms of sword speed, only the Emotionless Sword Emperor could compete with Li Jianxin. Even Li Fuchen was inferior. Of course, if Li Fuchen executed the primary extreme sword art, he would still be able to compete in sword speed. The primary extreme sword art's first move, Sword Sea Horizon, was also unbelievably fast. It was comparable to the Skyline Sword Art's third move, Sky Wind Godspeed Slash. The primary extreme sword art's intention was the source of the Sword Dao. It was the pinnacle in all aspects. Apart from that, the Void Heaven Sword Art might not be comparable to the Skyline Sword Art in terms of pure speed, but in terms of effects, it wasn't inferior to Li Jianxin's Skyline Sword Art. No matter how fast Li Jianxin flew, the Void Heaven Sword Art could shorten the spatial zone and arrive at the same destination as Li Jianxin. Otherwise, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to defeat Li Jianxin with the Void Heaven Sword Art. The clash of fast swords made this match even more intense and thrilling than the match between Li Fuchen and Li Jianxin. On the martial stage, there were only blinding white lights and astounding sword lights that were clashing. Too fast! It is even faster than the match between Li Fuchen and Li Jianxin. I thought the Skyline Sword Art would be the fastest sword art. I didn't expect the Emotionless Sword Emperor's Emotionless Sword Art to be so fast. Apart from that, the Emotionless Sword Art is more accurate and ruthless. Don't be in a hurry. Apart from the second move of the Skyline Sword Art, each move is faster than the previous. It isn't the time to judge who is faster. As everyone was discussing, Li Jianxin executed the second move. The second move was slightly slower than the first move. It was because of the overlapping sword lights that affected the speed. As compared to the first move, the second move was almost impossible to resist. On the martial stage, a river of light was flowing towards the Emotionless Sword Emperor. When facing this move, the emotionless Sword Emperor executed the move that he used to neutralize the Heart Sword Sovereign's fifth move. He leaped back and brandished his sword. Countless sword lights shot out, but this time, the sword lights didn't scatter and gathered together. It looked like a river of light too. Boom! When the two rivers of light clashed together, an intense radiance filled up the entire wind cloud martial stage. It was even leaking out of the stage. When the radiance dimmed a little, Li Jianxin's figure vanished. The third move, Sky Wind Godspeed Slash, was instantly executed. There was an abnormally sharp wave that assaulted the emotionless Sword Emperor. Since the start of the tournament, this was the first time the emotionless Sword Emperor let out a yell. His entire body turned blurry, and the sword in his hand was so fast that it felt as though time and space were flowing in reverse. In the next moment, a spatial crack that was 2 fingers thick burst out. The emotionless Sword Emperor's sword blocked the sudden sword. Li Jianxin's Sky Wind Godspeed Slash was blocked. Everyone looked as though they had seen a ghost. Earlier on, Li Fuchen wasn't even able to completely block Li Jianxin's Sky Wind Godspeed Slash. Once the sword made contact, it was immediately broken. His emotionless sword Dao is already extremely close to extremity. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint praised. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint and the 100-Flower Sword Saint nodded. In order to block the Skyline Sword Art's third move, they had to be like Li Fuchen, condensing the Sword Heart and the Void Dao Heart. Otherwise, they had to be like the emotionless Sword Emperor and push their Sword Dao to an extremely close level to extremity. The two swords clashed against each other. Both sides were unable to move, because the speed of their swords was too fast. When they clashed, it created a terrifying stickiness in the void. At this time, the one who couldn't hold on first would be the one who would be utterly defeated. The spatial crack was like black lightning that burst out between the duo. There was a shocking energy that was constantly collapsing and was going to explode at any moment. Crack! All of a sudden, there was an invisible crack on the surface of Li Jianxin's sword. It was a crack that only Li Jianxin could sense. Li Jianxin is defeated. Li Fuchen had also seen the crack. One mustn't forget that he had a saint's spiritual awareness, and his soul spirit was even stronger than a saint's. Crack, 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 more cracks appeared. Immediately after, Li Jianxin's sword shattered into thousands of pieces and shot back into Li Jianxin's body. Thousands of tiny blood arrows sprayed out from Li Jianxin's body. Li Jianxin was sent flying and vomited a blood arrow. This time, Li Jianxin didn't forcefully execute the fourth move. Furthermore, with his current condition, he wasn't able to execute the fourth move. Once he executed it, he would probably suffer severe injuries. Who says veteran swordsmen aren't good? The emotionless Sword Emperor has directly neutralized Li Jianxin's third move. The emotionless Sword Dao isn't that gorgeous, but it is definitely the most terrifying Sword Dao. Everyone in the audience seats was shocked by the emotionless Sword Emperor's strength. Even the Saber Emperor Chu Kuang was looking at the emotionless Sword Emperor with caution. Emotionless Sword Emperor, I am waiting to fight with you. The Sword Sovereign emitted the sword prowess of the 10,000 sword greeting and was like a ruler of the sword. Chapter 790. Heart Sword Sovereign 4th, Li Jianxin 3rd. Finally, the first and second will be decided. I feel so excited, my body can't help but tremble. Who isn't? This is a battle at the pinnacle of the way of the sword. It's comparable to the battle between the Sword Emperor and the Sword Sovereign. In my opinion, this battle might not be inferior to the battle between the Sword Emperor and the Sword Emperor. There were only a few matches left, and everyone was looking forward to the match between the emotionless Sword Emperor and Li Fuchen. Mystic Deep Sword Saint, who do you think will win? In the Tiger Fang Sword Saint's opinion, the emotionless Sword Emperor had a higher chance of winning. After all, the emotionless Sword Emperor was able to neutralize the Skyline Sword Art's third move, while Li Fuchen was only suppressing the Skyline Sword Art's third move. The mystic deep sword saint said. On the surface, the emotionless sword emperor is naturally superior. However, sometimes superficial things are the easiest to deceive. What do you mean? The 100-flower sword saint was curious. Do you remember Li Fuchen's expression when Li Jianxin executed his fourth move? The mystic deep sword saint asked. Hearing this, the Tiger Fang sword saint and the 100-flower sword saint recalled. Suddenly, the two of them revealed shocked expressions. As saints, having photographic memory was just child's play for them. They were able to rearrange things that they had seen before. Right now, the duo's mind was already replaying Li Fuchen's expression back then. Apart from confidence and a trace of surprise, Li Fuchen's face didn't have a trace of fear. It also meant that even if Li Jianxin executed the fourth move of the Skyline sword style, Li Fuchen still had the ability to resist. No way. The Tiger Fang sword saint did not believe it. It also means that Li Fuchen is still concealing a portion of his strength. The 100-flower sword saint gave the answer. The mystic deep sword saint nodded. Most likely. Right now we will see how much strength Li Fuchen is concealing and how much strength the emotionless sword emperor is using to deal with Li Jianxin. Therefore, it is hard to judge the outcome now. As the matches ended, the referee still didn't report the match between Li Fuchen and the emotionless sword emperor. Finally, when there was only one match left, the referee's voice rang out. Ning Ke against Li Fuchen. At this moment, the 9 arenas had already merged into one, and each side was 3,000 meters long. It's about to start. Everyone held their breath. 2 figures landed on the stage at the same time. Your sword is very fast. Li Fuchen spoke. Did you try your best earlier? The emotionless sword emperor asked. Li Fuchen laughed. Aren't you the same? That's good. The emotionless sword emperor nodded. If Li Fuchen had already tried his best, then this battle would be without any suspense. A battle without suspense was meaningless to him. What? Neither of them tried their best? Although their voices weren't loud, everyone heard them clearly, and they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Li Jianxin and the Heart Sword Sovereign were both formidable, especially Li Jianxin. With the Skyline Sword art, he was definitely at the pinnacle of the Law Phase realm. Back then, everyone believed that he was qualified to contest with the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign. Right now, Li Fuchen and the emotionless Sword Emperor were telling them that they didn't use their full strength in the previous fight. How could they not be dumbfounded? It is understandable for the emotionless Sword Emperor to conceal his strength, but I can't see through Li Fuchen's strength. The emotionless Sword Emperor had broken Li Jianxin's third move, so he might have a backup plan. Li Fuchen barely broke the third move and couldn't even injure Li Jianxin. On the martial stage, there was not even a trace of wind. The air had directly frozen. There might not be any sword Dao resonance between the duo, but the pressure from the chi field was even more terrifying than the sword Dao resonance. Then let's fight, Li Fuchen said. Of course. The emotionless Sword Emperor's eyes were indifferent and emotionless. Clang. Without any warning, sparks burst out in the air between the duo. Clang, 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 clang. The emotionless Sword Emperor's sword art was extremely fast, accurate, and ruthless. Each move didn't need to be complicated, but it was unblockable. In the world of sword arts, there was nothing that couldn't be overcome, only speed was unbreakable. The emotionless Sword Emperor's sword art was vividly displayed, and it was superior to Li Jianxin's sword art. As for Li Fuchen's Void Heaven sword art, it utilized the spatial distance to the extreme. No matter how fast the emotionless Sword Emperor's sword was, there would always be a slight gap between him and Li Fuchen. It didn't matter how far the emotionless Sword Emperor and Li Fuchen were, Li Fuchen's sword would always be able to close in at the appropriate moment. This was an evenly matched battle. Between the duo, they were only fighting for that trace of upper hand and initiative. However, this trace of upper hand and initiative had been lingering between the duo and didn't favor either of them. afterimages flashed, and the two people who had been fighting in the air suddenly collided. Sparks flew wildly, connecting together. This meant that the two of them had exchanged many blows in a short period of time, and had changed many angles. This is close combat? Someone had goosebumps. Close combat was the most dangerous because it was too close. Be it Li Fuchen or the emotionless Sword Emperor, their sword speed could easily reach a few thousand times the speed of sound. With such fast speed, a few hundred meters was nothing and a few dozen meters was negligible. What about a distance of less than 1 meter? It was simply dancing on the edge of a blade. But it was precisely because it was too dangerous that everyone felt their blood boiling. They looked at the duo with deep reverence. Fast, it was truly too fast. When fighting with a distance of a few dozen or a few hundred meters, the duo would still judge the situation and make arrangements. But when the distance was less than 1 meter, the duo didn't care about anything else. Their only thought was to swing their swords with all their might. Crackle! The duo's swords broke at the same time. In the next moment, the duo took out a new Heaven-class mid-tier artifact sword from their storage bags at the same speed and slashed at each other. Clang! The duo's swords clashed and their bodies were almost leaning against each other as they had a frenzied contest of strength. At the same moment, the duo's eyes looked into each other's eyes without any surprise. Li Fuchen's eyes were blazing and calm. The emotionless Sword Emperor's eyes were indifferent and emotionless, but they were filled with sincerity towards the Sword Dao. The duo didn't see any trace of apprehension or flicker in each other's eyes. This is truly satisfying. Li Fuchen grinned. In terms of Sword Dao, the emotionless Sword Emperor was definitely a formidable foe. He felt his blood burning, but his heart was extremely calm and was almost cold-blooded. The duo didn't just blindly fight in close combat. Whenever the shockwave separated them, the duo wouldn't waste any opportunity and would slash from a distance. The duo's fundamental strength is comparable. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint commented. The 100-Flower Sword Saint nodded. Before this, no matter who faced Li Fuchen or the emotionless Sword Emperor, they would be at a disadvantage. Only these two are evenly matched. But I can see that their Sword Dao foundation isn't on par. To be serious, the emotionless Sword Emperor's Sword Dao foundation is slightly stronger, but Li Fuchen's combat awareness is too powerful. His sword art might look unconstrained and unrestrained, but it gives off a tight and seamless feeling. If the opponent isn't the emotionless Sword Emperor but someone else who is on par with the emotionless Sword Emperor, they would already be at a disadvantage. That's right. The emotionless Sword Dao doesn't have any emotions in its sword art. It is because there aren't any emotions, therefore, it can always fight in the most correct way. The mystic Deep Sword Saint revealed a surprised expression. He might be talking about the emotionless Sword Emperor, but he was actually praising Li Fuchen. The mystic Deep Sword Saint had never seen anyone in the Law Phase realm who could display combat awareness to Li Fuchen's level. Such a person was simply born for combat. The emotionless Sword Emperor had obviously realized that Li Fuchen was different from all the other swordsmen he had encountered. It was impossible to defeat such a swordsman in close combat. Only by using finishing moves and kill moves could the emotionless Sword Emperor be defeated. Countless white lights shot out and each of them were extremely fast. They were like the sunlight but were much colder than the sunlight and could freeze the heart. Clang clang clang, Li Fuchen brandished his sword and countered with countless transparent blades. Right at this moment, the emotionless Sword Emperor's body turned blurry and an extremely cold sword light burst out. Due to the extreme speed of the sword light, the spectators felt as though time and space were flowing in reverse and the spatial zone was collapsing. It was this sword move that allowed the emotionless Sword Emperor to defeat Li Jianxin. Right now, this sword move was used on Li Fuchen. At this moment, no one had time to think. Of course, there were still people who could think. Like a saint. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint's eyes were burning. He wanted to see how Li Fuchen was going to block this sword move. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was naturally able to observe this sword move. But this sword move was indeed too fast and was even slightly faster than Li Jianxin's Sky Wind Godspeed slash. Li Fuchen executed the Void Heaven Sword Whirled and brandished his sword. The sword field that froze the void was collapsing, and this was the first time Li Fuchen was at a disadvantage. Immediately after, the two swords clashed together. There was a burst of horrific power as Li Fuchen slid away. Such a crafty kid. The 100-flower sword saint's eyes lit up. Li Fuchen obviously knew that his sword wasn't able to block the emotionless sword emperor. Therefore, when he brandished his sword to probe, he left some leeway. Otherwise, in the face of the emotionless sword emperor's sword move, his sword would be broken and he would be defeated. In this aspect, Li Jianxin was far inferior to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen had always been able to advance and retreat freely in battles. Even when facing opponents that were stronger than him, he would be able to remain undefeated for a short period of time. After losing the initiative, it isn't that easy to escape. The mystic deep sword saint knew deeply about the terror of the emotionless sword Dao. As expected, after the emotionless sword emperor's sword had the upper hand, the emotionless sword emperor's sword had caught up and had already caught up to Li Fuchen. If Li Fuchen still wanted to use that move to deal with the emotionless sword emperor, he would definitely be defeated. Sword Sea Horizon. Li Fuchen naturally wasn't going to force it. His strongest sword art was the primary extreme sword art. During the process of retreating, the boundless sword prowess burst out. It made the emotionless sword emperor feel as though he was in a boundless ocean or in the starry sky. There was a limit to one's strength. When facing the heaven and earth, even the most fearless person would feel insignificant. Danger. The emotionless sword emperor's entire body was warning as he brandished his sword in a frenzy. Despite the case, his body still burst out with blood. The sword Sea Horizon couldn't find the other shore and could only sink. Chapter 791. Everyone might have realized that Li Fuchen had stronger sword moves, but when Li Fuchen executed the primary extreme sword art's first move, Sword Sea Horizon, everyone was still shocked. Even someone as strong as the emotionless sword emperor was injured by this move. If it was anyone else, wouldn't they be severely injured or even killed instantly? Li Fuchen, who released this sword, didn't pursue and stood quietly in place. The boundless sword sea was already extremely close to the extremity of the way of the sword. Coupled with the heart of the sword, it was even more powerful than an attack that was infinitely close to the extremity. As for his Void Heaven sword technique, it was only close to the pinnacle level. Moreover, the Void Dao heart and the sword heart were separate. In terms of profundity and potential, it was far inferior to the primary extreme sword technique. Of course, the emotionless sword emperor's sword Dao realm was extremely high and seemed to be infinitely close to the extremity of the sword Dao. However, he didn't condense the sword heart, and that was his greatest weakness. In short, Li Fuchen didn't just have the advantage of the sword heart. His sword Dao proficiency was only slightly inferior to the emotionless sword emperor. This move's intent is too profound. The mystic deep sword saint's eyes flickered with radiance. Li Fuchen's sword art might not be at extremity and was far inferior to his mystic deep sword art, but he could feel that Li Fuchen's move contained a sword Dao that was beyond the emotionless sword Dao. The Tiger Fang sword saint and the 100-flower sword saint nodded too. They could feel a boundless chi presence from Li Fuchen's move. I see. 1,000 meters away, the emotionless sword emperor lowered his head and looked at the bloodstains on his body. He originally thought that Li Fuchen should have a stronger Void Dao sword move. From the looks of it now, Li Fuchen's strongest sword art wasn't even a Void Dao sword art, but an even stronger sword art. It also meant that Li Fuchen hadn't used his most proficient sword art. My strongest sword technique is the primary extreme sword technique. That move just now was the first move of the primary extreme sword technique, Boundless Sword Sea. Li Fuchen introduced. primary extreme sword art. From Li Fuchen's tone, the emotionless sword emperor could feel the ambition to swallow the universe. Primary extreme meant the source. If there was a day when Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword art reached the extremity, it would definitely be the strongest sword art in the boundless universe. Of course, it was unknown whether the primary extreme sword technique had such terrifying potential. Boundless sword C. Li Jianxin's expression changed. He assumed that as long as he cultivated the Skyline sword art's fourth move, he would be able to suppress anyone below the saint. From the looks of it now, he had overestimated himself and the Skyline sword art. Li Fuchen's sword C Horizon was obviously comparable to his Skyline sword art's fourth move. Unless the fourth move was an extremity sword move, otherwise, he would only be on par with Li Fuchen. Emotionless sword emperor, take out your trump card. Otherwise, you won't be my match. Li Fuchen said. All right, dream bubble shadow. The emotionless sword emperor soared into the sky and slashed out with his sword. As this sword slashed out, countless air bubbles appeared in the void. In each air bubble, there was an emotionless sword emperor. Moreover, these air bubbles were constantly appearing and disappearing, giving off a feeling of emotionless life and death. Seeing this scene, those who were familiar with the emotionless sword emperor were very surprised. They had never thought that the emotionless sword emperor would create such a magnificent sword move. Seeing this move, Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. What others saw was beauty, but what he saw was the truth behind it. Turning complexity into simplicity and turning simplicity into complexity, these two paths didn't have any superiority or inferiority. If a person's sword art was very complicated and gorgeous, if there was a day that the person could create a concise sword art, then the person's sword Dao would definitely have a great improvement. Similarly, if a person's sword art was very concise, if there was a day that the person could create a magnificent sword art, then the person's sword Dao would definitely have a great improvement. Once the dream bubble shadow was executed, Li Fuchen felt that the sword Dao law in the world had evolved the life and death Dao presence. This was the same path as the Heart Sword Sovereign's sixth move, Heart Mourn, which used the sword Dao law to evolve the true meaning of death. But it was obvious that the emotionless sword emperor's sword art was more profound and thorough. Li Fuchen didn't use the sect origin swords. What a joke! The sect origin swords was a sword move that was extremely close to the extremity of sword Dao. When complemented with the sword heart, it might not be inferior to a true extremity sword art. Therefore, when facing the emotionless sword emperor's true kill move, Li Fuchen still executed the sword C Horizon. This time, the sword C Horizon was even more boundless, and there weren't any signs of holding back. Bang boom! The bubbles burst one by one. Li Fuchen's sword C Horizon was like a vast starry sky and an endless ocean. There was no end or boundary. No matter how terrifying the emotionless sword emperor's dream bubble shadow was, it was unable to approach Li Fuchen and could only sink into the sword C. PFFF. After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, the emotionless sword emperor was sent flying again while his body was bursting with blood. At this moment, he was rather shocked. It was obvious that Li Fuchen had held back earlier because he was waiting for the emotionless sword emperor to execute his true kill move. It was a pity that the emotionless sword emperor's dream bubble shadow was still not a match for the sword C Horizon. I can see that you haven't studied this move for a long time. There are some flaws. Li Fuchen frowned. This move seemed to be strong in appearance but weak in reality. Of course, it was only strong in appearance but weak in reality to Li Fuchen. To others, this move could only be described as horrific. How can life and death be so easily comprehended? This next move was originally used to deal with the Sword Sovereign and Sword Emperor. But in my opinion, you aren't inferior to the Sword Sovereign and Sword Emperor. It isn't a waste to use it on you. The emotionless Sword Emperor regained his calm expression. In fact, the Dream Bubble Shadow wasn't considered his true kill move. But if the dream bubble shadow was perfected, it would become his true kill move. This move is called emotion oblivion. After speaking, the emotionless Sword Emperor's body emitted an empty chi presence. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. In his perception, the emotionless Sword Emperor had nearly vanished, and it felt as though he was going to escape into the void and into nothingness. Sword Sea Horizon. Instinctively, Li Fuchen brandished his sword. But this time, the emotionless Sword Emperor wasn't immersed in the Sword Sea anymore. The Sword Sea had lost most of its restraints on him. Emotion oblivion had already forgotten about emotions and this world. Therefore, it was normal that he wasn't restrained. There was a faintly discernible wave that assaulted while Li Fuchen countered with his sword. On the martial stage, Li Fuchen could only see Li Fuchen constantly executing kill moves. Everyone could feel the boundless sword prowess through the barrier. But the emotionless Sword Emperor seemed to have vanished. The boundless sword prowess would occasionally reveal a trace of his body. During the rest of the time, no one could see his existence. After a few dozen breaths, Li Fuchen was finally familiar with emotion oblivion. The emotionless Sword Emperor had finally found the only entrance to the Sword Sea Horizon. Only by passing through this entrance would he have the chance to injure Li Fuchen. Boom! The duo's swords finally clashed together. At the instant when the swords clashed, there was a sword chi that was like a breeze that brushed past Li Fuchen's body. For a moment, Li Fuchen felt as though his entire body was going to vanish and be forgotten by the world. Of course, Li Fuchen's boundless sword force had also been transmitted into the emotionless Sword Emperor's body through the emotionless Sword Emperor's sword. There was a loud sound and the barrier was broken. Li Fuchen and the emotionless Sword Emperor were both sent flying. The difference was that Li Fuchen instantly recovered when he was flying and forcefully landed. The emotionless Sword Emperor's body sprayed out a huge amount of blood and was sent flying off the martial stage. Chapter 792. Unmoved was a move that wasn't inferior to Li Fuchen's Sword Sea Horizon. In fact, in terms of Sword Dao level, this move was far superior to the Sword Sea Horizon. It was a pity that Li Fuchen was able to withstand Unmoved's attack, but the emotionless Sword Emperor couldn't withstand the Sword Sea Horizon's attack. Let alone the fact that the emotionless Sword Emperor wasn't a body refinement emperor. Even if he was, he wouldn't be able to withstand the attack. A regular body refinement emperor's defense was negligible against such an attack. Li Fuchen has such tough defense. The emotionless Sword Emperor's attack actually couldn't injure him. He is at least a completion level law phase realm body refinement emperor. That's right. Both of their attacks might have weakened by half, but even if there was only 15% left, it wouldn't be that easy to withstand. The emotionless Sword Emperor is an example. The emotionless Sword Emperor's defeat isn't unjust. Even if the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign were here, they wouldn't be able to deal with Li Fuchen. Everyone was shocked. Li Fuchen's Sword Dao strength was already so horrific and his body refinement strength was also at an extremely high level. How was the emotionless Sword Emperor going to fight Li Fuchen? Even if the emotionless Sword Emperor's strength was one level higher than Li Fuchen, it was still difficult to defeat Li Fuchen. If I don't eliminate this child today, it will be difficult to eliminate him in the future. Inside the top-class private room that was gathered with the Gao clansmen, the Broken Flow Saint frowned. He didn't know if it was a wise decision to deal with Li Fuchen. With his strength, he was naturally able to kill Li Fuchen, but if he couldn't, there would be endless troubles. Dual cultivation of sword and body refinement. Inside a second-class private room, the Devil Sovereign had a grave expression. On the extreme Dao Mountain, he had exchanged moves with Li Fuchen. But back then, Li Fuchen didn't use his sword Dao strength and used his body refinement strength instead. Therefore, the Devil Sovereign knew better than anyone that Li Fuchen's body refinement strength was much stronger than everyone imagined. During that battle, Li Fuchen was only one level lower than the Devil Sovereign. If Li Fuchen's sword Dao strength and body refinement strength were comparable, the Devil Sovereign wouldn't have such thoughts. But Li Fuchen's sword Dao strength was obviously superior to his body refinement strength. Even though the Devil Sovereign had a breakthrough on the extreme Dao mountain, he didn't have any confidence to defeat Li Fuchen. The sword Dao isn't alone. The Sword Emperor will probably feel the pressure too. The Sword Emperor grinned as his battle intent surged. In the past, only he was on the same level as the Sword Emperor. But seriously speaking, he was still much weaker than the Sword Emperor. Moreover, he never knew if the Sword Emperor had given his all. Now, two existences that were not inferior to him had appeared all of a sudden. This made him excited. They might not be able to threaten the Sword Dharch now, but as time passed, everything would be uncertain. Standing on the martial stage, Li Fuchen had a flash of admiration on his face. This move of the emotionless Sword Emperor was even stronger than his sect origin swords. If the other party had the Sword Heart, he wouldn't be a match even if he executed the sect origin swords. Unfortunately, his opponent did not have Sword Heart. There was a huge difference between having a Sword Heart and not having one. After all, without the Sword Heart, one wouldn't be able to perfectly control the Sword Dao laws. With the Sword Heart, one would be able to perfectly control the Sword Dao laws. As for why he didn't execute the sect origin swords and defeat his opponent cleanly, Li Fuchen had his own considerations. There were too many spectators in the swordsman tournament and there might be formidable enemies. If he revealed all his trump cards, it would only be disadvantageous to him, even if he had the hand of God. Of course, if the Sword Sea Horizon wasn't enough to defeat the emotionless Sword Emperor, Li Fuchen would still execute the sect origin swords. He was determined to obtain the first rank of the swordsman tournament. This year's swordsman tournament is rather unexpected. Tiger Fong Sword Saint, go and announce the results. The mystic Deep Sword Saint smiled. All right. The Tiger Fong Sword Saint flashed and instantly teleported out of the supreme private room. In the sky, the Tiger Fong Sword Saint stood in the air. This year's swordsman tournament has ended successfully. Those that are qualified to enter the sword world are Li Fuchen, Ning Ke, Li Jianxin, Xiao Yuan, Tang Xing, Murong Yu, Lu Hua, Song Shanhe, Yuan Haojie, and Zhu Lang. Apart from being able to enter the sword world, the top 10 of the swordsman tournament would also receive a huge amount of contribution points as reward. The first rank would receive 5 million contribution points, the second rank would receive 2 million contribution points, the third rank would receive 1 million contribution points, the 4th to 10th rank would receive 500,000 contribution points. As for the 11th to 20th rank, they might not be able to enter the sword world, but they would still receive 500,000 contribution points. They would also be able to receive pointers from Sword Dao Saint. The pointers from Sword Dao Saints might not be comparable to entering the sword world, but it was definitely hundreds or even thousands of times better than those that couldn't enter the sword world. It is finally over. This year's swordsman tournament is truly full of twists and turns. Isn't that so? This Li Fuchen obviously has the shadow of the Sword Emperor and Li Jianxin has the shadow of the Sword Sovereign. It is a pity that the emotionless Sword Emperor and the Heart Sword Sovereign are missing. In my opinion, the emotionless Sword Emperor's strength is probably not inferior to the Sword Sovereign. Right now, only the Sword Emperor can rule the Sword Dao world. The others aren't very stable. That's right. Apart from the Sword Emperor, be it the Sword Sovereign, the emotionless Sword Emperor, or Li Fuchen, they aren't enough to convince the masses. Of course, Li Fuchen is definitely the most qualified to challenge the Sword Emperor. Everyone was rather respectful towards the Sword Emperor. In the previous swordsman tournament, the Sword Emperor obtained first rank with absolute strength. Even the Sword Sovereign wasn't a threat to him. With the end of the swordsman tournament, everyone started to disperse. Li Fuchen and the others followed the Tiger Fang Sword Saint to the Swordsman Guild headquarters. In a garden in the Swordsman Guild headquarters, the Tiger Fang Sword Saint didn't immediately activate the Sword World. He was waiting for the Sword Emperor and the Sword Sovereign to arrive. Shangguan Jili pays his respects to the Sword Saint. A short moment later, a youth arrived. The youth was wearing a golden crown and had a stalwart body. He might not have an obvious Qi presence, but when he walked, he gave off a kingly presence. Everyone here was an outstanding figure in the Sword Dao world, and how could they not see that the kingly presence wasn't a pressure from authority, it was the characteristics of his Sword Dao. This youth was obviously the second ranker of the Sword Emperor rankings and the seventh ranker of the Great Emperor rankings, the Sword Sovereign, Shangguan Jili. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint smiled and said, Shangguan Jili, if you don't comprehend the Sword Dao properly during this trip to the Sword World, you will probably be surpassed. Shangguan Jili let out a faint smile and said confidently, I have watched the Swordsman tournament and it is indeed rather exciting. But the path of Sword Dao is never-ending. A moment of brilliance doesn't mean anything. In the future, I will be waiting for them. Without absolute confidence, he wouldn't be able to become the sovereign of swords. Li Fuchen and the others were indeed formidable, but it wasn't that easy to stand firm in the Sword Dao world. A few dozen years ago, the first and second rankers on the Sword Emperor rankings weren't him and the Sword Emperor. But ultimately, only he and the Sword Emperor were remembered. It was enough to explain a lot of things. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint nodded and looked at the entrance of the garden. There was a skinny black-clothed youth with a straight back walking over. The black-clothed youth had indifferent eyes and an icy cold expression. This indifference was different from the emotionless Sword Emperor's indifference and emotionless. It was also different from Li Jianxin's indifference and arrogance. It was a kind of transcendent indifference and icy cold. This person should be the Sword Emperor Mo Hen. Li Fuchen looked at the black-clothed youth. Chapter 793. The Sword Emperor Mo Hen was ranked third on the Great Emperor rankings and first on the Sword Emperor rankings. It was said that he was the only person who could fight with the first-ranked Heaven Emperor and retreat in one piece. His strength was already comparable with low-tier demonic beast overlords a few dozen years ago. Right now, he probably had the strength to kill regular low-tier demonic beast overlords. Among everyone present, apart from the Sword Sovereign and a few others who had seen the Sword Emperor before, it was the first time for everyone else to see the Sword Emperor in person. In the past, they had only heard of the Sword Emperor's name and seen images of the Sword Emperor. This person is the Sword Emperor? Tang Xing, Murong Yoyu, and the others felt immense pressure. If the Sword Sovereign gave them the feeling of an Emperor of Swords, then the Sword Emperor gave them the feeling of a God of Swords. Of course, this God of Swords referred to the Law Phase realm and didn't include the Soul Merge realm. I didn't think that the Sword Emperor has already cultivated the union of man and sword to such a degree. With Li Fuchen's discerning eyes, it wasn't hard to see that the Sword Emperor was walking on the union of man and sword. The union of man and sword was also called the Solipsism Sword Dao. The Solipsism Sword Dao was an extreme Sword Dao. Those who cultivated this Sword Dao had already treated themselves as the sword. The man and the sword were already inseparable. Greetings to the Sword Saint. In front of the Tiger Fang Sword Saint, the Sword Emperor Mo Hen didn't dare to be impudent and bowed. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint nodded. Since everyone is here, I shall open the Sword World. I hope that all of you will have some gains in the Sword World. While speaking, the Tiger Fang Sword Saint flipped his hand and a sword-shaped token appeared in his hand. Swish! The sword-shaped token fused into the void and immediately after, a sword-shaped door of light appeared. Everyone enter! The Tiger Fang Sword Saint yelled out. In response, everyone rushed into the Sword World. The Sword World was the sacred ground of the Swordsman Guild. It was rumored that it was created by the first president of the Swordsman Guild, the unbounded old man. The most primitive sword world didn't have any other effects apart from the clear sword Tao laws. However, perhaps because it contained the limitless sword Tao of the limitless old man, the sword realm had absorbed a large amount of sword intents over the countless years. After these sword intents took root in the sword realm, they began to absorb the same type of sword intents in the world. As time passed, various sword Daos were formed in the sword realm, such as the sharp metal sword Dao, the green wood sword Dao, the soft water sword Dao, the flame sword Dao, the thick earth sword Dao, the stars sword Dao, the sovereign sword Dao, the heart sword Dao, the heartless sword Dao, the solipsism sword Dao. No matter how rare the sword Dao was, it could be found in the sword world. Of course, the rarer a sword Dao was, the harder it was to grow. After all, for a sword Dao in the sword realm to grow, it needed to absorb sword intent. However, there were only a few cultivators of a rare sword Dao for countless years, so how could there be so many sword intents to absorb? Among them, the strongest and rarest was the limitless sword Dao of the limitless sword. The limitless sword Dao was publicly recognized as a supreme sword Dao. Back when the limitless old man was still alive, no one was a match for him in the deep blue plane. Even in the universe, the limitless old man had made a name for himself and was one of the absolute experts in the universe. When the later generations entered the sword realm, they basically had the same goal. Firstly, they wanted to use the sword realm to comprehend the sword Dao law. Secondly, they wanted to find the same type of sword Dao to strengthen their own sword Dao. Thirdly, they wanted to find the limitless sword Dao and personally feel how powerful the supreme sword Dao was. In a dusky spatial zone, Li Fuchen and the others instantly descended. This is the sword realm? Such a clear sword Dao law. This was the first time Murong Yuyu came to the sword realm, and she was very shocked. If the sword Dao law in the outside world was hidden in the void, and was covered with a layer of veil that was hard to remove, then the sword Dao law in the sword realm was exposed and could be easily captured. Comprehending the sword Dao law here was simply like a fish in the water. Sometimes, it might not be a good thing to have the sword Dao law being too clear. The heart sword sovereign casually said. Why? Yuan Haojie didn't understand. The Mountain River Sword Emperor, Song Shanhe explained, if the sword Dao law is too clear, you will be able to improve very quickly at the start. But as time passes, you will be confused. Don't ask me why, because I don't know either. I am here purely to find the same type of sword Dao to strengthen my own sword Dao. Li Fuchen said, it is very simple. Things that are too easy to obtain will not be comprehended deeply enough, and will not be imprinted in the depths of the heart. Or in other words, it will not be able to be completely fused into one's sword Dao. It is just like picking up an artifact on the road. That is because you are lucky, and it doesn't mean that you are capable. It is impossible for you to pick up artifacts every day. Comprehending the sword Dao law in the outside world might be very difficult, but the process is actually a part of our sword Dao. But in the sword realm, this process is missing. The golden amulet might have allowed Li Fuchen to succeed in every endeavor, but Li Fuchen didn't completely rely on the golden amulet. Right now, even if he lost the golden amulet, he was confident he could reach the pinnacle of sword Dao and wouldn't be inferior to those absolute experts in the universe. The golden amulet had paved a bright path for him, but if he couldn't do it himself, everything would be useless. Hearing the statement, the sword sovereign, the emotionless sword emperor, and the heart sword sovereign looked at Li Fuchen with astonishment. It was no wonder Li Fuchen was able to obtain the number 1 rank of this year's swordsman tournament. His extraordinary comprehension ability was indeed something that regular people couldn't compare with. Doesn't this mean that entering the sword realm isn't as good as we imagine? Tang Xing raised a doubt. The sword sovereign laughed and said, that might not be the case. As long as your sword Dao is powerful enough and your temperament is strong enough, you can comprehend the Sword Tao law for a long time in the Sword realm. Let's say that you are a bottle of ink and the Sword realm's Sword Tao law is clear water. As long as there is enough ink, it can contain more clear water and maintain the color of the ink. The Sword realm will only open once every 20 years and it will only open for 1 month. If you are powerful enough, it will be fine even if you comprehend the Sword Tao law every day for 1 month. Of course, if you aren't powerful enough, you might enter a perplexed state after comprehending for 3 to 5 days. If you continue to comprehend, the gains will not make up for the losses. I see. Murong Yuyu understood now. There was indeed nothing perfect in this world. Of course, despite the case, the Sword realm was only beneficial to them. Swish. In the dusky Sword realm, there would be occasional flashes of light. These flashes of light contained astounding sword intent. TSS. A golden stream of light passed through everyone. That slicing sensation was enough to numb everyone's body. This is the sharp metal Sword Tao. Yuan Haojie was shocked. He had a feeling that if he clashed with the golden stream of light earlier, he would definitely be sliced into 2. After entering the Sword realm, everyone quickly split up. I wonder how much the Sword realm's law can improve my Sword Tao. Li Fuchen randomly found a place to sit down and started to comprehend the Sword Tao law in the Sword realm. The Sword Tao law in the Sword realm was too clear. After a slight comprehension, Li Fuchen felt that his Sword Tao law comprehension was increasing rapidly. Once the Sword Tao law comprehension increased, the power of his sword art would also increase. Be it the Meteor Sword Art, Void Heaven Sword Art, or Primary Extreme Sword Art, it was the same. 1 day, 3 days, 5 days. Chapter 794. Each stream of light contained a type of Sword Tao. From the Qi presence, there were plenty of first-rate Sword Taos among them. These Sword Tao streams of light were like a group of children asking for candy as they revolved around Li Fuchen. There would be a few streams of light that wanted to get close to Li Fuchen, but once they made contact with Li Fuchen's sword light, they would be repelled. Li Fuchen opened his eyes and let out a faint smile. With a wave of his hand, the Sword Tao streams of light surged over and fused into Li Fuchen's body. In an instant, Li Fuchen's mind was filled with countless Sword Tao essences. These Sword Tao essences were like a flood that wanted to crush Li Fuchen's Sword Tao. It was a pity that Li Fuchen's primary extreme Sword Tao was like a black hole that devoured all the Sword Tao essences. At this moment, if someone was here, they would definitely be so shocked that their jaws would drop. There might be countless Sword Tao streams of light in the Sword world, but no one was able to absorb so many at once. Normally, they would only absorb the same type of Sword Tao streams of light, unlike Li Fuchen, who didn't reject anything and didn't care what type of Sword Tao it was. Swish, swish, swish. Li Fuchen was absorbing the essences of these Sword Tao streams of light. After absorbing all the essences, the Sword Tao streams of light rushed out of Li Fuchen's body and flew in all directions before vanishing without a trace. Sword Sea Horizon. The primary extreme Sword Tao had absorbed too much Sword Tao essence. In Li Fuchen's eyes, there were countless sword lights flashing. It felt as though there were countless sword arts being performed. Ultimately, the countless sword arts turned into a boundless sword sea. Li Fuchen drew the joint heaven sword and executed a slash. A silver sword sea surged out. If the emotionless Sword Emperor was here, he would be able to see that Li Fuchen's Sword Sea Horizon was already extremely close to extremity. Sect Origin Swords. After the Sword Sea Horizon was the Sect Origin Swords. It was a pity that the countless Sword Tao essences weren't enough for the Sect Origin Swords to break through to extremity. It was only comparable to the emotionless Sword Emperor's unmoved sword move. However, this was already very exaggerated. When a sword art was extremely close to extremity, every improvement was extremely precious. When many saints were at the law phase realm, their martial art proficiency was only close to extremity. It was unknown how far they were from being extremely close to extremity. It seems like there is hope. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. He felt that within this month, his sect origin swords would most likely reach extremity. Once his sect origin swords reached the extremity, he would be able to put up a fight if he encountered a low-level saint. He might even be able to defeat the opponent. After all, even if it was a saint, there were very few that could raise their martial art realm to the extremity. Those that could raise their martial art realm to the extremity were all famous existences, like the mystic Deep Sword Sovereign. There's no rush. Comprehending more Sword Tao laws is the right path. The Sword Tao laws were one's foundation. It was related to one's future potential. The level of one's sword art was secondary. Even though Li Fuchen didn't intentionally search for Sword Tao lights, when he comprehended the Sword Tao law, the Sword Tao anomaly still attracted a large number of Sword Tao lights. Most of them were second- or third-rate Sword Taos. There weren't many first-rate Sword Taos. Time elapsed, and when half a month had passed, Li Fuchen finally felt that his Sword Tao level was a little unstable. It couldn't be said that his Sword Tao wasn't powerful enough or his mental state wasn't strong enough. It was because he comprehended the Sword Tao laws too quickly. The Sword Tao laws that he comprehended in a single day were probably more than what others comprehended in a few months. As compared to half a month ago, the Sword Tao laws that I have comprehended are at least several times stronger. The amount of Sword Tao laws that a swordsman had comprehended would determine the upper limit of his growth. It was just like a scholar. If he didn't have enough knowledge, even if he had a flash of inspiration and was able to write a great essay or poem, it was destined that he wouldn't be able to last long and wouldn't be able to become a true master. Similarly, if a swordsman didn't have enough Sword Tao laws, he might be able to create one or two incredible sword moves, but he wouldn't be able to go far on the Sword Tao. Apart from the increase in his foundation, Li Fuchen's Sword Tao strength was also changing every day. Right now, the Sword Sea Horizon was already at the level of the unmoved sword move. As for the sect origin swords, it had already surpassed the unmoved sword move. Apart from that, Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword technique had finally broken through from the middle state of the 42nd rank to the late state of the 42nd rank. It meant that Li Fuchen's Sword Tao cultivation technique was getting closer to extremity. A breakthrough in a cultivation technique wasn't just an increase in strength, it was also related to the martial artist's future cultivation speed and the success rate of breaking through realms. This was also the main reason why so many people had heaven-class high-tier cultivation techniques, but only 1 in 10,000 could break through to become a saint. In order to break through to extremity with the sect origin swords, absorbing more Sword Tao essences is just secondary. Absorbing the essence of super first-rate Sword Taos is of utmost importance. For half a month, Li Fuchen was only able to attract first-rate Sword Taos and couldn't even see a shadow of super first-rate Sword Taos. With a flash, Li Fuchen flew into the sky and started to search for super first-rate Sword Taos. In a certain place in the sword world, the Mountain River Sword Emperor, Song Shanhao, was very excited. He actually encountered a super first-rate Sword Tao light here. According to his speculations, this Sword Tao light should be the Tai Chi Sword Tao. The so-called Tai Chi Sword Tao could also be called the Yin-Yang Sword Tao. It contained the Yin-Yang Tao laws, and was an extremely powerful Sword Tao that had both offense and defense. The Saint Spirit Continent once had a Tai Chi Sword Saint. His strength was formidable and was renowned in the entire Deep Blue Plain. His Tai Chi sword art was a combination of hardness and softness, complementing each other with yin and yang. Even if the opponent was one level stronger than the Tai Chi Sword Saint, it would be hard to defeat the Tai Chi Sword Saint. If the opponent's strength was on par with the Tai Chi Sword Saint, the opponent would definitely be defeated if the battle dragged on. The Mountain River Sword Tao burst out as Song Shanhao wanted to attract the Tai Chi Sword Tao over. His mountain river sword Dao might be a water and earth sword Dao, and it didn't seem to be related to the Tai Chi sword Dao, but in fact, a higher tier sword Dao was beneficial to any sword Dao. If his mountain river sword Dao could absorb a trace of the Tai Chi sword Dao's essence, it might be able to break through the shackles and reach a higher tier. Bang! The Tai Chi sword Dao was indeed attracted over, but it sent Song Shanhe flying. In the blink of the eye, Song Shanhe vanished into the depths of the dusky sword world. Sigh! Song Shanhe sighed and didn't give chase. In the sword world, the only way to capture sword Dao was to use one's own sword Dao to attract it. It was obvious that his sword Dao wasn't very attractive to the Tai Chi sword Dao. I reckon that there aren't many people that can attract the Tai Chi sword Dao. Song Shanhe shook his head and continued to search for other sword Daos. Tai Chi sword Dao? From far away, Li Fuchen could sense a stream of light flying over. This stream of light contained a sword intent that was a combination of hardness and softness. It was continuous and felt as though it would never weaken. Li Fuchen's body released the chi presence of the primary extreme sword Dao and reached out to grab the Tai Chi sword Dao. Chapter 795. The essence of the Tai Chi sword Dao was unimaginable for Li Fuchen. Everything had yin and yang sides, and so did the sword Dao. The yin-yang rule was like the spacetime rule. It penetrated all matter and non-matter and was almost everywhere. After absorbing the essence of the Tai Chi sword Dao, Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword Dao felt as though it had a soul and was organically integrated. If the primary extreme sword principle of the past was said to be ferocious and ruthless, then the current primary extreme sword principle was much gentler and more natural. The Taiji sword principle is indeed a superb sword principle. Two sword shadows, one bright and one dark, revolved, and Li Fuchen praised in his heart. It was hard to say which was the strongest among the top-tier sword Daos. However, if one were to ask which top-tier sword Dao was the most comprehensive and the most difficult to deal with, at least 9 out of 10 people would say that it was the Tai Chi sword Dao. Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword Dao might be a supreme sword Dao, but its foundation was too shallow. Let alone reaching extremity, even if it reached extremity, there was still a long way to go. Therefore, absorbing the essence of the Tai Chi sword Dao was extremely beneficial to the primary extreme sword Dao. After a long while, the two sword shadows, one bright and one dark, dispersed. The Taiji sword principle turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the distance. Boundless sword sea. When Li Fuchen executed a sword slash, the silver sword sea filled the void of the sword world. One could vaguely see that this sword sea had the change of light and darkness. It made the originally vast and profound sword sea even more majestic and mystical. Let alone others, even Li Fuchen believed that once he entered the sword sea, he would sink for a long period of time. So powerful! Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with light. The current sword sea horizon, be it in terms of prowess or profundity, was much stronger than the emotionless sword emperor's unmoved. It was even stronger than the sect origin 10,000 swords. You don't know about myriad swords returning to origin? Li Fuchen's heart was filled with anticipation as he brandished his sword. It was hard to describe the chi presence of Li Fuchen's next sword move. It was as if 10,000 swordsmen were waving their swords at the same time. When the sword was unleashed, it was as if millions of rays of sunlight had descended from the sky. When the sword was unleashed, it was as if countless rivers had merged into the sea. When the sword was unleashed, it was like the beginning of chaos, the first ray of light between heaven and earth. When the sword was unleashed, it gathered thousands of changes into one sword, transforming thousands of swords into one sword. Whoosh! A pitch-black crack appeared in the sword realm. The crack expanded rapidly like a huge black snake, extending into the depths of the sword realm. If someone were to witness this scene, they would definitely be shocked beyond words. In the sword world, even a low-level sword Dao Saint wouldn't have an easy task to cleave open a spatial rift. Li Fuchen was able to do it as a law phase realm swordsman, and it was definitely beyond logic. Extreme state. Even though Li Fuchen had a guess in his heart, but when the sect origin swords truly reached the extremity, he was still indescribably shocked. Absorbing the sword Dao quintessence to increase the sword art rank was ultimately too fast. It wasn't as good as cultivating slowly. But extremity was still extremity. When Li Fuchen brandished the sword, he already had a good understanding of the sword move. The profundities were all reflected in the depths of Li Fuchen's spirit and were imprinted on the sword heart. Li Fuchen had a feeling that in the face of this sword, even a low-level sword Dao Saint would have to dodge. There are still 10 days left. During these 10 days, I must consolidate and improve the sect origin sword. Li Fuchen could see that the sect origin swords had the innate potential to reach extremity. As for the sword Sea Horizon, it was still lacking in maturity. Otherwise, after absorbing the Tai Chi sword Dao quintessence, the sword Sea Horizon should also reach extremity. After 1 day, Li Fuchen had completely consolidated the sect origin swords. Not only that, after absorbing the Tai Chi sword Dao quintessence, the primary extreme sword art wasn't the only one that improved. The Void Heaven sword art and other sword arts were also improved. For example, the Void Heaven sword art was already extremely close to extremity. The Meteor sword art was even more horrifying as it had already surpassed the Void Heaven sword art and reached the level of the unmoved sword move. It also meant to say that apart from the primary extreme sword art, the Meteor sword art was Li Fuchen's strongest sword art. It wasn't hard to understand. The Void Heaven sword art was the sword art of the Joint Heaven sword's owner and had the mark of the Joint Heaven sword art. The Meteor sword art was a sword art that truly belonged to Li Fuchen. If Li Fuchen relied on himself to cultivate slowly, the Meteor sword art would need a very long time to surpass the Void Heaven sword art. But after absorbing a large amount of sword Dao quintessence and the Tai Chi sword Dao quintessence, the Meteor sword art was like a parched land that glowed with astounding vitality. After consolidating his sword art rank, Li Fuchen continued to search for sword Dao light. A single super first-rate sword Dao light was able to allow him to improve rapidly. Even if a second super first-rate sword Dao light wasn't comparable to the Tai Chi sword Dao, it shouldn't be too far off. Blaze. In the depths of the dusky sword world, a dazzling radiance suddenly burst out. Li Fuchen almost thought that it was a super first-rate sword Dao. But after sensing it carefully, Li Fuchen let out a sigh. This was a first-rate sword Dao, the Sun sword Dao. It contained the Sun Dao laws. The Sun sword Dao was very similar to the Stars sword Dao, but it was more tyrannical and blazing. Correspondingly, it was much weaker in terms of defense than the Stars sword Dao. Reaching out, Li Fuchen grabbed the Sun sword Dao stream of light. In the next moment, a large amount of the Sun sword Dao essence surged into his mind. For the next 3 days, Li Fuchen would occasionally see a first-rate sword Dao light. It was a pity that he didn't see a single super first-rate sword Dao light. When there were only 3 days left before the 1-month period was up, Li Fuchen finally saw the second super first-rate sword Dao light. This was a sword Dao light that was filled with endless destruction. Those with weaker willpower wouldn't even be able to muster the courage to approach it, let alone absorb it. Destruction sword Dao, super first-rate sword Dao. This kind of sword Dao was purely created for destruction. It could destroy time and space, destroy all living things, destroy everything until everything was turned into nothingness. Li Fuchen wasn't the only one who was eyeing the destruction sword Dao. The sword sovereign, Shangguan Jili, was also eyeing it. The sword sovereign's sword Dao was the sovereign sword Dao, and the sovereign sword Dao was supreme. It required all other sword Daos to submit to it. In a certain sense, the sovereign sword Dao didn't have a limit. Those who didn't conform to the sovereign sword Dao might not even be comparable to a third-rate sword Dao. Those who were born with the potential would be able to push the sovereign sword Dao to the super first-rate level. According to the records, there was once a person in the universe who pushed the sovereign sword Tao to the supreme sword Tao level. Once his sword was brandished, all swords would submit. Apart from the supreme sword Tao, all other sword Taos would tremble in front of him and wouldn't be able to resist. It was a pity that the sword sovereign's sovereign sword Tao wasn't able to make the destruction sword Tao light submit automatically. Both parties were in a deadlock until Li Fuchen arrived. Without any intention to be polite, Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword Tao burst out and attracted the destruction sword Tao over. The sword sovereign raised his brows. It didn't matter if he admitted it or not, Li Fuchen's sword Tao was more attractive to the destruction sword Tao. You want to pluck the tiger's tooth? You still have to ask for my permission? The sword sovereign attacked at Li Fuchen. When this sword move was executed, there was a tyrannical and supreme sword intent that extended out. When the destruction sword Tao light sensed the sword intent, it automatically severed the connection with Li Fuchen and flew far away in a flash. It was interesting that the destruction sword Tao light didn't choose to leave and quietly watched. It seemed like it was going to follow whoever was stronger. Li Fuchen sneered and counterattacked with the meteor fall. Rumble! There was a burst of dazzling radiance, and the dusky sword world's void had circles of irregular ripples. The sword sovereign originally thought that even if Li Fuchen could resist this sword, Li Fuchen would take a few steps back. But when the sword arts clashed, the sword sovereign knew he was wrong. A horrific force assaulted and the sword sovereign burst in retreat. He lifted his eyes and looked at Li Fuchen. Chapter 796. Xiao. The destruction sword Tao was very practical. Seeing that the sword sovereign was at a disadvantage, it immediately entered Li Fuchen's body. I've underestimated him. It's only been half a month, yet he's already improved so much. This was the sword sovereign's third time entering the sword world. When he entered the sword world for the first time, his improvement was also great, but it wasn't as great as Li Fuchen. Jian Huang steadied himself and didn't attack again. With his pride, he wouldn't attack again if he didn't get the upper hand with his first attack. After all, they weren't on the martial stage. When the destruction sword Tao light entered Li Fuchen's body, plenty of destruction sword Tao essence appeared in Li Fuchen's mind. Destruction was a supreme power. It similarly penetrated the material and the non-material, and it was omnipresent. If one were to ask which sword principle was the most powerful among all the sword principles, it would undoubtedly be the destruction sword principle. After the essence was absorbed, the destruction sword Tao light seemed to have completed its mission. It flew out from Li Fuchen's body and vanished into the distance. You're not bad. Among the Transcendence Realm swordsmen, you're the third person who can block my sword. The sword sovereign stared at Li Fuchen with burning eyes. Opening his eyes, Li Fuchen said, You aren't bad either. You actually barely blocked my meteor fall. His meteor falls might had already surpassed the emotionless sword emperor's unmoved sword move. Coupled with the sword heart, even 3 emotionless sword emperors wouldn't be able to block it. It was very obvious that the sword sovereign's strength was above the emotionless sword emperor's. Previously, everyone had underestimated the sword sovereign and thought that the emotionless sword emperor's strength wasn't inferior to the sword sovereign's. Now that they thought about it, it was only natural. While the emotionless sword emperor was improving, how could the sword sovereign be stagnant? It was already very difficult for the gap between the two of them to not widen. Haha, I've been underestimated. Let's fight again after we leave the sword world. Previously, the sword sovereign might have treated Li Fuchen and the emotionless sword emperor as opponents on the same level as him, but even if they were on the same level, there was still a huge gap. But now, Li Fuchen's strength had obviously increased by several times. Even the sword sovereign wasn't confident he could win. All right. Li Fuchen nodded. He knew that the sword sovereign didn't use his full strength earlier, but he didn't either. Putting aside the primary extreme sword art, He only executed the meteor fall casually. After the sword sovereign left, Li Fuchen started to carefully sense the changes in his sword Dao after fusing the destruction sword Dao essence. As an existence that was not inferior to the Tai Chi sword principle, the destruction sword principle contained extreme destructive technique. Li Fuchen could feel that after absorbing the destruction sword Dao essence, the primary extreme sword Dao gradually had a supreme Qi presence. Previously, the primary extreme sword Dao might be called a supreme sword Dao, but it was actually Li Fuchen's ambition. The might of the myriad ancestral swords has doubled. That's not an exaggeration. On the other hand, the boundless sword C has finally reached its limit. Li Fuchen's face was filled with delight. If he had not entered the sword world, it would have been impossible for him to push the primary extreme sword art to the extreme realm without more than 10 years of hard work. If it was someone else, even if they had 100 or 1,000 years, they might not be able to cultivate a martial art to the extreme realm. I just don't know when the primary extreme sword art will reach the paramount realm. After absorbing the Tai Chi sword Dao essence and the destruction sword Dao essence, Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword Dao had already reached the peak state of the 42nd rank. It was just one step away from the 43rd rank. Once he took this step, the primary extreme sword art would reach the extremity realm. It was a known fact that even among Unity Realm saints, there weren't many who possessed extremity cultivation technique. Generally speaking, those who possessed extremity martial arts were already well-known figures among the saints. Those who possessed extremity cultivation techniques were all outstanding existences among the saints. Time elapsed quickly, and there was only one last day left before the 1-month period was up. The sword sovereign was rather helpless. During this 1 month, he discovered a total of 2 top-rate sword Dao light. It was a pity that the first top-rate sword Dao light was the creation sword Dao light. If there wasn't any fated encounter, the creation sword Dao wouldn't even be attracted. The second top-rate sword Dao light was the destruction sword Dao light, but it was snatched away by Li Fuchen. In the end, the sword sovereign was only able to absorb 3 first-rate sword Dao lights and a large number of second- and third-rate sword Dao lights. Of course, he naturally encountered more than 3 first-class sword principle flowing lights along the way. However, with the bearing capacity of his sword principle, he could only bear 3 first-class sword principle flowing lights or 1 superclass sword principle flowing light. Exceeding that would damage his sword principle. Not everyone was like Li Fuchen who could absorb limitless sword Dao lights. Li Fuchen was able to absorb limitless sword Dao lights because the primary extreme sword Dao was profound and had the shadow of the supreme sword Dao. Secondly, Li Fuchen's spirit soul and true spirit had already reached the saint's level. Especially his spirit soul, it was already superior to saints. There is still 1 more day. I wonder if I can witness the glory of the limitless sword Dao. At the final juncture, Li Fuchen no longer persisted in searching for the top-rate sword Dao lights. Instead, he developed an intense curiosity towards the limitless sword Dao. His primary extreme sword Dao might have the shadow of the supreme sword Dao, but it wasn't a supreme sword Dao yet. The unbounded old man's limitless sword Dao was a true supreme sword Dao. In the depths of the sword world, the sword Emperor Mohen was seated cross-legged. On his body there was an indistinct black and white sword shadow. After a long time, he opened his eyes and his eyes were filled with the terrifying intent of life and death. He was rather lucky. During his previous 2 trips to the sword world, he wasn't able to capture a top-rate sword Dao light. This time, he was able to capture a life and death sword Dao light. After comprehending the quintessence of the life and death sword Dao, his solipsism sword Dao had great progress. I have already obtained the top-rate sword Dao light. Limitless sword Dao, where are you? The sword emperor stood up while a horrific sword intent rushed into the sky. He felt as though he had turned into an ancient and unparalleled divine sword that stood in the void of the sword world. Buzz. As though responding to the Sword Emperor's call, there were traces of illusory but boundless sword intent that spread out from the depths of the sword world. Limitless Sword Tao. The Sword Emperor's eyes lit up as his solipsism Sword Tao burst out in a frenzy. At the same time, at another location in the sword world, a person was also calling out for the limitless Sword Tao. This person was none other than Li Fuchen. His body was overflowing with sword intent. The primary extreme Sword Tao made his entire body feel like a black hole. Inside the black hole, there were sword lights that were circulating endlessly. Buzz. A boundless and very secretive sword intent permeated the void and responded to Li Fuchen. Following the clues, Li Fuchen's sword intent followed the mysterious sword intent and traced back to the source. Finally, he saw the limitless Sword Tao in the depths of the void. The limitless Sword Tao was like an egg that was quietly suspending in an unknown spatial zone. Sensing Li Fuchen's sword intent's prying, the egg was like a heart that throbbed. Rumble. In a trance, Li Fuchen felt the world turning into nothingness and everything returning to primal chaos. Is this the true essence of the limitless Sword Tao? When Li Fuchen came back to his senses, he realized that a few hours had passed and he didn't feel anything. If the limitless Sword Tao was an enemy, Li Fuchen felt that he would have died 1,000 or 10,000 times. After 1 month, the sword world produced a repulsive force that expelled everyone out of the sword world. Li Fuchen knew that this repulsive force was actually the power of the limitless Sword Tao. Chapter 797. In the Swordsman Guild headquarters garden, everyone emerged from the sword-shaped door of light. The Tiger Fong Sword Saint was already waiting there. How is it? All of you must have a great harvest, right? Only you can enter the sword world once every 20 years. Once at the Soul Merge realm, you can only enter once every 100 years. Furthermore, you can only enter for 7 days each time. The sword world was extremely beneficial to Sword Tao Saints. After all, it was created by the unbounded old man. It is great, but the time is too short. Yuan Haojie wasn't satisfied. In the sword world, half of his time was used to comprehend Sword Tao law and the other half was used to search for Sword Tao lights. He nearly caught a first-rate Sword Tao light, but the month was just up and he was expelled. The Tiger Fong Sword Saint laughed and didn't respond to Yuan Haojie. He said to everyone, "All of you are the best sword emperors in my swordsman guild. Prepare yourselves. In half a year, the Great Emperor rankings will be updated. At that time, release your chi presence and try your best to enter the top of the rankings. Remember, don't think it is a good thing to be nameless. If you are able to enter the Great Emperor rankings, you will be blessed with Saint Spirit Chi." The Great Emperor rankings was a very mysterious artifact. Just like the Swordsman Tournament, it would be updated once every 20 years. However, if you didn't release your chi presence, the Great Emperor rankings would ignore your existence and wouldn't include you in the rankings. As a result, there were plenty of people who were stronger than the people on the Great Emperor rankings. However, in the Tiger Fong Sword Saint's opinion, apart from some people who had certain reasons, those who didn't wish to enter the Great Emperor rankings were fools. The Saint Spirit continent was a high-class continent, and with the Saint Spirit continent's chi presence, everything would be much smoother in the future. Yes. Everyone nodded. They naturally knew the benefits of the Great Emperor rankings. They also wanted to see what rank they would be able to obtain after the Great Emperor rankings were updated. I wonder what is the Great Emperor rankings like? Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a trace of light. The Saint Spirit Continent's Great Emperor rankings was also called the Great Emperor rankings. It was an artifact that gathered the Saint Spirit Continent's chi presence. On the Great Emperor rankings, the higher the rank, the stronger the chi presence. It was said that anyone who was ranked number 1 on the Great Emperor rankings for 100 years would be promoted to a saint without any hidden dangers. Right now, Heaven the Arch, who was number 1 on the Great Emperor rankings, had been at the top for 80 years. He still needed another 20 years to reach 100 years. Of course, it was too difficult to be the number 1 ranker on the Great Emperor rankings for 100 years. In fact, the difference between the top rankers wasn't huge. As long as you improved a little slower, you might be surpassed. For the Heaven the Arch to be ranked first on the Great Emperor rankings for 80 years, his strength was truly terrifying. Even the Sword Emperor had to retreat unscathed from the Heaven the Arch. It was nearly impossible for the Heaven the Arch to pose a threat to the Heaven the Arch. Everyone was certain that the Heaven the Arch would be able to stay at the first rank of the Great Emperor rankings for 100 years and no one would be able to seize his position. Half a year? It's enough. Li Jianxin believed that he had made great progress in the sword realm. He had already comprehended the 4th move of the Skyline sword technique after absorbing a top-notch sword Dao flowing light. In the next 6 months, what he needed to do was to improve further. The Tiger Fong sword saint left quickly. As a sword Dao saint, it was impossible for him to chat with Li Fuchen and the others. Even if Li Fuchen and the others had superior innate potential, as long as they didn't become saints, they wouldn't be able to converse with Saint. Once the Tiger Fong sword saint left, the sword sovereign Shangguan Jili said to Li Fuchen, "Let's fight." After suffering a loss in the sword world, he wouldn't let it go just like that. His sovereign sword Dao didn't allow him to have any hesitation. All right. Li Fuchen also wanted to experience the sword sovereign's sovereign sword Dao. After all, the sovereign sword Dao was a top-notch sword Dao and had the potential to become a supreme sword Dao. The two of them are going to fight? The heart sword sovereign was rather surprised. How could he not see that the two of them seemed to have crossed paths in the sword world? The headquarters garden was huge, and there was a Class 9 array set up. The two of them picked a spacious area and prepared for the fight. The rest of the people were watching from the side, including the Sword Emperor Mohen. 10,000 sword reverence. The sword sovereign immediately executed his finishing move. He knew clearly that normal moves wouldn't be able to pose a threat to Li Fuchen. Only finishing moves and kill moves would have a trace of a chance. In the air, thousands of sword lights burst out as though they were worshipping. This 10,000 sword reverence was similar to Li Fuchen's sect origin swords, but there was a huge difference in essence. Once this move was executed, apart from the Sword Emperor and a few others, the rest of the people's swords let out a rapid sword hum and were about to be unsheathed at any moment. Such a terrifying sword! Murong Yuyu held onto her sword hilt and was shocked. Break! If it was before entering the sword world, Li Fuchen would probably need to use the sect origin swords to break the heart sword reverence. But after entering the sword world, his sword Dao strength had increased by more than 10 times or dozens of times. It was as though he had been reborn and was just one step away from progressing into a saint. When the flowing merciless edge was executed, the sky was filled with sword threads. Bang bang! The sword sovereign's 10,000 sword reverence had been cleanly broken. His strength has increased by too many times. After seeing this sword, the heart sword sovereign let out a sigh and was convinced. How could he not see that the flowing merciless edge was just a normal move of Li Fuchen and it wasn't even considered a finishing move? But it was able to break the sword sovereign's 10,000 sword reverence with ease. This strength was much stronger than Li Fuchen during the swordsman tournament. If the heart sword sovereign's sword Dao improvement speed was slow, then Li Fuchen's sword Dao improvement speed was simply flying. Let alone catching up, it was already praiseworthy to not be left behind. Emperor's sword descent. After the finishing move was the kill move. The sword sovereign brandished his sword, and a sword shadow descended from the void. It felt like the ruler of heaven and earth. It carried a shocking sword Dao law and slashed at Li Fuchen. They might not be facing this sword directly, but Tang Xing, Murong Yuyu, and the others were forced to retreat. It seemed like they couldn't withstand the sword prowess pressure, especially the wind-chasing Sword Emperor Zhu Lang. His legs went soft and he nearly knelt on the ground. His face was flushed and his mind was in shock. Just in time, Li Fuchen twisted his sword, and it felt like the void was being twisted. Clang 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 clang. In the next moment, the duo's sword moves clashed. There was a burst of sparks as the Sword Sovereign's sword shadow collapsed. Li Fuchen's sword continued straight at the Sword Sovereign's face. World submission. The Sword Sovereign burst out with a yell, and a sword intent that could suppress heaven and earth rushed into the sky. The sword intent was extremely tyrannical. In the face of this sword, even the Heaven Dao seemed to have to submit. He has already reached such a level? The emotionless Sword Emperor Ning Ke squinted his eyes. The Sword Sovereign Shangguan Jili's strength was definitely superior to him. Let alone world submission, just the Emperor's sword descent was already something he couldn't block. What a great world submission! It is a pity that it is useless against me. Li Fuchen executed Meteor Fall and penetrated the Sword Sovereign's sword prowess and shoulder. The sword's speed was so fast that only a few people could see it clearly. Even the emotionless Sword Emperor could only see a faint light. Furthermore, it was because the spectators could see everything clearly. If he was fighting with Li Fuchen, he wouldn't be able to see any traces of this sword. Am I defeated? The Sword Sovereign still couldn't believe that he was defeated so cleanly and there wasn't any hope for a comeback. The Sword Sovereign lifted his head and looked at Li Fuchen. At this moment, Li Fuchen had a calm expression as he sheathed his sword. His qi presence didn't have any fluctuations. I didn't think that there would be a day where I, the Sword Sovereign, would be defeated by a nameless individual. But I am convinced of my defeat. You have won. The Sword Sovereign might feel bitter in his heart, but he didn't lose his fighting spirit. The Sovereign's sword Dao was indomitable. The stronger the opponent, the more it would incite his fighting spirit. There would be a day when his sovereign sword Dao would rule the entire universe and make all the worlds tremble. Thanks for letting me win. Li Fuchen shifted his eyes from the Sword Sovereign to the Sword Emperor Mohen. Aren't you going to try? Since Li Fuchen had witnessed the Sword Sovereign's sovereign sword Dao, it would be a pity if he didn't witness the Sword Emperor's solipsism sword Dao. What? He still wants to challenge the Sword Emperor? Murong Yuyu was shocked. Chapter 798. All right. Sword Emperor Mohen nodded. Originally, he didn't intend to fight with Li Fuchen, but since Li Fuchen challenged him, he naturally wouldn't refuse. As a Sword Emperor, how could he avoid a battle? This guy. The Sword Sovereign took a deep look at Li Fuchen. How could he not see that Li Fuchen didn't challenge the Sword Emperor to defeat him? Li Fuchen wanted to witness the Sword Emperor's solipsism sword Dao. It also meant that Li Fuchen didn't treat him and the Sword Emperor as true opponents. This was the reason why the Sword Emperor was shocked. However, the Sword Emperor is not me. Even I have not seen the Sword Emperor's true strength. Jian Huang thought to himself. His sovereign sword Dao succeeded because of the Sword Emperor, but it also failed because of the Sword Emperor. The reason why Qing Yu was called the Sword Emperor was because with the Sword Emperor in front of him, he was able to maintain his high fighting spirit. He was able to overcome all obstacles and improve rapidly. Without the Sword Emperor, he might not be able to improve so quickly. And it was also because of the Sword Emperor that the sovereign sword Dao had its own uniqueness. Only by ascending to the peak could the sovereign sword Dao unleash its true power. It was just like how an ordinary person would never be able to understand the Emperor's state of mind. It was already an anomaly for Li Fuchen to defeat the Sword Sovereign. Defeating the emotionless Sword Emperor and defeating the Sword Sovereign had two different meanings. Defeating the emotionless Sword Emperor meant that Li Fuchen had the strength of an absolute Sword Emperor. But defeating the Sword Sovereign meant that Li Fuchen had replaced the Sword Sovereign's position and became the new symbol of the Sword Dao Circle. Right now, Li Fuchen still wanted to challenge the Sword Emperor, and it stunned everyone. Of course, Song Shanhe, Lu Hua, and the others didn't think that Li Fuchen could defeat the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor was ranked third on the Great Emperor rankings, and was the only one that could escape unscathed from the Heaven Emperor. No matter how strong Li Fuchen was, it would be hard for him to defeat the Sword Emperor, and the possibility of a draw was slim. On the empty ground, the Sword Emperor stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze was calm. On the opposite side, Li Fuchen also had an indifferent look. There was no sense of hostility between the two of them, but in the eyes of the crowd, they only felt that the air was filled with a suffocating pressure. They are the same kind of people. The Heart Sword Sovereign was enlightened. There were too many similarities in their temperament. They were both unfathomable and calm. It was as if nothing in the world could cause them to lose their composure. Ding! Without any warning, the two of them collided. It was so sudden that even the Sword Emperor's pupils constricted. The Sword Emperor didn't draw his sword. He raised his index and middle fingers and burst out with a sword light. It was like an invisible sword that clashed with Li Fuchen's sword. Is this the solipsism sword principle? Li Fuchen was rather surprised that a single blade didn't sever the opponent's chi sword. His opponent's sword of true chi was much stronger than he had imagined. It was 10 times harder than a mid-tier heaven-grade sword. Clang 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 clang, sparks flew in all directions. The exchange between the two was simple and unadorned, but every move and every style was shockingly powerful, and their strength was concentrated to the extreme. The solipsism sword Tao emphasized on the unity of man and sword. The man was the sword, and the sword was the man. The Sword Emperor had undoubtedly displayed the solipsism sword Tao to the extreme. It was clearly just a sword of qi, but in the hands of the Sword Emperor, this sword of qi had already been bestowed with the true meaning of being indestructible. Break! Turning the sword into a thread, Li Fuchen used a single sword to sever the Sword Emperor's sword of true qi. The sword thread was originally a sword Tao method with extremely powerful slicing power. It could even restrain body refinement martial artists. The Sword Emperor's sword of true qi was only able to resist Li Fuchen's normal attack. It was impossible to defend against the flowing merciless edge. Clang! There was a flash as the Sword Emperor drew his sword. It was a silver-black sword, and once the sword was unsheathed, there was a shocking sword radiance that instantly severed the incoming sword thread. After a few dozen moves, Li Fuchen had already experienced the true meaning of the solipsism sword Tao. The solipsism sword Tao was a reserved sword intent that wouldn't leak out at all. It was because the sword intent was extremely reserved that the executed moves would have astounding power. In Li Fuchen's opinion, the Sword Emperor's solipsism sword Tao obviously contained the sword thread state, but it wasn't limited to the sword thread state. Li Fuchen was the one fighting with the Sword Emperor. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to block the Sword Emperor's sword, not even the Sword Sovereign. It was a pity that Li Fuchen's sword Tao level was already different from before. During the swordsman tournament, Li Fuchen's sword Tao strength might not be comparable to the Sword Emperor. But after exiting the sword world, his sword Tao level had reached an appalling level. His primary extreme sword art had even reached extremity, and it was a level that many saints couldn't reach. Sword Emperor, receive my sword move. Li Fuchen blasted the blade of void at the Sword Emperor. Soul Supreme. When facing Li Fuchen's Void Heaven sword art, the Sword Emperor executed his kill move. Boom! In the sky above the garden, there was a ripple that extended into the depths of the void. The Sword Emperor wasn't the Sword Sovereign. He didn't just have a higher sword Tao level. He had also condensed the Sword Heart. If the Sword Emperor didn't condense the Sword Heart, a casual sword move from Li Fuchen would be able to defeat the Sword Emperor. The duo didn't know that this battle had awakened a cardinal artifact that was in the depths of the void. This cardinal artifact was a heavenly book, and it was filled with densely packed words. At the top were the 3 golden words, Great Emperor Rankings. Following that were the names of the Heaven Emperor, Sword Emperor, and others. After taking a closer look, there were exactly 10,000 names. However, the further down the list, the smaller the names. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. The chi presence from the duo's battle seemed to have surpassed a limit and awakened the Great Emperor Rankings half a year in advance. The Great Emperor Rankings emitted a dazzling golden radiance, and the rankings started to change. Everyone hurry up and look, the Great Emperor Rankings is awakening. Something isn't right. According to the time, there should be another half a year before it awakens. Could there be an unforeseen event? The Great Emperor Rankings appeared from the depths of the void. Everyone who was at the Law Phase realm could look up and see it. The amazing thing was that no matter how far away they were, everyone would be able to see it clearly as though it was right above their heads. Everyone in the Swordsman Guild headquarters garden had also seen the Great Emperor Rankings. The Heart Sword Sovereign frowned and looked at the battle between Li Fuchen and the Sword Emperor. He then looked at the Great Emperor Rankings and was in deep thoughts while feeling a trace of shock. He guessed that the Great Emperor Rankings should have been awakened by Li Fuchen and the Sword Emperor. If the Great Emperor Rankings could be awakened, it meant that the duo's battle had reached a terrifying level in the Law Phase realm. There wasn't a need to remind them. All the Law Phase realm emperors that saw the Great Emperor Rankings had released their chi presences and hoped to enter the rankings. Those that were already on the rankings hoped that they could rank higher. Swish, 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 the Great Emperor Rankings would have countless changes with every breath. At this moment, there were too many people that released their chi presences. Among them, the ones that rose the fastest were Li Jianxin, Tang Xing, Murong Yiyu, Yuan Haojie, and the others. Especially Li Jianxin. He had climbed from 10,000th rank to 10th rank. From the looks of it, it seemed like he was going to continue to climb. The emotionless Sword Emperor had also entered the top 10 for the first time. The Heart Sword Sovereign was slightly inferior and was 13th. The Sword Sovereign had advanced by 1 rank and went from 7th rank to 6th rank. Chapter 799. Boom. The battle between the duo had caused the spatial zone to shatter, and there were pitch-black cracks that were spreading out. It was fortunate that the Swordsman Guild headquarters had a Class 9 array, otherwise, the entire garden would have collapsed and turned into dust. The Sword Emperor is indeed formidable. There was a huge difference with or without the Sword Heart. The Sword Emperor was equivalent to the combination of Li Jianxin and the Sword Sovereign. No, it should be said that the Sword Emperor was stronger than the combination of Li Jianxin and the Sword Sovereign. Be it the Sword Heart or the Sword Dao, the Sword Emperor was superior to Li Jianxin and the Sword Sovereign. Without Li Fuchen, no swordsman in the Saint Spirit continent would be able to threaten the Sword Emperor. Void Heaven Sword World. Only I rule the world. The void was like a giant piece of crystal. With a single point as the center, cracks were spreading out in all directions. Li Fuchen and the Sword Emperor were forcefully clashing against the cracks in the void. At this moment, no one below the saints would be able to interfere. Even the Sword Sovereign would be severely injured if he interfered. At the edge of the empty space, everyone was already stunned. Be it the Sword Emperor or Li Fuchen, their strength was already beyond their imagination. They couldn't understand how a Law Phase realm could be so powerful. There is always a higher mountain and a higher sky. You cannot compare. Song Shanha lamented. There was a gap between individuals, and such a gap couldn't be made up with time and hard work. Li Jianxin clenched his fist tightly. He originally thought that after cultivating the Skyline Sword Art's 4th move, he wouldn't be inferior to Li Fuchen. But from the looks of it, the gap didn't shrink and had increased instead. The legend of the Sword Emperor wouldn't be broken just like this, right? Yuan Haojie held his breath and didn't even blink his eyes. Meteor fall. The Sword Emperor was much stronger than Li Fuchen imagined. Li Fuchen's Void Heaven sword art was much stronger than the emotionless Sword Emperor's unmoved sword move, but it couldn't do anything to the Sword Emperor. Without a choice, Li Fuchen executed Meteor Fall. It was also Meteor Fall, but this time it was like a meteor that flashed by. By the time everyone reacted, it was already over. But the Sword Emperor was still the Sword Emperor. At the crucial moment, he was still able to block Meteor Fall. This extremely fast sword move was probably only blocked by the Sword Emperor's solipsism Sword Dao. The union of man and sword wasn't just for show. Only I am unstoppable. After sealing Li Fuchen's Meteor Fall, the Sword Emperor vanished and was replaced by a crisscrossing sword chi. Clang clang clang, Li Fuchen's figure flickered and his sword was like a shooting star, blocking the sword chi. Upon closer inspection, there was clearly the shadow of the Sword Emperor within. Who is this Li Fuchen? His ranking is rising so quickly. It's really fast. He's already in the top 10. On the Great Emperor rankings, a golden light rushed into the sky. One could see that the golden light was wrapped with the name Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen and the Sword Emperor might have awakened the Great Emperor rankings, but their chi presences were intertwined and the Great Emperor rankings didn't react immediately. As such, Li Jianxin became the first person to ascend the rankings. As time elapsed, the Great Emperor Board finally captured Li Fuchen's chi presence completely and absorbed it into its body. 10th, 9th, 8th, after entering the top 10, Li Fuchen's ranking was still rising. As for the Sword Emperor's ranking, he had dropped from 3rd rank to 2nd rank, pushing down the primitive sovereign who was originally 2nd rank on the Great Emperor rankings. 5th rank, 4th rank. Finally, Li Fuchen was ranked 4th after the primitive sovereign. Behind him was the Saber Emperor Chu Kuang. Inside an inn in Wind Cloud City, the Saber Emperor Chu Kuang sneered and did his best to release his chi presence. In the next moment, Chu Kuang's name pushed Li Fuchen down on the Great Emperor rankings. But before Chu Kuang could rejoice, Li Fuchen's name was ranked in front of him again. This time, Li Fuchen didn't just surpass him, even the primitive sovereign was surpassed. Li Fuchen was ranked 3rd, and was just behind the Heaven Emperor and the Sword Emperor. Bang! The wine cup in Chu Kuang's hand was crushed while his face turned ashen. Even though the Great Emperor rankings didn't solely reflect combat strength, and there were plenty of factors that would affect combat strength, Chu Kuang was still very displeased that Li Fuchen was ranked ahead of him. During the swordsman tournament, he promised Miao Qingxin that he would help him eliminate Li Fuchen. Interesting. In a city that was extremely far away from Wind Cloud City, the primitive sovereign lifted his head and looked at the Great Emperor rankings. He had occupied 2nd rank for 80 years. It could be said that he had occupied 2nd rank for as long as the Heaven Emperor occupied 1st rank. This was the first time he was pushed down from 2nd rank. If it wasn't enough, he was pushed down to 3rd rank again. The smile on the primitive sovereign's face vanished and a boundless chaotic chi presence rushed into the sky. The primitive sovereign originally thought that if he completely released his chi presence, he would be able to return to 2nd rank. But the following scene made the primitive sovereign silent. Let alone 2nd rank, he couldn't even reach 3rd rank. These 3 words, Li Fuchen, were like a huge barrier that firmly sealed off his path. Forget it, 2nd and 4th rank aren't that different anyway. The primitive sovereign laughed and didn't mind. There might be a difference in chi presence between 2nd and 4th rank, but it wasn't huge. Apart from that, 2nd rank's combat strength might not be stronger than 4th rank. There were plenty of times when strength didn't mean victory. There were some things that couldn't be reflected by chi presence. This is too exaggerated. This Li Fuchen is actually ranked 3rd and has pushed down the primitive sovereign. Who exactly is this person? Everyone wasn't surprised that the Sword Emperor was ranked 2nd. After all, the Sword Emperor was originally ranked 3rd and his reputation wasn't inferior to the primitive sovereign. In fact, he was slightly superior. Furthermore, the Sword Emperor had exchanged moves with the Heaven Emperor and was able to escape unscathed. According to what everyone knew, the primitive sovereign didn't exchange moves with the Heaven Emperor. But no one knew what kind of person Li Fuchen was. They didn't know if Li Fuchen was tall or short, fat or skinny. It's elderly. Somewhere on the Saint Spirit continent, Yan Qingwu and the Vacant Mountain Emperor looked up at the sky. The Vacant Mountain Emperor was rather surprised. Even though he knew that Li Fuchen would still be a dazzling existence on the Saint Spirit continent, he didn't expect for Li Fuchen to reach the pinnacle so quickly. Earlier on, the Vacant Mountain Emperor had also released his Qi presence, but he wasn't able to enter the rankings. It was imaginable how difficult it was to enter the rankings. If I didn't guess wrongly, the Great Emperor rankings should be awakened by him. Yan Qingwu's intuition had always been very strong. The Thunder Beast nodded. Li Fuchen's strength was already deeply rooted in everyone's heart. Without concealing anything, Yan Qingwu released her Qi presence and fused it into the Great Emperor rankings. Her ranking was rather high and she was currently ranked 30th. A few dozen years ago, she had already entered the rankings and her ranking wasn't low. After a few dozen years, it might seem like she had wasted a lot of time, but she had condensed her Saint Spirit. Therefore, after coming to the Saint Spirit continent, her strength had been progressing at a rapid pace and was improving every day. Look, he is ranked 2nd. The Thunder Beast extended his beast claw and had a face of worship. Yan Qingwu and the Vacant Mountain Emperor looked over. On the Great Emperor rankings, Li Fuchen's name had rushed to the 2nd rank. In the Swordsman Guild headquarters garden, apart from the primary extreme sword art and his body refinement strength, Li Fuchen had already used all his strength and finally obtained a trace of advantage. This had ignited his fighting spirit. He wanted to know if he could defeat the Sword Emperor at the same level. Like a meteor, Li Fuchen's sword was getting faster and faster. It was so fast that the Sword Emperor was starting to be unable to resist. The solipsism Sword Dao contained the union of man and sword, while Li Fuchen's meteor sword art also contained the union of man and sword. Logically, the solipsism Sword Dao should be superior to the meteor sword art, but it depended on who was executing the meteor sword art. Li Fuchen's sword was getting faster and more imposing at the same time. With the Sword Sovereign and the other's eyesight, how could they not see that Li Fuchen's meteor sword art was undergoing a transformation? This transformation was extremely terrifying. The Sword Emperor who was fighting with Li Fuchen had the deepest feeling towards the transformation of Li Fuchen's sword art. Li Fuchen's sword art was still like a cocoon and this cocoon was cracking. Is it going to reach extremity? Li Fuchen's eyes were very bright. His meteor sword art had some similarities with the Sword Emperor's solipsism Sword Dao. After verifying each other, the meteor sword art finally transformed. What was after the meteor? In the next moment Li Fuchen knew. It was splendor and glory. This moment of splendor was something that nothing could stop, although it was at the cost of death. Boom! The splendor sword light pierced through the sky and the Sword Emperor was sent flying. He opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of blood. At the same moment, Li Fuchen's ranking on the Great Emperor rankings had surpassed the Heaven Emperor and was now ranked 1st. The changes on the Great Emperor rankings had stupefied countless people. The Heaven Emperor was pulled down from his throne? Everyone didn't dare to believe their eyes. The Heaven Emperor who was ranked 1st for 80 years was already an invincible existence in the law phase realm in everyone's heart. But today the legend was shattered. Even the Sword Emperor was defeated. The Sword Sovereign took a deep look at Li Fuchen and was shocked. In the center of the empty ground, Li Fuchen closed his eyes after sending the Sword Emperor flying. It seemed like he was comprehending something. The meteor sword Dao is ultimately a second-rate sword Dao. The splendor sword Dao that was born from it should be considered a top-rate sword Dao. The meteor contained the splendor intent. It might not be as flamboyant as the sun and not as gorgeous as the flames, but the splendor intent that was burst out from the meteor was purer than the sun and flames. This was also the main reason why Li Fuchen was able to push the meteor sword art to extremity. Chapter 800. A meteor only had a momentary brilliance. Although the brilliance of the sun was long and lasting, it would eventually be extinguished. Only the brilliance itself had no limits, no beginning and no end. Opening his eyes, Li Fuchen's entire body was covered with glorious sword intent. At this moment Li Fuchen was just like the sun, emitting a vast and glorious chi presence that no one could look directly at. This is the glorious sword Tao. The emotionless sword emperor squinted his eyes. He had seen the glorious sword Tao in the sword world. In order to create a top-notch sword Tao, the concept had to be deep enough. The concept of the glorious sword Tao was naturally deep, and it took the brilliance of the world. But he found it strange that Li Fuchen's sword Sea Horizon was obviously a stronger sword Tao. Why wasn't he executing it now? Number 1 on the Sword Emperor rankings, number 1 on the Great Emperor rankings. No one below the Saints is a match for him. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor was convinced. The wind-chasing Sword Emperor nodded. It is said that the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign are monstrous enough, but this Li Fuchen is even more monstrous. He went from being unknown to suddenly ascend to the pinnacle. For the past few thousand years, the Saint Spirit continent has never had such a person. Number 1 of the Swordsman Tournament, defeating the Sword Sovereign, the Sword Emperor, and ascending to number 1 of the Great Emperor rankings. In everyone's eyes, Li Fuchen was definitely creating a legend step by step. You win. From today onwards, the title of Sword Emperor belongs to you. Sword Emperor Mo Hen was very straightforward. Li Fuchen shook his head. No need. He didn't care about titles at all. It didn't matter if he was strong or not. In the Emperor Sky continent, the title of Sword Emperor was given by others. He didn't mind if others acknowledged him. Of course, he wouldn't reject it either. After all, in his opinion, there was no difference between a title and a title. The mystic Deep Sword Saint and the other two who had been watching the battle nodded. The 100-Flower Sword Saint said, "I didn't think that even we would almost misjudge him. This person's talent in the way of the sword is definitely the best I've seen in my life. He's not any weaker than the guild master." The Swordsman Guild leader was one of the top prodigies in the Deep Blue Plane and wasn't inferior to the guild leader. It also meant that he might be superior to the guild leader. The 100-Flower Sword Saint's evaluation was rather high, and it was imaginable how much of an impact Li Fuchen gave the trio. Of course, Sword Tao talent was Sword Tao talent, and future achievements were future achievements. After becoming a saint, the most important thing wasn't talent but opportunities. If one's fortuitous encounters were heaven-defying, it would be difficult for one not to become an overlord of the universe. If one's fortuitous encounters weren't deep enough, no matter how talented one was, it would still be extremely difficult for one to become an overlord of the universe. Mystic Deep Sword Sovereign said, "No matter what the future opportunities are for this child, it shouldn't be a problem for him to become a high-level saint. I feel that it is time to rope him in." The Tiger Fong Sword Saint said, "Then how should we rope him in? Make him an elder of the Swordsman Guild. What we said doesn't count." The Tiger Fong Sword Saint was a little hesitant. The Swordsman Guild elder is usually a Sword Tao saint. The elder that they were talking about wasn't the branch elder, but the headquarters elder. The so-called headquarters didn't just refer to the Swordsman Guild headquarters on the Saint Spirit continent, it was the headquarters of the entire Deep Blue Plane. Currently, there were only 4 headquarters elders on the Saint Spirit continent. Apart from the 3 of them, there was one more who was in seclusion. Mystic Deep Swordlord said, "With his strength, he is actually not much weaker than low-level Sword Tao saints. When he becomes a saint, I'm afraid most low-level Sword Tao saints won't be a match for him." The 100-flower sword saint said, "The headquarters elder isn't someone we can appoint, we can only nominate. The headquarters elder didn't necessarily have to be a sword Dao saint. There were some outstanding sword Dao great emperors that could take up the position, but the prerequisite was to be nominated and pass the selection. Before this, the trio had discussed and nominated the sword Emperor Mohen to be the headquarters elder. But since Li Fuchen was here, the sword Emperor Mohen would have to be pushed back. After all, only one person could become the headquarters elder at a time, and it was impossible for two to appear. It was meaningless to nominate the sword Emperor Mohen. The mystic deep sword lord laughed. With Li Fuchen's strength, who do you think is a match for him below the saints? The deep blue plain had a total of 9 high-class continents, and each high-class continent had a swordsman guild. But a continent would normally only nominate one person. It was meaningless to nominate 2 people. It also meant that if Li Fuchen wanted to become the headquarters elder, he would have to defeat at most 8 people. That is true. The Tiger Fang sword saint and the 100-flower sword saint laughed. With Li Fuchen's strength, as long as he was nominated, he would most likely become the headquarters elder. They couldn't imagine that other high-class continents would have sword Dao great emperors that were a match for Li Fuchen. Time elapsed, and after half a day, the rankings of the great emperor rankings were basically confirmed. First rank was Li Fuchen, second rank was the Heaven Emperor, third rank was the Sword Emperor, fourth rank was the Primitive Sovereign, fifth rank was the Saber Emperor, seventh rank was the Sword Sovereign, eighth rank was the Li Jianxin, 10th rank was the Emotionless Sword Emperor, and 18th rank was the Heart Sword Sovereign. Li Jianxin's strength wasn't originally as strong as the Emotionless Sword Emperor, but in the sword world, he cultivated the Skyline Sword Art's 4th move. With the Sword Heart, it wasn't surprising that his strength was superior to the Emotionless Sword Emperor. Of course, the rankings still weren't final. The Great Emperor rankings would appear for 7 days, and the rankings would only be confirmed after 7 days. But even though the rankings weren't confirmed yet, Li Fuchen's name had already become a legend. For 80 years, Li Fuchen was the first person to pull down the Heaven Emperor. It was hard not to have a deep impression of him. Right now, everyone wanted to know who exactly was Li Fuchen. After obtaining the first rank of the Swordsman Tournament, Li Fuchen had an additional 5 million guild points. He was now a grade 7 swordsman in the Swordsman Guild. With his current guild points, he was just less than 4 million guild points to become a grade 8 swordsman. Li Fuchen, we are preparing to nominate you as the headquarters elder. But before that, you have to become a grade 8 swordsman first, otherwise it will be against the rules. On the next day, the Tiger Fang sword saint came to inform Li Fuchen. Headquarters elder? Li Fuchen was rather astonished. The Tiger Fang sword saint explained, after becoming a headquarters elder, you will be one of us and will receive the same treatment as us. Also, you might have the chance to leave the deep blue plane and head to the universe to contest for opportunities. When is the headquarters elder selection? Even if it wasn't for himself, Li Fuchen wanted to become the Swordsman Guild's headquarters elder for his friends and family. 2 years later, the headquarters elder selection would be held once every 50 years, and it just so happened to be the 48th year. Alright, 2 years later, I will become a headquarters elder. Li Fuchen's tone didn't have any emotions, and it felt as though he was stating a fact. You are courageous, but we think highly of you. The Tiger Fang sword saint left with a smile. After 7 days, the Great Emperor rankings were settled. The first rank was still Li Fuchen, second rank Heaven Emperor, third rank Sword Emperor, fourth rank Primitive Sovereign, fifth rank Saber Emperor, seventh rank Sword Sovereign, eighth rank Li Jianxin, and 10th rank Emotionless Sword Emperor. Apart from the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign, the rest of the rankings had changed. In addition, this year's Great Emperor rankings were made up of swordsmen. Among the top 10, 5 of them were swordsmen. Everyone couldn't help but sigh at the power of swordsmen. Since ancient times, swordsmen had always been the mainstream. Among 100 martial artists, at least 30% of them were sword practitioners. However, it was also the hardest for swordsmen to produce experts. This year was definitely an anomaly. If there were no accidents in the future, these 5 swordsmen would definitely become the pillars of the Sword Dao world and make the Sword Dao world even more glorious. It wasn't easy to earn nearly 4 million contribution points. In order for Li Fuchen to become a grade 8 swordsman as soon as possible, the mystic Deep Sword Saint and the others had already gone easy on Li Fuchen and intentionally issued missions with high contribution points. Of course, these missions were extremely difficult and some missions even required Li Fuchen to interact with low-tier demonic beast overlord. Apart from Li Fuchen and a few others, the rest of the people wouldn't be able to complete the missions. In the wilderness, Li Fuchen was heading towards the mission location. Sky Tyrant Saber. A saber light that was like a pitch-black lightning descended from the sky and attacked Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen looked up and saw a youth with disdainful eyes rushing into the sky under the sunlight. Saber Emperor Chu Kuang, ranked 5th on the Great Emperor rankings. Even though Li Fuchen was currently ranked 1st on the Great Emperor rankings, Chu Kuang wasn't convinced. After 20 years, he didn't think he was weaker than the Heaven Emperor or Li Fuchen. Saber Emperor, prepare to die. Li Fuchen wasn't interested in the Saber Emperor's Sky Saber Dao at all. Seeing that the Saber Emperor was attacking him for no reason, Li Fuchen's body flashed with murderous intent as he executed Meteor Fall at Saber Emperor Chu Kuang. In the past, the Meteor Sword art only had one sword move and it was called Meteor Fall. Right now, the Meteor Sword art had become the Radiance Sword art and Meteor Fall had become the first move of the Radiance Sword art. The sword light burst into the sky like a meteor that rushed at Saber Emperor Chu Kuang from Li Fuchen's position. What? Chu Kuang was shocked. During the swordsman tournament, he had seen Li Fuchen execute the Meteor Fall, but the Meteor Fall back then was definitely different from the one he was seeing now. At that time, the meteor was like a shooting star in the night sky. Although it was dazzling, it was too far away. The meteor in front of them was so dazzling that no one could look at it directly. Puff! Fresh blood splattered everywhere as the sword ray penetrated Chu Kuang's body. At this moment, a token on Chu Kuang's waist shone brightly, and a stalwart figure appeared, blocking the sword light. "Little friend, give me some face." The stalwart figure stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and his eyes gleamed with a saber light. "Greetings, Sky Blade Sage." Li Fuchen converged his killing intent. The sky-gazing sword sage was one of the few sword Dao sages in the deep blue dimension. His abilities were not inferior to the mystic deep sword sage. Since the sky-gazing saber saint appeared, Li Fuchen naturally had to give him face. At the current stage, Li Fuchen couldn't afford to offend the sky-gazing saber saint. Glancing at Li Fuchen with a sinister look, Chu Kuang turned and left. The battle with Saber Emperor Chu Kuang was just a small interlude. For the following days, Li Fuchen was either completing missions or cultivating diligently. During this period of time, he had even fetched Wu Zhuo and Wu Shi to Wind Cloud City. 7 million, 8 million, 9 million. 9 million. There was still half a year before the 2 years were up. Li Fuchen's guild points were now at 8 million. He was just 200,000 points away from becoming a grade 8 swordsman. On this day, in a wilderness that was 1,000,000 miles away from Wind Cloud City, the vacant Mountain Emperor's figure was faintly discernible as he flew towards Wind Cloud City at extreme speed. Chapter 801. Do you know Li Fuchen? Once at Wind Cloud City, the vacant Mountain Emperor started to inquire about Li Fuchen's information. The swordsman tournament was held once every 20 years, and everyone knew that Li Fuchen had ascended to the first rank of the Great Emperor rankings over a year ago. Therefore, the vacant Mountain Emperor guessed that Li Fuchen must have participated in the swordsman tournament, and the swordsman tournament had always been held in the main city, Wind Cloud City. You are talking about the first rank of the Great Emperor rankings, Li Fuchen? He frequently appears at the Swordsman Guild headquarters. One of them pointed at the Swordsman Guild headquarters. Many thanks. The vacant Mountain Emperor cupped his fist and rushed towards the Swordsman Guild headquarters. I finally don't have to do missions anymore. After handing in the last mission, Li Fuchen's guild points had finally reached more than 10 million. Without the Grade 8 swordsman test, Li Fuchen immediately became a Grade 8 swordsman. What a joke! The first rank of the Great Emperor rankings and Sword Emperor rankings still needed to take the test. Li Fuchen, someone is looking for you outside. A Grade 6 swordsman came over to inform Li Fuchen. Looking for me? Li Fuchen walked out. Elderly. After seeing Li Fuchen, the vacant Mountain Emperor was delighted. Mountain Emperor, why are you here? Where is Yan Qingwu? Li Fuchen quickly asked. The vacant Mountain Emperor said bitterly, Elderly, something happened to Yan Qingwu and the Thunder Beast. That's why I came all the way here to look for you. Over a year ago, 2 humans and 1 beast guessed that Li Fuchen should be in Wind Cloud City. Therefore, they rushed towards Wind Cloud City. Along the way, the Thunder Beast Chi presence was somehow exposed and attracted the experts from the Greedy Beast Guild. It was fortunate that Yan Qingwu was ranked 30th on the Great Emperor rankings and was extremely powerful. She defeated those people with ease. Immediately after, a low-level saint from the Greedy Beast Guild arrived. He didn't just capture the Thunder Beast, he even brought Yan Qingwu back to the Greedy Beast Guild. It was fortunate that the vacant Mountain Emperor had a Void Cardinal artifact. After activating the Void Cardinal artifact, he was able to escape successfully. Greedy Beast Guild. Li Fuchen's face turned dark. The Greedy Beast sect was one of the top 5 saint sects in the Saint Spirit continent. This sect was known for their tamed beasts, and the Thunder Beast was a saint beast. Once it was exposed, it would naturally attract the greed of the Greedy Beast sect. Fortunately, the Greedy Beast sect only had 3 saints. 1 was a mid-level saint and 2 were low-level saint. It was rumored that the Greedy Beast Guild's mid-level saint, who was also the Greedy Beast Guild Patriarch, wasn't in the Greedy Beast Guild for most of the time. There were only 2 low-level saints overseeing the Greedy Beast Guild. Otherwise, with individual strength, even Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to do anything. Let's go to the Greedy Beast School. There was still half a year before the Elder selection. This period of time was enough for Li Fuchen to rescue Yan Qingwu. With just the 2 of us? The vacant Mountain Emperor hesitated. In his opinion, Li Fuchen's status in the Swordsman Guild was definitely extraordinary. It shouldn't be a problem to invite a Sword Dao Saint from the Swordsman Guild. Li Fuchen nodded. For this matter, don't let outsiders help first. He didn't know if the Greedy Beast sect would give face to the Swordsman Guild. If they didn't, wouldn't they be alerting the enemy? The Beast Greed sect was located near the advanced city, Blue Knight City. As an advanced city, Blue Knight City had a teleportation array that led directly to the 9 main cities. Arriving at the Wind Cloud City's teleportation plaza, the 2 paid some upper spirit stones and instantly arrived at Blue Knight City. Mountain Emperor, wait for me at Blue Knight City. The vacant Mountain Emperor's strength was too low, and he would only be a burden. Alright, Elderly must be careful. The vacant Mountain Emperor knew his limits and nodded. After leaving Blue Knight City, Li Fuchen headed straight for the Greedy Beast School. The Greedy Beast School was a saint sect and had Class 9 mid-tier array for protection. In normal situations, even a mid-level saint wouldn't be able to forcefully barge into the Greedy Beast School. Those with weaker strength might be trapped by the Greedy Beast School's array. Li Fuchen wasn't sure if he could enter the Greedy Beast School silently, but he had to try his best. The Greedy Beast School was situated in the center of the Greedy Beast Mountain Range. Outside the Greedy Beast Mountain Range, Li Fuchen stopped. In front of him was an invisible barrier. Without a doubt, this barrier was the Greedy Beast School's array. I wonder if I can successfully enter. Li Fuchen had already used his spirit soul talent to conceal his chi presence. At the same time, he executed the invisibility incantation to conceal his figure. Right now, his proficiency in the incantation Dao had already surpassed the incantation Martial Emperor, but he didn't have the chance to execute it. Of course, if Li Fuchen wanted to rely on the invisibility incantation to barge into the Class 9 mid-tier array, it was simply a pipe dream. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen still had the purple spirit soul and the void Dao heart. The purple spirit soul power allowed him to see the flaws of the Class 9 mid-tier array, while the void Dao heart allowed him to sense the flaws in the void. When he was just one step away from the greedy beast school's array, Li Fuchen released his spirit soul power. In the next moment, the formless and invisible array power revealed many colors in Li Fuchen's eyes. Class 9 mid-tier array. The array power has permeated deep into the void, therefore, it isn't enough to simply find the flaws of the array as there is a risk of being discovered. I need to find the flaws of the array and the void at the same time and enter from the place where the two overlap. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed. Be it the array's flaws or the void's flaws, they were clearly visible in his eyes. However, there was almost no overlap between the two. Be it the array's flaws or the void's flaws, their positions weren't fixed and would change in an instant. In such a situation, even if they overlapped, it would only be for an instant and there wasn't enough time to take action. Li Fuchen was waiting for a surefire opportunity. 15 minutes later, a rather large array's flaw and a void's flaw overlapped. This is the time. Li Fuchen held his breath and passed through in a flash. Without any sound or presence, Li Fuchen entered the greedy beast mountain range. Success! Li Fuchen revealed a delighted expression. A Class 9 mid-tier array was an array that could trap a mid-level saint. Even a high-level saint might not be able to enter silently. Once Li Fuchen entered the greedy beast mountain range, he immediately sensed Yan Qingwu and the Thunder Beast's chi presences. Following the chi presences, Li Fuchen first arrived at the region where Yan Qingwu resided. This was a group of luxurious palaces, and Yan Qingwu was residing in one of the luxurious palaces. Inside the palace, Yan Qingwu let out a sigh. It had been close to a year since she was captured, and the vacant mountain emperor should have already found Li Fuchen. But so what if he found Li Fuchen? She understood the greedy beast sect very well. It was one of the top 5 saint sects on the Saint Spirit continent. After she was captured, it was almost impossible for her to leave. The Greedy Beast Sect Patriarch, Greedy Wolf Saint's strength was comparable with the Swordsman Guild's Mystic Deep Sword Saint. Even the Swordsman Guild had to show some respect and wouldn't allow the Greedy Beast Sect to release her for no reason. It was fortunate that the Crimson Python Saint immediately went into seclusion after capturing her. Otherwise, it was unknown what kind of coercion she would have to face. Qingwu. A voice suddenly echoed in Yan Qingwu's ears. Li Fuchen. Yan Qingwu had a bewildered expression. Not far away, a figure gradually materialized. Qingwu, you have suffered. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. It was obvious that Yan Qingwu didn't encounter any coercion and was merely under house arrest. How did you come in? Yan Qingwu frowned and had a worried expression. This was the Greedy Beast Guild. Even the slightest disturbance would alert the Crimson Python Saint. I came in just like that. Li Fuchen grabbed Yan Qingwu's hand. In the next moment, Yan Qingwu felt her chi presence and figure disappearing. Come, let's go rescue the Thunder Beast. Li Fuchen brought Yan Qingwu and rushed towards the Thunder Beast's region. A moment later, a female attendant entered the luxurious palace. She felt it was strange that she couldn't find Yan Qingwu, but she didn't report it immediately. She didn't think that Yan Qingwu could leave the Greedy Beast Guild silently, as it was impossible. In just a short moment, the duo arrived at an extremely massive canyon. This canyon was called the 100 Beasts Canyon, and it was where the Greedy Beast Guild reared their demonic beasts. In a small canyon that branched off from the 100 Beasts Canyon, The Thunder Beast was imprisoned inside. He might have good food and drinks every day, but he was very depressed. He was a sacred beast and advocated freedom. When had he ever been imprisoned? "Lord Sacred Beast, your food is here." Two members of the Greedy Beast Guild brought the food in and spoke with a respectful tone. They didn't dare to offend the Thunder Beast. As a low-tier sacred beast, the Thunder Beast was extremely useful to the Greedy Beast Guild. As long as there were enough resources, the Thunder Beast would definitely become a low-tier demonic beast overlord in the future. There was a great chance for it to become a mid-tier demonic beast overlord. The Thunder Beast grunted and ignored the duo. After the duo left, the Thunder Beast started to eat and drink to his heart's content. He mustn't mistreat himself. "It seems like you are living rather well," a voice echoed in the Thunder Beast's ears. The Thunder Beast lifted its head with pleasant surprise. In front of it, Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu's figures turned solid. "Are you willing to leave with us?" Li Fuchen smiled and asked. "Of course." The Thunder Beast didn't hesitate. "Then let's go." Li Fuchen reached out and grabbed the Thunder Beast. In the depths of the 100 Beasts Canyon, a giant wolf with boundless chi presence suddenly lifted its head. Apart from the 3 human saints, the Greedy Beast Guild also had a mid-tier demonic beast overlord. This mid-tier demonic beast overlord was tamed by the Greedy Wolf Saint a few hundred years ago. He had been overseeing the Greedy Beast Guild, and his strength was even stronger than the Crimson Python Saint. As a mid-tier demonic beast overlord, the giant wolf could vaguely sense the stranger's chi presence. "Howl!" The giant wolf let out a roar and stood up abruptly. It was even taller than the 100 Beasts Canyon. "I have been discovered." Li Fuchen was shocked as he brought Yan Qingwu and the Thunder Beast to fly towards the outskirts of the Greedy Beast mountain range. In the depths of the Greedy Beast Guild, the Crimson Python Saint was awakened by the giant wolf's roar. After scanning with his spiritual awareness, the Crimson Python Saint's expression turned gloomy. After sensing with his spiritual awareness, Yan Qingwu was already nowhere to be found. After controlling the array, the Crimson Python Saint finally sensed the chi presence of Li Fuchen and the others. "Where are you going?" Just as Li Fuchen was about to reach the outskirts of the Greedy Beast mountain range, a powerful array power enveloped over. "Break!" Li Fuchen drew the Joint Heavens sword and slashed. Boom! The array power was penetrated, and in the next moment, 2 humans and 1 beast arrived outside of the array. Damn it! The Crimson Python Saint didn't expect for Li Fuchen to break the array. With a flash, he chased after Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's speed was extremely fast. Even though he was carrying a human and a beast, his speed was still faster than any Law Phase Realm Emperor. It was a pity that the Crimson Python Saint wasn't slow either and was catching up quickly.